Section 34 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 25. The mood of Mason throughout the entire direct examination was that of a restless harrier anxious to be off at the heels of its prey, of a foxhound within the last leap of its kill. A keen and surging desire to shatter this testimony, to show it to be from start to finish the tissue of lies, that in part at least it was, now animated him. And no sooner had Jephson concluded than he leaped up and confronted Clyde, who, seeing him blazing with this desire to undo him, felt as though he was about to be physically attacked. "Griffiths, you had that camera in your hand at the time she came toward you in the boat?" "Yes, sir." "She stumbled and fell and you accidentally struck her with it?" "Yes." "I don't suppose in your truthful and honest way you remember telling me there in the woods on the shore of Big Bittern that you never had a camera?" "Yes, sir, I remember that." "And that was a lie, of course?" "Yes, sir." "And told with all the fervor and force that you are now telling this other lie?" "I'm not lying. I've explained why I said that." "You've explained why you said that. You've explained why you said that. And because you lied there, you expect to be believed here, do you?" Belknap rose to object, but Jephson pulled him down. "Well, this is the truth just the same." "And no power under heaven could make you tell another lie here, of course. Not a strong desire to save yourself from the electric chair?" Clyde blanched and quivered slightly. He blinked his red, tired eyelids. "Well, I might maybe, but not under oath, I don't think." "You don't think? Oh, I see. Lie all you want wherever you are, and at any time, and under any circumstances, except when you're on trial for murder." "No, sir, it isn't that, but what I just said is so." "And you swear on the Bible, do you, that you experienced a change of heart?" "Yes, sir." "That Miss Alden was very sad, and that was what moved you to experience this change of heart?" "Yes, sir, that's how it was." "Well now, Griffiths, when she was up there in the country and waiting for you, she wrote you all those letters there, did she not?" "Yes, sir." "You received one on an average of every 2 days, didn't you?" "Yes, sir." "And you knew she was lonely and miserable there, didn't you?" "Yes, sir, but then I've explained." "Oh, you've explained. Did you mean your lawyers have explained it for you? Didn't they coach you day after day in that jail over there as to how you were to answer when the time came?" "No, sir, they didn't," replied Clyde defiantly, catching Jephson's eye at this moment. "Well then, when I asked you up there at Bear Lake how it was that this girl met her death, why didn't you tell me then and save all this trouble and suspicion and investigation? Don't you think the public would have listened more kindly and believingly there than it will now, after you've taken 5 long months to think it all out with the help of 2 lawyers? "But I didn't think it out with my lawyers," persisted Clyde, still looking at Jephson, who was supporting him with all his mental strength. "I've just explained why I did that." "You've explained? You've explained?" roared Mason, almost beside himself with the knowledge that this false explanation was sufficient of a shield or barrier for Clyde to hide behind whenever he found himself being too hard pressed, the little rat, and so now he fairly quivered with baffled rage as he proceeded. "And before you went up, while she was writing them to you, you considered them sad, didn't you?" "Why, yes, sir. That is," he hesitated incautiously, "some parts of them anyhow." "Oh, I see. Only some parts of them now. I thought you just said you considered them sad." "Well, I do." "And did?" "Yes, sir, and did." But Clyde's eyes were beginning to wander nervously in the direction of Jephson, who was fixing him as with a beam of light. "Remember her writing you this?" And here Mason picked up and opened one of the letters and began reading. "Clyde, I shall certainly die, dear, if you don't come. I am so much alone. I am nearly crazy now. I wish I could go away and never return or trouble you any more. But if you would only telephone me, even so much as once every other day, since you won't write, and when I need you and a word of encouragement, so." Mason's voice was mellow. It was sad. One could feel, as he spoke, the wave of passing pity that was moving as sound and color not only through him, but through every spectator in the high, narrow courtroom. "Does that seem at all sad to you?" "Yes, sir, it does." "Did it then?" "Yes, sir, it did." "You knew it was sincere, didn't you?" snarled Mason. Yes, sir, I did. Then why didn't a little of that pity that you claim moved you so deeply out there in the center of Big Bittern move you down there in Lycurgus to pick up the telephone there in Mrs. Peyton's house, where you were, and reassure that lonely girl by so much as a word that you were coming? Was it because your pity for her then wasn't as great as it was after she wrote you that threatening letter? Or was it because you had a plot, and you were afraid that too much telephoning to her might attract attention? How was it that you had so much pity all of a sudden up at Big Bittern, but none at all down there at Lycurgus? Is it something you can turn on and off like a faucet? I never said I had none at all, replied Clyde defiantly, having just received an eye flash from Jepson. Well, you left her to wait until she had to threaten you because of her own terror and misery. Well, I've admitted that I didn't treat her right. Ha ha! Right. And because of that admission, and in face of all the other testimony we've had here, your own included, you expect to walk out of here a free man, do you? Belknap was not to be restrained any longer. His objection came, and with bitter vehemence he addressed the judge. This is infamous, Your Honor. Is the district attorney to be allowed to make a speech with every question? I heard no objection, countered the court. The district attorney will frame his questions properly. Mason took the rebuke lightly and turned again to Clyde. In that boat there in the center of Big Bittern, you have testified that you had in your hand that camera that you once denied owning? Yes, sir. And she was in the stern of the boat? Yes, sir. Bring in that boat, will you, Burton? He called to Burley at this point, and forthwith 4 deputies from the district attorney's office retired through a west door behind the judge's rostrum, and soon returned carrying the identical boat in which Clyde and Roberta had sat, and put it down before the jury. And as they did so, Clyde chilled and stared. The identical boat! He blinked and quivered as the audience stirred, stared, and strained, an audible wave of curiosity and interest passing over the entire room. And then Mason, taking the camera and shaking it up and down, exclaimed, Well, here you are now, Griffiths, the camera you never owned. Step down here into this boat, and take this camera here and show the jury exactly where you sat, and where Miss Alden sat, and exactly, if you can, how and where it was that you struck Miss Alden, and where and about how she fell. Object! Declared Belknap. A long and wearisome legal argument, finally terminating in the judge allowing this type of testimony to be continued for a while at least, and at the conclusion of it, Clyde declaring, I didn't intentionally strike her with it, though. To which Mason replied, Yes, we heard you testify that way. Then Clyde stepping down, and after being directed here and there, finally stepping into the boat at the middle seat, and seating himself while 3 men held it straight. And now, Newcomb, I want you to come here and sit wherever Miss Alden was supposed to sit, and take any position which she describes as having been taken by her. Yes, sir, said Newcomb, coming forward and seating himself, while Clyde vainly sought to catch Jepson's eye, but could not, since his own back was partially turned from him. And now, Griffiths, went on Mason, just you show Mr. Newcomb here how Miss Alden arose and came toward you. Direct him. And then Clyde, feeling weak and false and hated, arising again and in a nervous and angular way, the eerie strangeness of all this affecting him to the point of unbelievable awkwardness, attempting to show Newcomb just how Roberta had gotten up and half walked and half crawled, then had stumbled and fallen. And after that, with the camera in his hand, attempting to show as nearly as he could recall how unconsciously his arm had shot out and he had struck Roberta, he scarcely knowing where. On the chin and cheek, maybe? He was not sure, but not intentionally, of course, and not with sufficient force really to injure her, he thought at the time. But just here a long wrangle between Belknap and Mason as to the competency of such testimony, since Clyde declared that he could not remember clearly. But Oberwalzer finally allowing the testimony on the ground that it would show, relatively, whether a light or heavy push or blow was required in order to upset anyone who might be lightly or loosely poised. But how in heaven's name are these antics as here demonstrated on a man of Mr. Newcomb's build to show what would follow in the case of a girl of the size and weight of Miss Alden? Persisted Belknap. Well then, we'll put a girl the size and weight of Miss Alden in here. And at once calling for Zillah Sanders and putting her in Newcomb's place. But Belknap nonetheless proceeding with, And what of that? The conditions aren't the same. This boat isn't on the water. No 2 people are going to be alike in their resistance or their physical responses to accidental blows. Then you refuse to allow this demonstration to be made? This was from Mason, turning and cynically inquiring. "Oh, make it if you choose. It doesn't mean anything, though, as anybody can see," persisted Belknap suggestively. And so Clyde, under directions from Mason, now pushing at Zillah about as hard, he thought, as he had accidentally pushed at Roberta, and she falling back a little, not much, but in so doing being able to lay a hand on each side of the boat and so save herself. And the jury, in spite of Belknap's thought that his contentions would have counteracted all this, gathering the impression that Clyde, on account of his guilt and fear of death, was probably attempting to conjure something that had been much more viciously executed, to be sure. For had not the doctors sworn to the probable force of this and another blow on the top of the head? And had not Burton Burley testified to having discovered a hair in the camera? And how about the cry that woman had heard? How about that? But with that particular incident, the court was adjourned for this day. On the following morning, at the sound of the gavel, there was Mason, as fresh and vigorous and vicious as ever, and Clyde, after a miserable night in his cell and much bolstering by Jeffson and Belknap, determined to be as cool and insistent and innocent appearing as he could be, but with no real heart for the job. So convinced was he that local sentiment in its entirety was against him, that he was believed to be guilty, and with Mason beginning most savagely and bitterly. "You still insist that you experienced a change of heart, do you, Griffiths?" "Yes, sir, I do." "Ever hear of people being resuscitated after they have apparently drowned?" "I don't quite understand." "You know, of course, that people who are supposed to be drowned, who go down for the last time and don't come up, are occasionally gotten out of the water and revived, brought back to life by first-aid methods, working their arms and rolling them over a log or a barrel. You've heard of that, haven't you?" "Yes, sir, I think I have. I've heard of people being brought back to life after they're supposed to be drowned, but I don't think I ever heard just how." "You never did?" "No, sir." "Or how long they could stay under water and still be revived?" "No, sir, I never did." "Never heard, for instance, that a person who had been in the water as long as 15 minutes might still be brought to?" "No, sir." "So it never occurred to you after you swam to shore yourself that you might still call for aid and so save her life even then?" "No, sir, it didn't occur to me. I thought she was dead by then." "I see. But when she was still alive out there in the water, how about that? You're a pretty good swimmer, aren't you?" "Yes, sir, I'd swim fairly well." "Well enough, for instance, to save yourself by swimming over 500 feet with your shoes and clothes on. Isn't that so?" "Well, I did swim that distance then. Yes, sir." "Yes, you did indeed, and pretty good for a fellow who couldn't swim 35 feet to an overturned boat, I'll say," concluded Mason. Here Jeffson waved aside Belknap's suggestion that he moved to have this comment stricken out. Clyde was now dragged over his various boating and swimming experiences, and made to tell how many times he had gone out on lakes in craft as dangerous as canoes and never had an accident. "The first time you took Roberta out on Crumb Lake was in a canoe, wasn't it?" "Yes, sir." "But you had no accident then?" "No, sir." "You cared for her then very much, didn't you?" "Yes, sir." "But the day she was drowned in Big Bittern, in this solid, round-bottomed rowboat, you didn't care for her any more." "Well, I've said how I felt then." "And of course there couldn't be any relation between the fact that on Crumb Lake you cared for her, but on Big Bittern—" "I said how I felt then." "But you wanted to get rid of her just the same, didn't you? The moment she was dead to run away to that other girl. You don't deny that, do you?" "I've explained why I did that," reiterated Clyde. Explained, and you expect any fair-minded, decent, intelligent person to believe that explanation, do you?" Mason was fairly beside himself with rage, and Clyde did not venture to comment as to that. The judge anticipated Jeffson's objection to this, and bellowed, "Objection sustained." But Mason went right on. "You couldn't have been just a little careless, could you, Griffiths, in the handling of the boat and upset it yourself, say?" He drew near and leered. "No, sir, I wasn't careless. It was an accident that I couldn't avoid." Clyde was quite cool, though pale and tired. "An accident? Like that other accident out there in Kansas City, perhaps? You're rather familiar with accidents of that kind, aren't you, Griffiths?" queried Mason sneeringly and slowly. "I've explained how that happened," replied Clyde nervously. "You're rather familiar with accidents that result in death to girls, aren't you? Do you always run away when one of them dies?" "Object!" yelled Belknap, leaping to his feet. "Objection sustained," called Oberwalzer sharply. "There is nothing before this court concerning any other accident. The prosecution will confine itself more closely to the case at hand." "Griffiths," went on Mason, pleased for the way he had made a return to Jeffson for his apology for the Kansas City accident, "when that boat upset after that accidental blow of yours, and you and Miss Alden fell into the water, how far apart were you?" "Well, I didn't notice just then." "Pretty close, weren't you? Not much more than a foot or two, surely, the way you stood there in the boat?" "Well, I didn't notice. Maybe that, yes, sir." "Close enough to have grabbed her and hung on to her if you had wanted to, weren't you? That's what you jumped up for, wasn't it, when she started to fall out?" "Yes, that's what I jumped up for," replied Clyde heavily. "But I wasn't close enough to grab her. I know I went right under, and when I came up she was some little distance away." "Well, how far exactly? As far as from here to this end of the jury box, or that end, or halfway, or what?" "Well, I say I didn't notice, quite. About as far from here to that end, I guess," he lied, stretching the distance by at least 8 feet. "Not really!" exclaimed Mason, pretending to evince astonishment. "This boat here turns over, you both fall in the water close together, and when you come up, you and she are nearly 20 feet apart. Don't you think your memory is getting a little the best of you there?" "Well, that's the way it looked to me when I came up." "Well, now, after that boat turned over and you both came up, where were you in relation to it? Here is the boat now, and where were you out there in the audience, as to distance, I mean?" "Well, as I say, I didn't exactly notice when I first came up," returned Clyde, looking nervously and dubiously at the space before him. Most certainly a trap was being prepared for him. "About as far from here to that railing beyond your table, I guess." "About 30 to 35 feet, then," suggested Mason, slyly and hopefully. "Yes, sir, about that, maybe. I couldn't be quite sure." "And now, with you over there and the boat here, where was Miss Alden at that time?" And Clyde now sensed that Mason must have some geometric or mathematic scheme in mind, whereby he proposed to establish his guilt, and at once he was on his guard, and looking in the direction of Jeffson. At the same time, he could not see how he was to put Roberta too far away either. He had said she couldn't swim. Wouldn't she be nearer the boat than he was? Most certainly. He leaped foolishly, wildly, at the thought that it might be the best to say that she was about half that distance, not more, very likely, and said so. And at once Mason proceeded with, "Well, then she was not more than 15 feet or so from you or the boat." "No, sir, maybe not. I guess not." "Well then, do you mean to say that you couldn't have swum that little distance and buoyed her up until you could reach the boat just 15 feet beyond her?" "Well, as I say, I was a little dazed when I came up, and she was striking about and screaming so." "But there was that boat, not more than 35 feet away, according to your own story, and a mighty long way for a boat to move in that time, I'll say. And do you mean to say that when you could swim 500 feet to shore afterwards, that you couldn't have swum to that boat and pushed it to her in time for her to save herself? She was struggling to keep herself up, wasn't she?" "Yes, sir, but I was rattled at first," pleaded Clyde, gloomily, conscious of the eyes of all the jurors and all the spectators fixed upon his face. And, because of the general strain of his suspicion and incredulity now, focused as a great force upon him, his nerve was all but failing him, and he was hesitating and stumbling. "I didn't think quite quick enough, I guess, what to do. Besides, I was afraid if I went near her—" "I know, a mental and moral coward," sneered Mason. "Besides, very slow to think when it's to your advantage to be slow, and swift when it's to your advantage to be swift. Is that it?" "No, sir." "Well then, if it isn't, just tell me this, Griffiths. Why was it, after you got out of the water a few moments later, you had sufficient presence of mind to stop and bury that tripod before starting through the woods, whereas when it came to rescuing her, you got rattled and couldn't do a thing? How was it that you could get so calm and calculating the moment you set your foot on land? What can you say to that?" "Well, I told you that afterwards I realized that there was nothing else to do." "Yes, we all know about that. But doesn't it occur to you that it takes a pretty cool head, after so much panic in the water, to stop at a moment like that and take such a precaution as that? Burying that tripod? How was it that you could think so well of that, and not think anything about the boat a few moments before? Well, but you didn't want her to live in spite of your alleged change of heart. Isn't that it? Yelled Mason. Isn't that the black, sad truth? She was drowning, as you wanted her to drown, and you just let her drown. Isn't that so? He was fairly trembling as he shouted this, and Clyde, the actual boat before him, and Roberta's eyes and cries as she sank, coming back to him with all their pathetic and horrible force, now shrank and cowered in his seat, the closeness of Mason's interpretation to what had really happened terrifying him. For never, even to Jephson and Belknap, had he admitted that when Roberta was in the water he had not wished to save her. Changelessly and secretively he had insisted he had wanted to, but that it had all happened so quickly, and he was so dazed and frightened by her cries and movements, that he had not been able to do anything before she was gone. I wanted to save her, he mumbled, his face quite gray. But, as I said, I was dazed and... Don't you know that you're lying? Shouted Mason, leaning still closer, his stout arms aloft, his disfigured face glowering and scowling like some avenging nemesis or fury of gargoyle design. That you deliberately and with cold-hearted cunning allowed that poor, tortured girl to die there when you might have rescued her as easily as you could have swum 50 of those 500 feet you did swim in order to save yourself? For by now he was convinced that he knew just how Clyde had actually slain Roberta, something in his manner and mood convincing him, and he was determined to drag it out of him if he could. And although Belknap was instantly on his feet with a protest that his client was being unfairly prejudiced in the eyes of the jury, and that he was really entitled to, and now demanded, a mistrial, which complaint Justice Oberwalzer eventually overruled, still Clyde had time to reply, but most meekly and feebly, No, I didn't. I wanted to save her, if I could. Yet his whole manner, as each and every juror noted, was that of one who was not really telling the truth, who was really all of the mental and moral coward that Belknap had insisted he was, but worse yet, really guilty of Roberta's death. For after all, asked each juror of himself as he listened, why couldn't he have saved her if he was strong enough to swim to shore afterwards, or at least have swum to and secured the boat and helped her to take a hold of it? She only weighed 100 pounds, didn't she? Went on Mason feverishly. Yes, I think so. And you, what did you weigh at the time? About 140, replied Clyde. And 140-pound man, sneered Mason, turning to the jury, is afraid to go near a weak, sick, 100-pound little girl who is drowning for fear she will cling to him and drag him under, and a perfectly good boat, strong enough to hold 3 or 4 up within 15 or 20 feet. How's that? And to emphasize it and let it sink in, he now paused, and took from his pocket a large white handkerchief, and after wiping his neck and face and wrists, since they were quite damp from his emotional and physical efforts, turned to Burton Burley and called, You might as well have this boat taken out of here, Burton. We're not going to need it for a little while anyhow. And forthwith the 4 deputies carried it out. And then, having recovered his poise, he once more turned to Clyde and began with, Griffiths, you knew the color and feel of Roberta Alden's hair pretty well, didn't you? You were intimate enough with her, weren't you? I know the color of it, or I think I do, replied Clyde, wincing, an anguished chill at the thought of it affecting him most observably. And the feel of it, too, didn't you? Persisted Mason. In those very loving days of yours before Miss X came along, you must have touched it often enough. I don't know whether I did or not, replied Clyde, catching a glance from Jephson. Well, roughly. You must know whether it was coarse or fine, silky or coarse. You know that, don't you? It was silky, yes. Well, here's a lock of it, he now added, more to torture Clyde than anything else, to wear him down nervously, and going to his table where was an envelope, and from it extracting a long lock of light brown hair. Don't that look like her hair? And now he shoved it forward at Clyde, who, shocked and troubled, withdrew from it as from some unclean or dangerous thing, yet a moment after sought to recover himself, the watchful eyes of the jury having noted all. Oh, don't be afraid, persisted Mason sardonically. It's only your dead lover's hair. And shocked by the comment, and noting the curious looks of the jury, Clyde took it in his hand. That looks and feels like her hair, doesn't it? Went on Mason. Well, it looks like it anyhow. returned Clyde shakily. And now here, continued Mason, stepping quickly to the table and returning with the camera, in between which the lid and the taking mechanism were caught, the 2 threads of Roberta's hair put there by Burleigh, and then holding it out to him. Just take this camera. It's yours, even though you did swear that it wasn't, and look at those 2 hairs there. See them? And he poked the camera at Clyde as though he might strike him with it. They were caught in there, presumably, at the time you struck her so lightly that it made all those wounds on her face. Can't you tell the jury whether those hairs are hers or not? I can't say, replied Clyde most weakly. What's that? Speak up. Don't be such of a moral and mental coward. Are they or are they not? I can't say, repeated Clyde, but not even looking at them. Look at them. Look at them. Compare them with these others. We know these are hers, and you know that these in this camera are, don't you? Don't be so squeamish. You've often touched her hair in real life. She's dead, they won't bite you. Are these 2 hairs, or are they not, the same as these other hairs here, which we know are hers? The same color, same feel, all? Look, answer. Are they or are they not? But Clyde, under such pressure and in spite of Belknap, being compelled to look and then feel them too, yet cautiously replying, I wouldn't be able to say. They look and feel a little alike, but I can't tell. Oh, can't you? And even when you know that when you struck her that brutal, vicious blow with that camera, these 2 hairs caught and held. But I didn't strike her any vicious blow, insisted Clyde, now observing Jeffson. And I can't say. He was saying to himself that he would not allow himself to be bullied in this way by this man, yet at the same time feeling very weak and sick. And Mason, triumphant because of the psychologic effect, if nothing more, returning the camera and the lock to the table and remarking, Well, it's been amply testified that those 2 hairs were in that camera when found in the water, and you yourself swear that it was last in your hand before it reached the water. He turned to think of something else, some new point with which to rack Clyde, and now began once more. Griffiths, in regard to that trip south through the woods, what time was it when you got to 3 Mile Bay? About 4 in the morning, I think, just before dawn. And what did you do between then and the time that boat down there left? Oh, I walked around. In 3 Mile Bay? No, sir, just outside of it. In the woods, I suppose, waiting for the town to wake up so you wouldn't look so much out of place. Was that it? Well, I waited after the sun came up. Besides, I was tired and I sat down and rested for a while. Did you sleep well and did you have pleasant dreams? I was tired and I slept a little, yes. And how was it you knew so much about the boat and the time and all about 3 Mile Bay? Hadn't you familiarized yourself with this data beforehand? Well, everybody knows about the boat from Sharon to 3 Mile Bay around there. Oh, do they? Any other reason? Well, in looking for a place to get married, both of us saw it, returned Clyde shrewdly, but we didn't see that any train went to it, only to Sharon. But you did notice that it was south of Big Bittern? Why, yes, I guess I did, replied Clyde. And that road west of Gun Lodge led south toward it around the lower edge of Big Bittern? Well, I noticed after I got up that there was a road of some kind, or a trail anyhow, but I didn't think of it as a regular road. I see. How was it then that when you met those 3 in the woods, you were able to ask them how far it was to 3 Mile Bay? I didn't ask him that, replied Clyde, as he had been instructed by Jeffson to say. I asked them if they knew any road to 3 Mile Bay, and how far it was. I didn't know whether that was the road or not. Well, that wasn't how they testified here. Well, I don't care what they testified to. That's what I asked them just the same. It seems to me that according to you all the witnesses are liars, and you are the only truthful one in the bunch. Isn't that it? But when you reached 3 Mile Bay, did you stop to eat? You must have been hungry, weren't you? No, I wasn't hungry, replied Clyde simply. You wanted to get away from that place as quickly as possible. Wasn't that it? You were afraid that those 3 men might go up to Big Bittern, and having heard about Miss Alden, tell about having seen you. Wasn't that it? No, that wasn't it. But I didn't want to stay around there. I've said why. I see. But after you got down to Sharon, where you felt a little more safe, a little further away, you didn't lose any time in eating, did you? It tasted pretty good all right down there, didn't it? Oh, I don't know about that. I had a cup of coffee and a sandwich. And a piece of pie, too, as we've already proved here, added Mason. And after that you joined the crowd coming up from the depot as though you had just come up from Albany, as you afterwards told everybody. Wasn't that it? Yes, that was it. Well, now, for a really innocent man who only so recently experienced a kindly change of heart, don't you think you were taking an awful lot of precaution, hiding away like that and waiting in the dark and pretending that you had just come up from Albany? I explained all that, persisted Clyde. Mason's next tack was to hold Clyde up to the shame for having been willing, in the face of all that she had done for him, to register Roberta in 3 different hotel registers as the unhallowed consort of presumably 3 different men in 3 different days. Why didn't you take separate rooms? Well, she didn't want it that way. She wanted to be with me. Besides, I didn't have any too much money. Even so, how could you have so little respect for her there, and then be so deeply concerned about her reputation after she was dead that you had to run away and keep the secret of her death all to yourself, in order, as you say, to protect her name and reputation? Your Honor, interjected Belknap, this isn't a question, it's an oration. I withdraw the question, countered Mason, and then went on. Do you admit, by the way, that you are a mental and moral coward, Griffiths? Do you? No, sir, I don't. You do not? No, sir. Then when you lie and swear to it, you are just the same as any other person who is not a mental and moral coward, and deserving of all the contempt and punishment due a person who is a perjurer and a false witness. Is that correct? Yes, sir, I suppose so. Well, if you are not a mental and moral coward, how can you justify your leaving that girl in that lake, after, as you say, you accidentally struck her, and when you knew how her parents would soon be suffering because of her loss, and not say a word to anybody, just walk off, and hide the tripod in your suit and sneak away like an ordinary murderer? Wouldn't you think that that was the conduct of a man who had plotted and executed murder and was trying to get away with it, if you had heard of it about someone else? Or would you think it was just the sly, crooked trick of a man who was only a mental and moral coward, and who was trying to get away from the blame for the accidental death of a girl whom he had seduced, and the news of which might interfere with his prosperity? Which? Well, I didn't kill her just the same, insisted Clyde. Answer the question, thundered Mason. I ask the court to instruct the witness that he need not answer such a question, put in Jeffson, rising and fixing first Clyde and then Oberwalzer with his eye. It is purely an argumentative one, and has no real bearing on the facts of this case. I so instruct, replied Oberwalzer. The witness need not answer. Whereupon Clyde merely stared, greatly heartened by this unexpected aid. Well, to go on, proceeded Mason, now more nettled and annoyed than ever by this watchful effort on the part of Belknap and Jeffson to break the force and significance of his each and every attack, and all the more determined not to be outdone. You say you didn't intend to marry her if you could help it, before you went up there. Yes, sir. That she wanted you to, but you hadn't made up your mind? Yes. Well, do you recall the cookbook and the salt and pepper shakers and the spoons and knives and so on that she put in her bag? Yes, sir, I do. What do you suppose she had in mind when she left Bill's, with those things in her trunk? That she was going out to live in some hall bedroom somewhere, unmarried, when you came to see her once a week or once a month? Before Belknap could object, Clyde shot back the proper answer. I can't say what she had in her mind about that. You couldn't possibly have told her over the telephone there at Bilt's, for instance, after she wrote you that if you didn't come for her she was coming to Lycurgus, that you would marry her? No, sir, I didn't. You weren't mental and moral coward enough to be bullied into anything like that, were you? I never said I was a mental and moral coward. But you weren't to be bullied by a girl you had seduced. Well, I couldn't feel then that I ought to marry her. You didn't think she'd make as good a match as Miss X? I didn't think I ought to marry her if I didn't love her any more. Not even to save her honor and your own decency? Well, I didn't think we would be happy together then. That was before your great change of heart, I suppose. It was before we went to Utica, yes. And while you were still so enraptured with Miss X, I was in love with Miss X, yes. Do you recall, in one of those letters to you that you never answered, and here Mason proceeded to take up and read from one of the first 7 letters, her writing this to you, I feel so upset and uncertain about everything, although I try not to feel so, now that we have our plan and you are going to come for me as you said. Now, just what was she referring to there when she wrote, now that we have our plan? I don't know, unless it was that I was coming to get her and take her away somewhere temporarily. Not to marry her, of course. No, I hadn't said so. But right after that, in the same letter, she says, on the way up, instead of coming straight home, I decided to stop at Homer to see my sister and brother-in-law, since I am not sure now when I'll see them again, but I want so much that they shall see me respectable or never at all any more. Now, just what do you suppose she meant by that word respectable? Living somewhere in secret and unmarried, and having a child while you sent her a little money, and then coming back, maybe, and posing as single or innocent or married and her husband dead, or what? Don't you suppose she saw herself married to you, for a time at least, and the child given a name? That plan she mentions couldn't have contemplated anything less than that, could it? Well, maybe as she saw it, it couldn't, evaded Clyde. But I never said I would marry her. Well, we'll let that rest a minute, went on Mason doggedly. But now take this. And here he began reading from the 10th letter. It won't make any difference to you about your coming a few days sooner than you intended, will it, dear? Even if we have got to get along on a little less, I know we can. For the time I will be with you anyhow, probably no more than 6 or 8 months at the most. I agreed to let you go by then, you know, if you want to. I can be very saving and economical. It can't be any other way now, Clyde, although for your own sake I wish it could. What do you suppose all that means? Saving and economical? And not letting you go until after 8 months? Living in a hall bedroom and you coming to see her once a week? Or hadn't you really agreed to go away with her and marry her, as she seems to think here? I don't know unless she thought she could make me, maybe, replied Clyde, the while various backwoodsmen and farmers and jurors actually sniffed and sneered, so infuriated were they by the phrase make me, which Clyde had scarcely noticed. I never agreed to. Unless she could make you. So that was the way you felt about it, was it, Griffiths? Yes, sir. You'd swear to that about as quick as you would to anything else? Well, I have sworn to it. And Mason, as well as Belknap and Jephson and Clyde himself, now felt the strong public contempt and rage that the majority of those present had for him from the start, now surging and shaking all. It filled the room. Yet before him were all the hours Mason needed in which he could pick and choose at random from the mass of testimony as to just what he should quiz and bedevil and torture Clyde with next. And so now, looking over his notes, arranged fan-wise on the table by Earl Newcomb for his convenience, he now began once more with, Griffiths, in your testimony here yesterday, through which you were being led by your counsel, Mr. Jephson, at this Jephson bowed sardonically, you talked about that change of heart that you experienced after you encountered Roberta Alden once more at Fonda and Utica back there in July, just as you were starting on this death trip. Clyde's yes, sir, came before Belknap could object, but the latter managed to have death trip changed to trip. Before going up there with her, you hadn't been liking her as much as you might have. Wasn't that the way of it? Not as much as I had at one time, no, sir. And just how long, from when to when, was the time in which you really did like her, before you began to dislike her, I mean? Well, from the time I first met her until I met Miss X. But not afterwards? Oh, I can't say not entirely afterwards. I cared for her some, a good deal, I guess, but still not as much as I had. I felt more sorry for her than anything else, I suppose. And now, let's see. That was between December 1st last, say, and last April or May, wasn't it? About that time, I think. Yes, sir. Well, during that time, December 1st to April or May 1st, you were intimate with her, weren't you? Yes, sir. Even though you weren't caring for her so much. Why, yes, sir, replied Clyde, hesitating slightly, while the rurals jerked and craned at this introduction of the sex crime. And yet at nights, and in spite of the fact that she was alone over there in her little room, as faithful to you, as you yourself have testified, as anyone could be, you went off to dances, parties, dinners, and automobile rides while she sat there. Oh, but I wasn't off all the time. Oh, weren't you? But you heard the testimony of Tracy and Jill Trumbull, and Frederick Sells, and Frank Harriet, and Burchard Taylor on this particular point, didn't you? Yes, sir. Well, were they all liars, or were they telling the truth? Well, they were telling the truth as near as they could remember, I suppose. But they couldn't remember very well, is that it? Well, I wasn't off all the time. Maybe I was gone 2 or 3 times a week, maybe 4 sometimes, but not more. And the rest you gave to Miss Alden? Yes, sir. Is that what she meant in this letter here? And here he took up another letter from the pile of Roberta's letters, and opening it and holding it before him, read, Night after night, almost every night after that dreadful Christmas day when you left me, I was alone nearly always. Is she lying or isn't she? Snapped Mason fiercely, and Clyde, sensing the danger of accusing Roberta of lying here, weakly and shamefacedly replied, No, she isn't lying, but I did spend some evenings with her just the same. And yet you heard Mrs. Gilpin and her husband testify here that night after night from December 1st on, Miss Alden was mostly always alone in her room, and that they felt sorry for her, and thought it so unnatural, and tried to get her to join them, but she wouldn't. You heard them testify to that, didn't you? Yes, sir. And yet you insist that you were with her some. Yes, sir. Yet at the same time loving and seeking the company of Miss X? Yes, sir. And trying to get her to marry you. I wanted her to, yes, sir. Yet continuing relations with Miss Alden when your other interests left you any time. Well, yes, sir. Once more hesitated Clyde, enormously troubled by the shabby picture of his character which these disclosures seemed to conjure, yet somehow feeling that he was not as bad, or at least had not intended to be, as all this made him appear. Other people did things like that too, didn't they? Those young men in Lycurgus society, or they had talked as though they did. Well, don't you think your learned counsel found a very mild term for you when they described you as a mental and moral coward? Sneered Mason, and at the same time from the rear of the long, narrow courtroom, a profound silence seeming to precede, accompany, and follow it, yet not without an immediate roar of protest from Belknap, came the solemn, vengeful voice of an irate woodsman. Why don't they kill the goddamn bastard and be done with him? And at once Oberwalzer gaveling for order, and ordering the arrest of the offender at the same time that he ordered all those not seated driven from the courtroom, which was done. And then the offender arrested and ordered arraigned on the following morning. And after that, silence, with Mason once more resuming. Griffiths, you say when you left Lycurgus you had no intention of marrying Roberta Alden unless you could not arrange in any other way. Yes, sir, that was my intention at that time. And accordingly you were fairly certain of coming back? Yes, sir, I thought I was. Then why did you pack everything in your room in your trunk and lock it? Well, that is, hesitated Clyde, the change coming so quickly and so entirely apart from what had just been spoken of before that he scarcely had time to collect his wits. Well, you see, I wasn't absolutely sure. I didn't know but what I might have to go whether I wanted or not. I see. And so if you had decided up there unexpectedly, as you did, and here Mason smirked on him as much as to say, you think anyone believes that? You wouldn't have had time to come back and decently pack your things and depart? Well, no, sir, that wasn't the reason either. Well then, what was the reason? Well, you see, and here for lack of previous thought on this subject, as well as lack of wit to grasp the essentiality of a suitable and plausible answer quickly, Clyde hesitated, as everyone, first and foremost Belknap and Jeffson, noted, and then went on. Well, you see, if I had to go away, even for a short time, as I thought I might, I decided that I might need whatever I had in a hurry. I see. You're quite sure it wasn't that in case the police discovered who Clifford Golden or Carl Graham were that you might wish to leave quickly? No, sir, it wasn't. And so you didn't tell Mrs. Peyton you were giving up the room either, did you? No, sir. In your testimony the other day, you said something about not having money enough to go up there and take Miss Alden away on any temporary marriage scheme, even one that would last so long as 6 months. Yes, sir. When you left Lycurgus to start on the trip, how much did you have? About $50. About 50? Don't you know exactly how much you had? I had $50. Yes, sir. And while you were in Utica and Grass Lake and getting down to Sharon afterwards, how much did you spend? I spent about $20 on the trip, I think. Don't you know? Not exactly. No, sir. Somewhere around $20, though. Well, now, let's see about that exactly if we can. went on Mason, and here, once more, Clyde began to sense a trap and grew nervous, for there was all that money given him by Sandra, and some of which he had spent, too. How much was your fare from Fonda to Utica for yourself? $1.25. And what did you have to pay for your room at the hotel at Utica for you and Roberta? That was $4. And of course you had dinner that night and breakfast the next morning, which cost you how much? It was about $3 for both meals. Was that all you spent in Utica? Mason was taking a side glance occasionally at a slip of paper on which he had some figures and notes, but which Clyde had not noticed. Yes, sir. How about the straw hat that it has been proved you purchased while there? Oh, yes, sir, I forgot about that, said Clyde nervously. That was $2. Yes, sir. He realized that he must be more careful. And your fares to Grass Lake were, of course, $5, is that right? Yes, sir. Then you hired a boat at Grass Lake. How much was that? That was 35 cents an hour. And you had it how long? 3 hours. Making $1.05. Yes, sir. And then, that night at the hotel they charged you how much? $5, wasn't it? Yes, sir. And then didn't you buy that lunch that you carried out in that lake with you up there? Yes, sir, I think that was about 60 cents. And how much did it cost you to get to Big Bittern? It was $1 on the train to Gun Lodge and $1 on the bus for the two of us to Big Bittern. You know these figures pretty well, I see. Naturally you would. You didn't have much money and it was important. And how much was your fare from 3 Mile Bay to Sharon afterwards? My fare was 75 cents. Did you ever stop to figure this all up exactly? No, sir. Well, will you? Well, you know how much it is, don't you? Yes, sir, I do. It is $24.65. You said you spent $20. But here's a discrepancy of $4.65. How do you account for it? Well, I suppose I didn't figure just exactly right, said Clyde, irritated by the accuracy of figures such as these. But now Mason, slyly and softly inquiring, Oh, yes, Griffiths, I forgot. How much was the boat you hired at Big Bittern? He was eager to hear what Clyde would have to say as to this, seeing that he had worked hard and long on this pitfall. That is, began Clyde hesitatingly, for at Big Bittern, as he now recalled, he had not even troubled to inquire the cost of the boat, feeling as he did at the time that neither he nor Roberta were coming back. But now here and in this way, it was coming up for the first time. And Mason, realizing that he had caught him here, quickly interpolated a yes, to which Clyde replied, but merely guessing at that, Why, 35 cents an hour, just the same as at Grass Lake, so the boatman said. But he had spoken too quickly, and he did not know that in reserve was the boatman who was still to testify that he had not stopped to ask the price of the boat, and Mason continued, Oh, it was it? The boatman told you that, did he? Yes, sir. Well now, don't you recall that you never asked the boatman at all? It was not 35 cents an hour, but 50 cents. But of course you do not know that because you were in such a hurry to get out on the water, and you did not expect to have to come back and pay for it anyway. So you never even asked, you see? Do you see? Do you recall that now? And here Mason produced a bill that he had gotten from the boatman and waved it in front of Clyde. It was 50 cents an hour, he repeated. They charge more than at Grass Lake. But what I want to know is, if you are so familiar with these other figures, as you have just shown that you are, how comes it that you are not familiar with this figure? Didn't you think of the expense of taking her out in a boat and keeping the boat from noon until night? The attack came so swiftly and bitterly that at once Clyde was confused. He twisted and turned, swallowed and looked nervously at the floor, ashamed to look at Jepson, who had somehow failed to coach him as to this. Well, bawled Mason, any explanation to make as to that? Doesn't it strike even you as strange that you can remember every other item of all your expenditures, but not that item? And now each juror was once more tense and leaning forward, and Clyde, noting their interest and curiosity, and most likely suspicion, now returned. Well, I don't know just how I came to forget that. Oh no, of course you don't, snorted Mason. A man who is planning to kill a girl on a lone lake has a lot of things to think of, and it isn't any wonder if you forget a few of them. But you didn't forget to ask the purser the fare to Sharon once you got to 3 Mile Bay, did you? I don't remember if I did or not. Well, he remembers. He testified to it here. You bothered to ask the price of the room at Grass Lake. You asked the price of the boat there. You even asked the price of the bus fare to Big Bittern. What a pity you couldn't think to ask the price of the boat at Big Bittern. You wouldn't be so nervous about it now, would you? And here Mason looked at the jurors as much as to say, You see? I just didn't think of it, I guess, repeated Clyde. A very satisfactory explanation, I'm sure, went on Mason sarcastically, and then as swiftly as possible. I don't suppose you happen to recall an item of $13.20 paid for a lunch at the casino on July 9th, the day after Roberta Alden's death. Do you or do you not? Mason was dramatic, persistent, swift, scarcely giving him time to think or breathe as he saw it. At this, Clyde almost jumped. So startled was he by this question and charge, for he did not know how they had found out about the lunch. And do you remember, too, went on Mason, that over $80 was found on you when you were arrested? Yes, I remember it now, he replied. As for the $80, he had forgotten. Yet now he said nothing, for he could not think what to say. How about that? Went on Mason, doggedly and savagely. If you only had $50 when you left Lycurgus and over $80 when you were arrested, and you spent $24.65 plus $13 for a lunch, where did you get that extra money from? Well, I can't answer that just now, replied Clyde, sullenly, for he felt cornered and hurt. That was Sandra's money, and nothing would drag out of him where he had gotten it. Why can't you answer it? Roared Mason. Where do you think you are, anyhow? And what do you think we are here for? To say what you will or will not answer. You were on trial for your life. Don't forget that. You can't play fast and loose with the law, however much you may have lied to me. You are here before these 12 men, and they are waiting to know. Now what about it? Where did you get that money? I borrowed it from a friend. Well, give his name. What friend? I don't care to. Oh, you don't? Well, you're lying about the amount of money you had when you left Lycurgus. That's plain. And under oath, too. Don't forget that. That sacred oath that you respect so much. Isn't that true? No, it isn't, finally observed Clyde, stung to reason by this charge. I borrowed that money after I got to 12th Lake. And from whom? Well, I can't say. Which makes the statement worthless, retorted Mason. Clyde was beginning to show a disposition to balk. He had been sinking his voice, and each time Mason commanded him to speak up and turn around so the jury could see his face, he had done so, only feeling more and more resentful toward this man who was trying to drag out of him every secret he possessed. He had touched on Sandra, and she was still too near his heart to reveal anything that would reflect on her. So now he sat staring down at the jurors somewhat defiantly, when Mason picked up some pictures. Remember these? He now asked Clyde, showing him some of the dim and watermarked reproductions of Roberta, besides some views of Clyde and some others, none of them containing the face of Sandra, which were made at the Cranstons on his first visit, as well as 4 others made at Bear Lake later, and with one of them showing him holding a banjo, his fingers in position. Recall where these were made? Asked Mason, showing him the reproduction of Roberta first. Yes, I do. Where was it? On the south shore of Big Bittern the day we were there. He knew that they were in the camera and had told Belknap and Jeffson about them, yet now he was not a little surprised to think that they had been able to develop them. Griffiths, went on Mason, your lawyers didn't tell you that they fished and fished for that camera you swore you didn't have with you before they found that I had it, did they? They never said anything to me about it, replied Clyde. Well, that's too bad. I could have saved them a lot of trouble. Well, these were the photos that were found in that camera, and that were made just after that change of heart you experienced, remember? I remember when they were made, Clyde replied sullenly. Well, they were made before you 2 went out in that boat for the last time, before you finally told her whatever it was you wanted to tell her, before she was murdered out there, at a time when, as you testified, she was very sad. No, that was the day before, defied Clyde. Oh, I see. Well, anyhow, these pictures look a little cheerful for one who was as depressed as you say she was. Well, but she wasn't nearly as depressed then as she was the day before, flashed Clyde, for this was the truth, and he remembered it. I see. But just the same, look at these other pictures. These 3 here, for instance. Where were they made? At the Cranston Lodge on 12th Lake, I think. Right. And that was June 18th or 19th, wasn't it? On the 19th, I think. Well now, do you recall a letter Roberta wrote you on the 19th? No, sir. You don't recall any particular one? No, sir. But they were all very sad, as you said. Yes, sir, they were. Well, this is that letter written at the time these pictures were made. He turned to the jury. I would like the jury to look at these pictures, and then listen to just one passage from this letter written by Miss Alden to this defendant on the same day. He has admitted that he was refusing to write or telephone her, although he was sorry for her, he said, turning to the jury. And here he opened a letter and read a long, sad plea from Roberta. And now here are 4 more pictures, Griffiths. And he handed Clyde the 4 made at Bear Lake. Very cheerful, don't you think? Not much like pictures of a man who has just experienced a great change of heart after a most terrific period of doubt and worry and evil conduct, and has just seen the woman whom he had most cruelly wronged, but whom he now proposed to do right by, suddenly drowned. They look as though you hadn't a care in the world, don't they? Well, they were just group pictures. I couldn't very well keep out of them. But this one in the water here, didn't it trouble you the least bit to go in the water the 2nd or 3rd day after Roberta Alden had sunk to the bottom of Big Bittern, and especially when you had experienced such an inspiring change of heart in regard to her? I didn't want anyone to know I had been up there with her. We all know about that. But how about this banjo picture here? Look at this. And he held it out. Very gay, isn't it? He snarled. And now Clyde, dubious and frightened, replied, But I wasn't enjoying myself just the same. Not when you were playing the banjo here? Not when you were playing golf and tennis with your friends the very next day after her death? Not when you were buying and eating $13 lunches? Not when you were with Miss X again, and where you yourself testified that you preferred to be? Mason's manner was snarling, punitive, sinister, bitterly sarcastic. Well, not just then, anyhow. No, sir. What do you mean, not just then? Weren't you where you wanted to be? Well, in one way I was, certainly, replied Clyde, thinking of what Sandra would think when she read this, as unquestionably she would. Quite everything of all this was being published in the papers each day. He could not deny that he was with her and that he wanted to be with her. At the same time, he had not been happy. How miserably unhappy he had been, enmeshed in that shameful and brutal plot. But now he must explain in some way so that Sandra, when she should read it, and this jury, would understand. And so now he added, while he swallowed with his dry throat and licked his lips with his dry tongue. But I was sorry about Miss Alden just the same. I couldn't be happy then. I couldn't be. I was just trying to make people think that I hadn't had anything to do with her going up there, that's all. I couldn't see that there was any better way to do. I didn't want to be arrested for what I hadn't done. Don't you know that this is false? Don't you know you are lying? Shouted Mason, as though to the whole world, and the fire and the fury of his unbelief and contempt was sufficient to convince the jury, as well as the spectators, that Clyde was the most unmitigated of liars. You heard the testimony of Rufus Martin, the second cook up there at Bear Lake? Yes, sir. You heard him swear that he saw you and Miss X at a certain point overlooking Bear Lake, and that she was in your arms, and that you were kissing her. Was that true? Yes, sir. And that exactly 4 days after you had left Roberta Alden under the waters of Big Bittern. Were you afraid of being arrested then? Yes, sir. Even when you were kissing her and holding her in your arms? Yes, sir, replied Clyde, drearily and hopelessly. Well, of all things, bawled Mason. Could you imagine such stuff being whimpered before a jury if you hadn't heard it with your own ears? Do you really sit there and swear to this jury that you could bill and coo with one deceived girl in your arms, and a second one in a lake 100 miles away, and yet be miserable because of what you were doing? Just the same, that's the way it was, replied Clyde. Excellent! Incomparable! Shouted Mason. And here he wearily and sighfully drew forth his large white handkerchief once more, and surveying the courtroom at large, proceeded to mop his face, as much as to say, Well, this is a task indeed, and then continuing with more force than ever. Griffiths, only yesterday on the witness stand you swore that you personally had no plan to go to Big Bittern when you left Lycurgus. No, sir, I hadn't. But when you two got in that room at the Renfrew Lodge in Utica, and you saw how tired she looked, it was you that suggested that a vacation of some kind, a little one, something within the range of your joint purses at the time, would be good for her. Wasn't that the way of it? Yes, sir, that was the way of it, replied Clyde. But up to that time you hadn't even thought of the Adirondacks, specifically. Well, no, sir, no particular lake, that is. I did think we might go to some summer place, maybe. There are mostly lakes around there, but not to any particular one that I knew of." "I see. And after you suggested it, it was she that said that you had better get some folders or maps, wasn't it?" "Yes, sir." "And then it was you that went downstairs and got them?" "Yes, sir." "At the Renfrew house in Utica?" "Yes, sir." "Not anywhere else by any chance?" "No, sir." "And afterwards, in looking over those maps, you saw Grass Lake and Big Bittern and decided to go up that way. Was that the way of it?" "Yes, we did," lied Clyde, most nervously, wishing now that he had not testified that it was in the Renfrew house that he had secured the folders. There might be some trap here again. "You and Miss Alden?" "Yes, sir." "And you picked on Grass Lake as being the best because it was the cheapest. Wasn't that the way of it?" "Yes, sir, that was the way." "I see. And now, do you remember these?" he added, reaching over and taking from his table a series of folders, all properly identified as part and parcel of the contents of Clyde's bag at Bear Lake at the time he was arrested, and which he now placed in Clyde's hands. "Look them over. Are those the folders I found in your bag at Bear Lake?" "Well, they look like the ones I had there." "Are these the ones you found in the rack at the Renfrew house and took upstairs to show Miss Alden?" Not a little terrified by the care with which this matter of folders was now being gone into by Mason, Clyde opened them and turned them over. Even now, because of the label of the Lycurgus house, "Compliments of Lycurgus house, Lycurgus N.Y., was stamped in red very much like the printed red lettering on the rest of the folder, he failed to notice it at first. He turned and turned them over, and then, having decided that there was no trap here, replied, "Yes, I think these are the ones." "Well now," went on Mason slyly, "in which one of these was it that you found that notice of Grass Lake Inn and the rate they charged up there? Wasn't it in this one?" And here he returned the identical stamped folder, on one page of which, and the same indicated by Mason's left forefinger, was the exact notice to which Clyde had called Roberta's attention. Also in the center was a map showing the Indian chain together, with 12th, Big Bittern, and Grass Lakes, as well as many others, and at the bottom of this map a road plainly indicated as leading from Grass Lake and Gun Lodge, south past the southern end of Big Bittern to 3 Mile Bay. Now seeing this after so long a time again, he suddenly decided that it must be his knowledge of this road that Mason was seeking to establish, and a little quivery and creepy now, he replied, "Yes, it may be the one. It looks like it. I guess it is, maybe." "Don't you know that it is?" insisted Mason, darkly and dourly. "Can't you tell from reading that item there whether it is or not?" "Well, it looks like it," replied Clyde, evasively, after examining the item which had inclined him toward Grass Lake in the first place. "I suppose maybe it is." You suppose! Getting a little more cautious now that we're getting down to something practical. Well, just look at that map there again and tell me what you see. Tell me if you don't see a road marked as leading south from Grass Lake." "Yes," replied Clyde, a little sullenly and bitterly after a time, so flayed and bruised was he by this man who was so determined to harry him to his grave. He fingered the map and pretended to look as directed, but was seeing only all that he had seen long before there in Lycurgus, so shortly before he departed for Fonda to meet Roberta, and now here it was being used against him. "And where does it run, please? Do you mind telling the jury where it runs? From where to where?" And Clyde, nervous and fearful and physically very much reduced, now replied, "Well, it runs from Grass Lake to 3 Mile Bay." "And to what or near what other places in between?" continued Mason, looking over his shoulder. "Gun Lodge, that's all." "What about Big Bittern? Doesn't it run near that when it gets to the south of it?" "Yes, sir, it does here." "Ever notice or study that map before you went to Grass Lake from Utica?" persisted Mason, tensely and forcefully. "No, sir, I did not." "Never knew the road was on there?" "Well, I may have seen it," replied Clyde, "but if so, I didn't pay any attention to it." "And, of course, by no possible chance could you have seen or studied this folder and that road before you left Utica?" "No, sir, I never saw it before." "I see. You're absolutely positive as to that?" "Yes, sir, I am." "Well, then, explain to me, or to this jury if you can, and under your solemn oath which you respect so much, how it comes that this particular folder chances to be marked, 'Compliments of the Lycurgus house, Lycurgus N.Y.' and here he folded the folder, and presenting the back, showed Clyde the thin red stamp in between the other red lettering. And Clyde, noting it, gazed as one in a trance. His ultra-pale face now blanched gray again, his long thin fingers opened and shut. The red and swollen and weary lids of his eyes blinked and blinked to break the strain of this damning fact before him. "I don't know," he said, a little weakly, after a time. "It must have been in the Renfrew house rack." "Oh, must it? And if I bring 2 witnesses here to swear that on July 3rd, 3 days before you left Lycurgus for Fonda, you were seen by them to enter the Lycurgus house and take 4 or 5 folders from the rack there, will you still say that it must have been in the rack at the Renfrew house on July 6th? And as he said this, Mason paused and looked triumphantly about, as much as to say, "There, answer that if you can." And Clyde, shaken and stiff and breathless for the time being, was compelled to wait at least 15 seconds before he was able to sufficiently control his nerves and voice in order to reply, "Well, it must have been. I didn't get it in Lycurgus." "Very good. But in the meantime, we'll just let these gentlemen here look at this." And he now turned the folder over to the foreman of the jury, who in turn passed it to the juryman next to him, and so on, while a distinct whisper and buzz passed over the entire courtroom. And when they had concluded, and much to the surprise of the audience, which was expecting more and more attacks and exposures almost without cessation, Mason turned and explained, "That's all." And at once many of the spectators in the room beginning to whisper, "Trapped! Trapped!" And Justice Oberwalzer at once announcing that because of the lateness of the hour, and in the face of a number of additional witnesses for the defense, as well as a few in rebuttal for the prosecution, he would prefer it if the work for the day ended here, and both Belknap and Mason gladly agreeing. And Clyde, the doors of the courtroom being stoutly locked until he should be in his cell across the way, being descended upon by Kraut and Sissel, and by them led through and down the very door and stairs which for days he had been looking at and pondering about. And once he was gone, Belknap and Jephson looking at each other, but not saying anything, until once more safely locked in their own office, when Belknap began with, "Not carried off with enough of an air. The best possible defense, but not enough courage. It just isn't in him, that's all." And Jephson, flinging himself heavily into a chair, his overcoat and hat still on, and saying, "No, that's the real trouble, no doubt. It must have been that he really did kill her. But I suppose we can't give up the ship now. He did almost better than I expected at that." And Belknap adding, "Well, I'll do my final best and damnedest in my summing it up, and that's all I can do." And Jephson replying, a little wearily, "That's all right, Alvin. It's mostly up to you now. I'm sorry. But in the meantime, I think I'll go around to the jail to try and hearten him up a bit. It won't do to let him look too winged or lame tomorrow. He has to sit up and make the jury feel that he himself feels that he isn't guilty, whatever they think." And rising, he shoved his hands in the side pockets of his long coat, and proceeded through the winters dark and cold of the dreary town to see Clyde. End of Book 3, Chapter 25. Section 35 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 26. The remainder of the trial consisted of the testimony of 11 witnesses, 4 for Mason and 7 for Clyde. One of the latter, a Dr. A.K. Sword of Rehoboth, chancing to be at Big Bittern on the day that Roberta's body was returned to the boathouse, now declared that he had seen and examined it there, and that the wounds, as they appeared then, did not seem to him as other than such as might have been delivered by such a blow as Clyde admitted to having struck accidentally, and that unquestionably Miss Alden had been drowned while conscious, and not unconscious, as the state would have the jury believe, a result which led Mason into an inquiry concerning the gentleman's medical history, which, alas, was not as impressive as it might have been. He had been graduated from a second-rate medical school in Oklahoma and had practiced in a small town ever since. In addition to him, and entirely apart from the crime with which Clyde was charged, there was Samuel Yearsley, one of the farmers from around Gun Lodge, who, driving over the road which Roberta's body had traveled in being removed from Big Bittern to Gun Lodge, now earnestly swore that the road, as he had noticed in driving over it that same morning, was quite rough, making it possible for Belknap, who was examining him, to indicate that this was at least an approximate cause of the extra severity of the wounds upon Roberta's head and face. This bit of testimony was later contradicted, however, by a rival witness for Mason, the driver for Lutz Brothers, no less, who as earnestly swore that he found no ruts or rough places whatsoever in the road. And again there were Liggett and Wigham to say that insofar as they had been able to note or determine, Clyde's conduct in connection with his technical efforts for Griffiths and Company had been attentive, faithful, and valuable. They had seen no official harm in him. And then several other minor witnesses to say that insofar as they had been able to observe his social comings and goings, Clyde's conduct was most circumspect, ceremonious, and guarded. He had done no ill that they knew of. But alas, as Mason in cross-examining them was quick to point out, they had never heard of Roberta Alden, or her trouble, or even of Clyde's social relationship with her. Finally, many small and dangerous and difficult points, having been bridged or buttressed or fended against as well as each side could, it became Belknap's duty to say his last word for Clyde. And to this he gave an entire day, most carefully, and in the spirit of his opening address, retracing and emphasizing every point which tended to show how, almost unconsciously, if not quite innocently, Clyde had fallen into the relationship with Roberta which had ended so disastrously for both. Mental and moral cowardice, as he now reiterated, inflamed or at least operated on by various lacks in Clyde's early life, plus new opportunities such as previously had never appeared to be within his grasp, had affected his perhaps too pliable and sensual and impracticable and dreaming mind. No doubt he had not been fair to Miss Alden. No question as to that, he had not. But on the other hand, and as had been most clearly shown by the confession which the defense had elicited, he had not proved ultimately so cruel or vile as the prosecution would have the public and this honorable jury believe. Many men were far more cruel in their love life than this young boy had ever dreamed of being, and of course they were not necessarily hung for that. And in passing technically on whether this boy had actually committed the crime charged, it was incumbent upon this jury to see that no generous impulse relating to what this poor girl might have suffered in her love relations with this youth be permitted to sway them to the belief or decision that for that this youth had committed the crime specifically stated in the indictment. Who among both sexes were not cruel at times in their love life, the one or the other? And then a long and detailed indictment of the purely circumstantial nature of the evidence, no single person having seen or heard anything of the alleged crime itself, whereas Clyde himself had explained most clearly how he came to find himself in the peculiar situation in which he did find himself. And after that, a brushing aside of the incident of the folder, as well as Clyde's not remembering the price of the boat at Big Bittern, his stopping to bury the tripod, and his being so near Roberta and not aiding her, as either being mere accidents of chance or memory, or, in the case of his failing to go to her rescue, of his being dazed, confused, frightened, hesitating fatally but not criminally at the one time in his life when he should not have hesitated. A really strong, if Jesuitical plea, which was not without its merits and its weight. And then Mason, blazing with his conviction that Clyde was a murderer of the coldest and blackest type, and spending an entire day in riddling the spider's tissue of lies and unsupported statements with which the defense was hoping to divert the minds of the jury from the unbroken and unbreakable chain of amply substantiated evidence, wherewith the prosecution had proved this bearded man to be the red-handed murderer that he was, and with hours spent in retracing the statements of the various witnesses, and other hours in denouncing Clyde, or retelling the bitter miseries of Roberta, so much so that the jury, as well as the audience, was once more on the verge of tears, and with Clyde deciding in his own mind, as he sat between Belknap and Jephson, that no jury such as this was likely to acquit him in the face of evidence so artfully and movingly recapitulated. And then Oberwalzer, from his high seat, finally instructing the jury, "Gentlemen, all evidence is, in a strict sense, more or less circumstantial, whether consisting of facts which permit the inference of guilt or whether given by an eyewitness. The testimony of an eyewitness is, of course, based on circumstances. If any of the material facts of this case are at variance with the probability of guilt, it will be the duty of you gentlemen to give the defendant the benefit of the doubt raised. And it must be remembered that evidence is not to be discredited or decried because it is circumstantial. It may often be more reliable evidence than direct evidence. Much has been said here concerning motive and its importance in this case, but you are to remember that proof of motive is by no means indispensable or essential to conviction. While a motive may be shown as a circumstance to aid in fixing a crime, yet the people are not required to prove a motive. If the jury finds that Roberta Alden accidentally or involuntarily fell out of the boat, and that the defendant made no attempt to rescue her, That does not make the defendant guilty, and the jury must find the defendant not guilty. On the other hand, if the jury finds that the defendant in any way, intentionally, there and then brought about or contributed to that fatal accident, either by a blow or otherwise, it must find the defendant guilty. While I do not say that you must agree upon your verdict, I would suggest that you ought not, any of you, place your minds in a position which will not yield, if after careful deliberation you find you are wrong. So Justice Oberwalzer, solemnly and didactically from his high seat to the jury. And then, that point having been reached, the jury rising and filing from the room at 5 p.m, and Clyde immediately thereafter being removed to his cell before the audience proper was allowed to leave the building. There was constant fear on the part of the sheriff that he might be attacked. And after that 5 long hours in which he waited, walking to and fro in his cell, or pretending to read or rest, the while Kraut or Sissel, tipped by various representatives of the press for information as to how Clyde took it at this time, slyly and silently remained as near as possible to watch. And in the meantime, Justice Oberwalzer and Mason and Belknap and Jeffson, with their attendants and friends, in various rooms of the Bridgeburg Central Hotel, dining and then waiting impatiently, with the aid of a few drinks, for the jury to agree, and wishing and hoping that the verdict would be reached soon, whatever it might be. And in the meantime, the 12 men, farmers, clerks, and storekeepers, recanvassing for their own mental satisfaction the fine points made by Mason and Belknap and Jeffson. Yet out of the whole 12, but one man, Samuel Upham, a druggist, politically opposed to Mason and taken with the personality of Jeffson, sympathizing with Belknap and Jeffson, and so pretending that he had doubts as to the completeness of Mason's proof, until at last, after 5 ballots were taken, he was threatened with exposure and the public rage, and obloquy which was sure to follow in case the jury was hung. "We'll fix you. You won't get by with this without the public knowing exactly where you stand." Whereupon, having a satisfactory drug business in North Mansfield, he at once decided that it was best to pocket this opposition to Mason and agree. Then 4 hollow knocks on the door leading from the jury room to the courtroom. It was the foreman of the jury, Foster Lund, a dealer in cement, lime, and stone. His great fist was knocking. And at that, the hundreds who had crowded into the hot, stuffy courtroom after dinner, though many had not even left, stirred from the half-stupor into which they had fallen. "What's that? What's happened? Is the jury ready to report? What's the verdict?" And men and women and children starting up to draw nearer the excluding rail, and the 2 deputies on guard before the jury door beginning to call, all right, as soon as the judge comes," and then other deputies hurrying to the prison over the way in order that the sheriff might be notified and Clyde brought over, and to the Bridgeburg Central Hotel to summon Oberwalzer and all the others. And then Clyde, in a half-stupor or dazed from sheer loneliness and killing suspense, being manacled to Kraut and led over between Slack, Sissel, and others. And Oberwalzer, Mason, Belknap, and Jeffson, and the entire company of newspaper writers, artists, photographers, and others, entering and taking the places that they had occupied all these long weeks. And Clyde winking and blinking as he was seated behind Belknap and Jeffson now, not with them, for as stoutly manacled as he was to Kraut, he was compelled to sit by him. And then Oberwalzer on the bench and the clerk in his place, the jury room door being opened and the 12 men filing solemnly in, quaint and varied figures in angular and for the most part much worn suits of the ready-made variety. And as they did so, seating themselves in the jury box, only to rise again at the command of the clerk, who began, "Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed on a verdict?" Yet without one of them glancing in the direction of either Belknap or Jeffson or Clyde, which Belknap at once interpreted as fatal. "It's all off," he whispered to Jeffson. "Against us, I can tell." And then Lund announcing, We find the defendant guilty of murder in the 1st degree." And Clyde, entirely dazed and yet trying to keep his poise and remain serene, gazing straight before him toward the jury and beyond, and with scarcely a blink of the eye. For had he not, in his cell the night before, been told by Jeffson, who had found him deeply depressed, that the verdict in this trial, assuming that it proved to be unfavorable, was of no consequence. The trial from start to finish had been unfair. Prejudice and bias had governed its every step. Such bullying and browbeating and innuendo as Mason had indulged in before the jury would never pass as fair or adequate in any higher court, and a new trial, on appeal, would certainly be granted, although by whom such an appeal was to be conducted he was not now prepared to discuss. And now, recalling that, Clyde saying to himself that it did not so much matter, perhaps, after all. It could not, really. Or could it? Yet think what these words meant in case he could not get a new trial. Death! That is what it would mean if this were final. And perhaps it was final. And then to sit in that chair he had seen in his mind's eye for so long, these many days and nights when he could not force his mind to drive it away. Here it was again before him, that dreadful ghastly chair, only closer and larger than ever before, there in the very center of the space between himself and Justice Oberwalzer. He could see it plainly now. Squarish, heavy-armed, heavy-backed, some straps at the top and sides. God, supposing no one would help him now. Even the Griffiths might not be willing to pay out any more money. Think of that. The Court of Appeals to which Jephson and Belknap had referred might not be willing to help him either. And then these words would be final. They would. They would. God! His jaws moved slightly, then set, because at the moment he became conscious that they were moving. Besides, at that moment Belknap was rising and asking for an individual poll of the jury, while Jephson leaned over and whispered, "Don't worry about it. It isn't final. We'll get a reversal as sure as anything." Yet as each of the jurors was saying yes, Clyde was listening to them, not to Jephson. Why should each one say that with so much emphasis? Was there not one who felt that he might not have done as Mason had said, struck her intentionally? Was there not one who even half believed in that change of heart which Belknap and Jephson had insisted that he had experienced? He looked at them all, little and big. They were like a blackish-brown group of wooden toys with creamish-brown or old ivory faces and hands. Then he thought of his mother. She would hear of this now, for here were all these newspaper writers and artists and photographers assembled to hear this. And what would the Griffiths, his uncle and Gilbert, think now? And Sandra, not a word from her. And through all this he had been openly testifying, as Belknap and Jephson had agreed that he must do, to the compelling and directing power of his passion for her, the real reason for all this. But not a word. And she would not send him any word now, of course, she who had been going to marry him and give him everything. But in the meantime the crowd about him silent, although, or perhaps because, intensely satisfied. The little devil hadn't gotten by. He hadn't fooled the 12 sane men of this county with all that bunk about a change of heart. What rot! While Jephson sat and stared, and Belknap, his strong face written all over with contempt and defiance, making his motions, and Mason and Burley and Newcomb and Redmond thinly repressing their intense satisfaction behind masks preternaturally severe, the while Belknap continued with the request that the sentence be put off until the following Friday, a week hence, when he could more conveniently attend, but with Justice Oberwalzer replying that he thought not, unless some good reason could be shown. But on the morrow, if counsel desired, he would listen to an argument. If it were satisfactory, he would delay sentence. Otherwise, pronounce it the following Monday. Yet even so, Clyde was not concerned with this argument at the moment. He was thinking of his mother and what she would think, feel. He had been writing her so regularly, insisting always that he was innocent and that she must not believe all or even a part of what she read in the newspapers. He was going to be acquitted, sure. He was going to go on the stand and testify for himself. But now? Oh, he needed her now, so much. Quite everyone, as it seemed now, had forsaken him. He was terribly, terribly alone. And he must send her word, quickly. He must. And then, asking Jephson for a piece of paper and a pencil, he wrote, "Mrs. Asa Griffiths, care of Star of Hope Mission, Denver, Colorado. Dear Mother, I am convicted. Clyde." And then handing that to Jephson, he asked him, nervously and weakly, if he would see that it was sent right away. "Right away, son, sure," replied Jephson, touched by his looks, and waving to a press boy who was near and gave it to him, together with some money. And then, while this was going on, all the public exits being locked, until Clyde, accompanied by Sissel and Kraut, had been ushered through the familiar side entrance through which he had hoped to escape. And with all the press and the public and the still remaining jury gazing, for even yet they had not seen enough of Clyde, but must stare into his face now to see how he was taking it. And because of the local feeling against him, Justice Oberwalzer, at Slack's request, holding court unadjourned until word was brought that Clyde was once more locked in his cell, whereupon the doors were reopened. And then the crowd surging out, but only to wait at the courtroom door in order to glimpse, as he passed out, Mason, who now, of all the figures in this case, was the true hero, the nemesis of Clyde, the avenger of Roberta. But he not appearing at first, but instead Jephson and Belknap together, and not so much depressed as solemn, defiant. Jeffson in particular looking unconquerably contemptuous. Then someone calling, "Well, you didn't get him off, just the same," and Jeffson replying with a shrug of his shoulders, "Not yet, but this county isn't all of the law, either." Then Mason immediately afterward, a heavy, baggy overcoat thrown over his shoulder, his worn soft hat pulled low over his eyes, and followed by Burley, Height, Newcomb, and others as a royal train, while he walked in the manner of one entirely oblivious of the meaning or compliment of this waiting throng. For was he not now a victor and an elected judge? And as instantly being set upon by a circling, huzzahing mass, the while a score of those nearest sought to seize him by the hand or place a grateful pat upon his arm or shoulder. "Hurrah for Orville! Good for you, Judge," his new or fast-approaching title. "By God, Orville Mason, you deserve the thanks of this county. Hi-oh! Hey! Hey! 3 cheers for Orville Mason!" And with that, the crowd bursting into 3 resounding huzzahs, which Clyde in his cell could clearly hear and at the same time sense the meaning of. They were cheering Mason for convicting him. In that large crowd out there was not one who did not believe him totally and completely guilty. Roberta, her letters, her determination to make him marry her, her giant fear of exposure, had dragged him down to this, to conviction, to death maybe, away from all he had longed for, away from all he had dreamed he might possess. And Sandra! Sandra! Not a word! Not a word! And so now, fearing that Kraut or Sissel or someone might be watching, ready to report even now his very gesture, and not willing to show after all how totally collapsed and despondent he really was, he sat down and taking up a magazine pretended to read, the while he looked far, far beyond it to other scenes, his mother, his brother and sisters, the Griffiths, all he had known. But finding these unsubstantiated mind visions a little too much, he finally got up, and throwing off his clothes, climbed into his iron cot. Convicted! Convicted! And that meant he must die! God! But how blessed to be able to conceal his face upon a pillow and not let anyone see, however accurately they might guess. End of Book 3, Chapter 26. Section 36 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Section 27. The dreary aftermath of a great contest and a great failure, with the general public from coast to coast, in view of this stern local interpretation of the tragedy, firmly convinced that Clyde was guilty, and, as heralded by the newspapers everywhere, that he had been properly convicted. The pathos of that poor little murdered country girl, her sad letters, how she must have suffered, that weak defense. Even the Griffiths of Denver were so shaken by the evidence as the trial had progressed that they scarcely dared read the papers openly, one to the other, but for the most part read of it separately and alone, whispering together afterwards of the damning, awful deluge of circumstantial evidence. Yet, after reading Belknap's speech and Clyde's own testimony, this little family group that had struggled along together for so long, coming to believe in their own son and brother, in spite of all they had previously read against him. And because of this, during the trial as well as afterwards, writing him cheerful and hopeful letters, based frequently on letters from him in which he insisted over and over again that he was not guilty. Yet once convicted, and out of the depths of his despair writing his mother as he did, and the papers confirming it, absolute consternation in the Griffiths family. For was not this proof? Or was it? All the papers seemed to think so, and they rushed reporters to Mrs. Griffiths, who, together with her little brood, had sought refuge from the unbearable publicity in a remote part of Denver entirely removed from the mission world. A venal moving van company had revealed her address. And now this American witness to the rule of God upon earth, sitting in a chair in her shabby, nondescript apartment, hard-pressed for the very means to sustain herself, degraded by the milling forces of life and the fell and brutal blows of chance, yet serene in her trust, and declaring, "I cannot think this morning. I seem numb and things look strange to me. My boy found guilty of murder, but I am his mother and I am not convinced of his guilt by any means. He has written me that he is not guilty, and I believe him. And to whom should he turn with the truth and for trust, if not to me? But there is he who sees all things and who knows." At the same time, there was so much in the long stream of evidence, as well as Clyde's first folly in Kansas City, that had caused her to wonder and fear. Why was he unable to explain that folder? Why couldn't he have gone to the girl's aid when he could swim so well? And why did he proceed so swiftly to the mysterious Miss X, whoever she was? Oh, surely, she was not going to be compelled, in spite of all her faith, to believe that her eldest, the most ambitious and hopeful, if restless, of all of her children, was guilty of such a crime. No! She could not doubt him, even now. Under the merciful direction of a living God, was it not evil in a mother to believe evil of a child, however dread his erring ways might have been? In the silence of the different rooms of the mission, before she had been compelled to remove from there because of curious and troublesome visitors, had she not stood many times in the center of one of those miserable rooms while sweeping and dusting, free from the eye of any observer, her head thrown back, her eyes closed, her strong brown face molded in homely and yet convinced and earnest lines, a figure of the early biblical days of her 6,000-year-old world, and earnestly directing her thoughts to that imaginary throne which she saw as occupied by the living, giant mind and body of the living God, her Creator, and praying by the quarter and the half hour that she be given strength and understanding and guidance to know of her son's innocence or guilt, and if innocent that this searing burden of suffering be lifted from him and her and all those dear to him and her, or if guilty she be shown how to endure the while he be shown how to wash from his immortal soul forever the horror of the thing he had done, make himself once more, if possible, white before the Lord. Thou art mighty, O God, and there is none beside thee. Behold, to thee all things are possible. In thy favor is life. Have mercy, O God. Though his sins be as scarlet, make him white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, make them as wool. Yet in her then, and as she prayed, was the wisdom of Eve in regard to the daughters of Eve. That girl whom Clyde was alleged to have slain, what about her? Had she not sinned too? And was she not older than Clyde? The papers said so. Examining the letters, line by line, she was moved by their pathos, and was intensely and pathetically grieved for the misery that had befallen the Aldens. Nevertheless, as a mother and a woman full of the wisdom of ancient Eve, she saw how Roberta herself must have consented, how the lure of her must have aided in the weakening and betrayal of her son. A strong, good girl would not have consented, could not have. How many confessions about the same thing had she not heard in the mission and at street meetings? And might it not be said in Clyde's favor, as in the very beginning of life in the Garden of Eden, "The woman tempted me"? Truly, and because of that. "His mercy endureth forever," she quoted. And if his mercy endureth, must that of Clyde's mother be less? "If ye have faith so much as the grain of a mustard seed," she quoted to herself, and now, in the face of these importuning reporters, added, "Did my son kill her? That is the question. Nothing else matters in the eyes of our Maker." And she looked at the sophisticated, callous youths with the look of one who was sure that her God would make them understand. And even so, they were impressed by her profound sincerity and faith. Whether or not the jury has found him guilty or innocent is neither here nor there in the eyes of him who holds the stars in the hollow of his hand. The jury's finding is of men. It is of the earth's earthy. I have read his lawyer's plea. My son himself has told me in his letters that he is not guilty. I believe my son. I am convinced that he is innocent. And Asa in another corner of the room saying little. Because of his lack of comprehension of the actualities, as well as his lack of experience of the stern and motivating forces of passion, he was unable to grasp even a tithe of the meaning of this. He had never understood Clyde, or his lax, or his feverish imaginings, so he said, and preferred not to discuss him. "But," continued Mrs. Griffiths, "at no time have I shielded Clyde in his sin against Roberta Alden. He did wrong, but she did wrong too in not resisting him. There can be no compromising with sin in anyone. And though my heart goes out in sympathy and love to the bleeding heart of her dear mother and father who have suffered so, still we must not fail to see that this sin was mutual, and that the world should know and judge accordingly. Not that I want to shield him," she repeated. "He should have remembered the teachings of his youth." And here her lips compressed in a sad and somewhat critical misery. "But I have read her letters too, and I feel that but for them, the prosecuting attorney would have had no real case against my son. He used them to work on the emotions of the jury." She got up, tried as by fire, and exclaimed, tensely and beautifully, "But he is my son. He has just been convicted. I must think as a mother how to help him, however I feel as to his sin." She gripped her hands together, and even the reporters were touched by her misery. "I must go to him. I should have gone before. I see it now." She paused, discovering herself to be addressing her inmost agony, need, fear to these public ears and voices, which might in no wise understand or care. "Some people wonder," now interrupted one of these same, a most practical and emotionally calloused youth of Clyde's own age, "why you weren't there during the trial. Didn't you have the money to go?" "I had no money," she replied simply. "Not enough, anyhow. And besides, they advised me not to come, that they did not need me. But now I must go. In some way. I must find out how." She went to a small, shabby desk, which was a part of the sparse and colorless equipment of the room. "You boys are going downtown," she said. "Would one of you send a telegram for me if I give you the money?" "Sure," exclaimed the one who had asked her the rudest question. "Give it to me. You don't need any money. I'll have the paper send it." Also, as he thought, he would write it up, or in, as a part of his story. She seated herself at the yellow and scratched desk, and after finding a small pad and pen, she wrote, "Clyde, trust in God. All things are possible to him. Appeal at once. Read Psalms 51. Another trial will prove your innocence. We will come to you soon. Father and Mother." "Perhaps I had just better give you the money," she added nervously, wondering whether it would be well to permit a newspaper to pay for this, and wondering at the same time if Clyde's uncle would be willing to pay for an appeal. It might cost a great deal. Then she added, "It's rather long." "Oh, don't bother about that," exclaimed another of the trio who was anxious to read the telegram. "Write all you want. We'll see that it goes." "I want a copy of that," added the third in a sharp and uncompromising tone, seeing that the first reporter was proceeding to take and pocket the message. "This isn't private. I get it from you or her. Now." And at this, number one, in order to avoid a scene, which Mrs. Griffiths, in her slow way, was beginning to sense, extracted the slip from his pocket and turned it over to the others, who there and then proceeded to copy it. At the same time that this was going on, the Griffiths of Lycurgus, having been consulted as to the wisdom and cost of a new trial, disclosed themselves as by no means interested, let alone convinced, that an appeal, at least at their expense, was justified. The torture and socially, if not commercially, destroying force of all this, every hour of it a Golgotha, Bella and her social future, to say nothing of Gilbert and his, completely overcast and charred by this awful public picture of the plot and crime that one of their immediate blood had conceived and executed. Samuel Griffiths himself, as well as his wife, fairly macerated by this blasting flash from his well-intentioned, though seemingly impractical and nonsensical good deed. Had not a long, practical struggle with life taught him that sentiment in business was folly? Up to the hour he had met Clyde, he had never allowed it to introduce him in any way. But his mistaken notion that his youngest brother had been unfairly dealt with by their father. And now this! His wife and daughter compelled to remove from the scene of their happiest years and comforts and live as exiles, perhaps forever, in one of the suburbs of Boston or elsewhere, and forever endure the eyes and sympathy of their friends. And himself and Gilbert almost steadily conferring ever since as to the wisdom of uniting the business in stock form with some of the others of Lycurgus or elsewhere, or, if not that, of transferring, not by degrees but speedily, to either Rochester or Buffalo or Boston or Brooklyn, where a main plant might be erected. The disgrace of this could only be overcome by absenting themselves from Lycurgus and all that it represented to them. They must begin life all over again, socially at least. That did not mean so much to himself or his wife. Their day was about over anyhow. But Bella and Gilbert and Myra, how to rehabilitate them in some way, somewhere? And so, even before the trial was finished, a decision on the part of Samuel and Gilbert Griffiths to remove the business to South Boston, where they might decently submerge themselves until the misery and shame of this had in part at least been forgotten. And because of this, further aid to Clyde absolutely refused, and Belknap and Jephson then sitting down together to consider. For obviously, their time being as valuable as it was, devoted hitherto to the most successful practice in Bridgeburg, and with many matters waiting on account of the pressure of this particular case, they were by no means persuaded that either their practical self-interest or their charity permitted or demanded their assisting Clyde without further recompense. In fact, the expense of appealing this case was going to be considerable, as they saw it. The record was enormous. The briefs would be large and expensive, and the state's allowance for them was pitifully small. At the same time, as Jephson pointed out, it was folly to assume that the Western Griffiths might not be able to do anything at all. Had they not been identified with religious and charitable work this long while? And was it not possible the tragedy of Clyde's present predicament pointed out to them that they might, through appeals of various kinds, raise at least sufficient money to defray the actual costs of such an appeal? Of course, they had not aided Clyde up to the present time, but that was because his mother had been notified that she was not needed. It was different now. "Better wire her to come on," suggested Jephson practically. "We can get Oberwalzer to set the sentence over until the 10th if we say that she's trying to come on here. Besides, just tell her to do it, and if she says she can't, we'll see about the money then. But she'll be likely to get it, and maybe some towards the appeal, too." And forthwith a telegram and a letter to Mrs. Griffiths, saying that as yet no word had been said to Clyde, but nonetheless his Lycurgus relatives had declined to assist him further in any way. Besides, he was to be sentenced not later than the 10th, and for his own future welfare it was necessary that someone, preferably herself, appear, also that funds to cover the cost of an appeal be raised, or at least the same guaranteed. And then Mrs. Griffiths, on her knees, praying to her God to help her. Here, now, he must show his almighty hand, his never-failing mercy. Enlightenment and help must come from somewhere. Otherwise, how was she to get the fare, let alone raise money for Clyde's appeal? Yet as she prayed, on her knees, a thought. The newspapers had been hounding her for interviews. They had followed her here and there. Why had she not gone to her son's aid? What did she think of this? What of that? And now, she said to herself, why should she not go to the editor of one of the great papers, so anxious to question her always, and tell him how great was her need? Also that if he would help her to reach her son in time to be with him on the day of sentence, that she, his mother, would report the same for him. These papers were sending their reporters here, there, even to the trial, as she had read. Why not her, his mother? Could she not speak and write too? And how many, many tracts had she not composed? And so now to her feet, only to sink once more on her knees. "Thou hast answered me, O my God!" she exclaimed. Then, rising, she got out her ancient brown coat, the commonplace brown bonnet with strings, based on some mood in regard to religious livery, and at once proceeded to the largest and most important newspaper. And because of the notoriety of her son's trial, she was shown directly to the managing editor, who was as much interested as she was impressed, and who listened to her with respect and sympathy. He understood her situation, and was under the impression that the paper would be interested in this. He disappeared for a few moments, then returned. She would be employed as a correspondent for a period of 3 weeks, and after that until further notice. Her expenses to and fro would be covered. An assistant, into whose hands he would now deliver her, would instruct her as to the method of preparing and filing her communications. He would also provide her with some ready cash. She might even leave tonight if she chose. The sooner, the better. The paper would like a photograph or two before she left. But as he talked, and as he noticed, her eyes were closed, her head back. She was offering thanks to the God who had thus directly answered her plea. End of Book 3, Chapter 27. Section 37 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 28. Bridgeburg and the slow train that set down a tired, distrait woman at its depot after midnight on the 8th of December. Bitter cold and bright stars. A lone depot assistant who on inquiry directed her to the Bridgeburg Central House. Straight up the street which now faced her, then 2 blocks to her left after she reached the 2nd street. The sleepy night clerk of the Central House providing her instantly with a room, and, once he knew who she was, directing her to the county jail. But she deciding after due rumination that now was not the hour. He might be sleeping. She would go to bed and rise early in the morning. She had sent him various telegrams. He knew that she was coming. But as early as 7 in the morning, rising, and by 8 appearing at the jail, letters, telegrams, and credentials in hand. And the jail officials, after examining the letters she carried and being convinced of her identity, notifying Clyde of her presence. And he, depressed and forlorn, on hearing this news, welcoming the thought of her as much as at first he had dreaded her coming. For now things were different. All the long, grim story had been told. And because of the plausible explanation which Jephson had provided him, he could face her perhaps and say without a quaver that it was true, that he had not plotted to kill Roberta, that he had not willingly left her to die in the water. And then hurrying down to the visitor's room, where, by the courtesy of Slack, he was permitted to talk with his mother alone. On seeing her rise at his entrance and hurrying to her, his troubled, intricate soul not a little dubious, yet confident also that it was to find sanctuary, sympathy, help, perhaps, and that without a criticism, in her heart, and exclaiming with difficulty, as a lump thickened in his throat, "Gee, Ma, I'm glad you've come." But she, too, moved for words, her condemned boy in her arms, merely drawing his head to her shoulder and then looking up. The Lord God had vouchsafed her this much. Why not more? The ultimate freedom of her son, or if not that, at least a new trial, a fair consideration of the evidence in his favor, which had not been had yet, of course. And so they stood for several moments. Then news of home, the reason for her presence, her duty as a correspondent to interview him, later to appear with him in court at the hour of his sentence, a situation over which Clyde winced. Yet now, as he heard from her, his future was likely to depend on her efforts alone. The Lycurgus Griffiths, for reasons of their own, had decided not to aid him further. But she, if she were but able to face the world with a sound claim, might still aid him. Had not the Lord aided her thus far? Yet to face the world and the Lord with her just plea, she must now know from him, now, the truth as to whether he had intentionally or unintentionally struck Roberta, whether intentionally or unintentionally he had left her to die. She had read the evidence in his letters and had noted all the defects in his testimony. But were those things as contended by Mason true or false? Clyde, now as always overawed and thrown back on himself by that uncompromising and shameless honesty which he had never been able to quite comprehend in her, announced, with all the firmness he could muster, yet with a secret quavering chill in his heart, that he had sworn to the truth. He had not done those things with which he had been charged. He had not. But alas, as she now said to herself, on observing him, what was that about his eyes? A faint flicker, perhaps? He was not so sure, as self-convinced and definite as she had hoped, as she had prayed he would be. No, there was something in his manner, his words, as he spoke, a faint recessive intonation, a sense of something troubled, dubious, perhaps, which quite froze her now. He was not positive enough, and so he might have plotted, in part at least, as she had feared at first, when she had first heard of this, might have even struck her on that lone secret lake. Who could tell? The searing, destroying power of such a thought as that, and that in the face of all his testimony to the contrary. But Jehovah Jireh, thou wilt not require of a mother, in her own and her son's darkest hour, that she doubt him, make sure his death through her own lack of faith? Oh no, thou wilt not. O Lamb of God, thou wilt not. She turned, she bruised under her heel the scaly head of this dark suspicion, as terrifying to her as his guilt was to him. O Absalom, my Absalom, come, we will not entertain such a thought. God himself would not urge it upon a mother. Was he not here, her son, before her, declaring firmly that he had not done this thing? She must believe. She would believe him utterly. She would, and did. Whatever fiend of doubt might still remain locked in the lowest dungeon of her miserable heart. Come, the public should know how she felt. She and her son would find a way. He must believe and pray. Did he have a Bible? Did he read it? And Clyde, having been long since provided with a Bible by a prison worker, assured her that he had and did read it. But now she must go first to see his lawyers, next to file her dispatch, after which she would return. But once out on the street, being immediately set upon by several reporters and eagerly questioned as to the meaning of her presence here. Did she believe in her son's innocence? Did she or did she not think that he had had a fair trial? Why had she not come on before? And Mrs. Griffiths, in her direct and earnest and motherly way, taking them into her confidence, and telling how as well as why she came to be here, and also why she had not come before. But now that she was here, she hoped to stay. The Lord would provide the means for the salvation of her son, of whose innocence she was convinced. Would they not ask God to help her? Would they not pray for her success? And with the several reporters, not a little moved and impressed, assuring her that they would, of course, and thereafter describing her to the world at large as she was, middle-aged, homely, religious, determined, sincere and earnest, and with a moving faith in the innocence of her boy. But the Griffiths of Lycurgus, on hearing this, resenting her coming as one more blow, and Clyde, in his cell, on reading of it later, somewhat shocked by the gross publicity now attending everything in connection with him, yet, because of his mother's presence, resigned, and after a time almost happy. Whatever her faults or defects, after all, she was his mother, wasn't she? And she had come to his aid. Let the public think what it would. Was he not in the shadow of death, and she at least had not deserted him? And with this, her suddenly manifested skill in connecting herself in this way with the Denver paper to praise her for. She had never done anything like this before, and who knew but that possibly, and even in the face of her dire poverty now, she might still be able to solve this matter of a new trial for him, and so save his life. Who knew? And yet how much and how indifferently he had sinned against her. Oh, how much! And still here she was, his mother still anxious and tortured, and yet loving, and seeking to save his life by writing up his own conviction for a Western paper. No longer did the shabby coat and the outlandish hat, and the broad, immobile face, and somewhat stolid and crude gestures seem the racking and disturbing things they had so little time since. She was his mother, and she loved him, and believed him, and was struggling to save him. On the other hand, Belknap and Jephson, on first encountering her, were by no means so much impressed. For some reason they had not anticipated so crude and unlettered, and yet convinced a figure. The wide, flat shoes, the queer hat, the old brown coat. Yet somehow, after a few moments, arrested by her earnestness and faith and love for her son, and her fixed, inquiring, inhumanly clean and pure blue eyes, in which dwelt immaterial conviction and sacrifice, with no shadow of turning. Did they personally think her son innocent? She must know that first. Or did they secretly believe that he was guilty? She had been so tortured by all the contradictory evidence. God had laid a heavy cross upon her and hers. Nevertheless, blessed be his name. And both, seeing and feeling her great concern, were quick to assure her that they were convinced of Clyde's innocence. If he were executed for this alleged crime, it would be a travesty on justice. Yet both, now that they saw her, troubled as to the source of any further funds, her method of getting here, which she now explained, indicating that she had nothing, an appeal sure to cost not less than $2,000, and Mrs. Griffiths, after an hour in their presence, in which they made clear to her the basic cost of an appeal, covering briefs to be prepared, arguments, trips to be made, asserting repeatedly that she did not quite see how she was to do. Then, suddenly, and to them somewhat inconsequentially, yet movingly and dramatically, exclaiming, "The Lord will not desert me, I know it. He has declared himself unto me. It was his voice there in Denver that directed me to that paper, and now that I am here I will trust him and he will guide me." But Belknap and Jephson merely looking at one another in unconvinced and pagan astonishment. Such faith! An exhorter! An evangelist, no less! Yet to Jephson here was an idea. There was the religious element to be reckoned with everywhere, strong in its agreement with just such faith. Assuming the Griffiths of Lycurgus to remain obdurate and unmoved, why then, and now that she was here, there were the churches and the religious people generally. Might it not be possible, with such a temperament and faith as this, to appeal to the very element that had hitherto most condemned Clyde and made his conviction a certainty, for funds wherewith to carry this case into the Court of Appeals? This lone mother, her faith in her boy. Presto! A lecture, at so much for admission, and in which, hard-pressed as she was and could show, she would set forth the righteousness of her boy's claim, seek to obtain the sympathy of the prejudiced public, and incidentally $2,000 or more with which this appeal could be conducted. And now Jephson, turning to her and laying the matter before her, and offering to prepare a lecture or notes, a condensation of her various arguments, in fact, an entire lecture which she could rearrange and present as she chose, all the data which was the ultimate, basic truth in regard to her son. And she, her brown cheeks flushing and her eyes brightening, agreeing she would do it. She would try. She could do no less than try. Verily, verily, was this not the voice and hand of God in the darkest hour of her tribulation? On the following morning Clyde was arraigned for sentence, with Mrs. Griffiths given a seat near him, and seeking, paper and pencil in hand, to make notes of, for her, an unutterable scene, while a large crowd surveyed her. His own mother! And acting as a reporter! Something absurd, grotesque, insensitive, even ludicrous about such a family and such a scene, and to think the Griffiths of Lycurgus should be so immediately related to them. Yet Clyde sustained and heartened by her presence, for had she not returned to the jail the previous afternoon with her plan? And as soon as this was over, whatever the sentence might be, she would begin with her work. And so, and that almost in spite of himself, in his darkest hour, standing up before Justice Oberwalzer, and listening first to a brief recital of his charge and trial, which was pronounced by Oberwalzer to have been fair and impartial, then to the customary, "Have you any cause which shows why the judgment of death should not now be pronounced against you according to law?" To which, and to the astonishment of his mother and the auditors, if not Jephson, who had advised and urged him so to do, Clyde now, in a clear and firm voice, replied, "I am innocent of the crime as charged in the indictment. I never killed Roberta Alden, and therefore I think this sentence should not be passed." And then, staring straight before him, conscious only of the look of admiration and love turned on him by his mother, for had not her son now declared himself, here at this fatal moment, before all these people? And his word here, if not in that jail, would be true, would it not? Then her son was not guilty. He was not. He was not. Praised be the name of the Lord in the highest. And deciding to make a great point of this in her dispatch, so as to get it in all the papers, and in her lecture afterwards. However, Oberwalzer, without the faintest sign of surprise or perturbation, now continued, "Is there anything else you care to say?" "No," replied Clyde, after a moment's hesitation. "Clyde Griffiths," then concluded Oberwalzer, "the judgment of the court is that you, Clyde Griffiths, for the murder in the first degree of one, Roberta Alden, whereof you are convicted, be, and you are hereby sentenced to the punishment of death. And it is ordered that, within 10 days after this day's session of court, the sheriff of this county of Cataraqui deliver you, together with the warrant of this court, to the agent and warden of the state prison of the state of New York at Auburn, where you shall be kept in solitary confinement until the week beginning Monday, the 28th day of January, 19 , and, upon some day within the week so appointed, the said agent and warden of the state prison of the state of New York at Auburn is commended to do execution upon you, Clyde Griffiths, in the mode and manner prescribed by the laws of the state of New York." And that done, a smile from Mrs. Griffiths to her boy, and an answering smile from Clyde to her. For since he had announced that he was not guilty, here, her spirit had risen in the face of this sentence. He was really innocent. He must be, since he had declared it here. And Clyde, because of her smile, saying to himself, his mother believed in him now. She had not been swayed by all the evidence against him. And this faith, mistaken or not, was now so sustaining, so needed. What he had just said was true as he now saw it. He had not struck Roberta. That was true, and therefore he was not guilty. Yet Kraut and Slack were once more seizing him and escorting him to the cell. Immediately thereafter, his mother, seating herself at a press table, proceeded to explain to contiguous press representatives now curiously gathering about her. "You mustn't think too badly of me, you gentlemen of the papers. I don't know much about this, but it is the only way I could think of to be with my boy. I couldn't have come otherwise." And then one lanky correspondent stepping up to say, "Don't worry, Mother. Is there any way I can help you? Want me to straighten out what you want to say? I'll be glad to." And then sitting down beside her and proceeding to help her arrange her impressions in the form in which he assumed her Denver paper might like them, and others as well offering to do anything they could, and all greatly moved. 2 days later, the proper commitment papers having been prepared and his mother notified of the change but not permitted to accompany him, Clyde was removed to Auburn, the western penitentiary of the state of New York, where in the death house, or murderer's row, as it was called, as gloomy and torturesome an inferno as one could imagine any human compelled to endure, a combination of some 22 cells on 2 separate levels, he was to be restrained until ordered retried or executed. Yet as he traveled from Bridgeburg to this place, impressive crowds at every station, young and old, men, women, and children, all seeking a glimpse of the astonishingly youthful slayer, and girls and women, under the guise of kindly interest, but which at best spelled little more than a desire to achieve a facile intimacy with this darling and romantic, if unfortunate figure, throwing him a flower here and there, and calling to him gaily and loudly as the train moved from one station to another, "Hello, Clyde! Hope to see you soon again. Don't stay too long down there. If you take an appeal, you're sure to be acquitted. We hope so, anyhow." And with Clyde not a little astonished, and later even heartened by this seemingly favorable discrepancy between the attitude of the crowds in Bridgeburg and this sudden, morbid, feverish, and even hectic curiosity here, bowing and smiling and even waving with his hand, yet thinking none the less, "I am on the way to the death house, and they can be so friendly. It is a wonder they dare." And with Kraut and Sissel, his guards, because of the distinction and notoriety of being both his captors and jailers, as well also because of these unusual attentions from passengers on the train and individuals in these throngs, without being themselves flattered and ennobled. But after this one brief, colorful flight in the open since his arrest, past these waiting throngs and over winter sunlit fields and hills of snow that reminded him of Lycurgus, Sandra, Roberta, and all that he had so kaleidoscopically and fatally known in the 20 months just past, the grey and restraining walls of Auburn itself, with, once he was presented to a clerk in the warden's office and his name and crime entered in the books, himself assigned 2 assistants, who saw that he was given a prison bath and haircut, all the wavy black hair he so much admired cut away, a prison-striped uniform and hideous cap of the same material, prison underwear and heavy grey felt shoes to quiet the restless prison tread, in which in time he might indulge, together with the number, 77221. And so accoutred, immediately transferred to the death-house proper, where in a cell on the ground floor he was now locked, a squarish, light, clean space, 8 by 10 feet in size, and fitted with sanitary plumbing, as well as a cot bed, a table, a chair, and a small rack for books. And there then, while he barely sensed that there were other cells about him, ranging up and down a wide hall, he first stood, and then seated himself, now no longer buoyed by the more intimate and sociable life of the jail at Bridgeburg, or those strange throngs and scenes that had punctuated his trip here. The hectic tensity and misery of these hours, that sentence to die, that trip with all those people calling to him, that cutting of his hair downstairs in that prison barber shop, and by a convict, the suit and underwear that was now his and that he now had on. There was no mirror here, or anywhere, but no matter, he could feel how he looked. This baggy coat and trousers and his striped cap, he threw it hopelessly to the floor. For but an hour before he had been clothed in a decent suit and shirt and tie and shoes, and his appearance had been neat and pleasing, as he himself had thought as he left Bridgeburg. But now, how must he look? And tomorrow his mother would be coming, and later Jephson or Belknap, maybe. God! But worse, there in that cell directly opposite him, a sallow and emaciated and sinister-looking Chinaman in a suit exactly like his own, who had come to the bars of his door and was looking at him out of inscrutable slant eyes, but is immediately turning and scratching himself. Vermin, maybe, as Clyde immediately feared. There had been bedbugs at Bridgeburg. A Chinese murderer, for was this not the death-house? But as good as himself here, and with a garb like his own. Thank God visitors were probably not many. He had heard from his mother that scarcely any were allowed, that only she and Belknap and Jephson and any minister he chose might come once a week. But now these hard, white-painted walls, brightly lighted by wide, unobstructed skylights by day as he could see, by incandescent lamps in the hall without at night, yet also different from Bridgeburg, so much more bright or harsh illuminatively. For there, the jail being old, the walls were a grey-brown and not very clean, the cells larger, the furnishings more numerous, a table with a cloth on it at times, books, papers, a chess and checkerboard, whereas here was nothing, these hard narrow walls, the iron bars rising to a heavy solid ceiling above, and that very, very heavy iron door, which yet, like the one at Bridgeburg, had a small hole through which food would be passed, of course. But just then a voice from somewhere. "Hey, we got a new one with us, fellers! Ground tier, second cell, east." And then a second voice. "You don't say. What's he like?" And a third. "What's your name, new man? Don't be scared. You ain't no worse off than the rest of us." And then the first voice answering number 2. "Kinda tall and skinny. A kid. Looks like a little mama's boy, but not as bad at that. Hey you, tell us your name." And Clyde, amazed and dumb and pondering, for how was one to take such an introduction as this? What to say? What to do? Should he be friendly with these men? Yet this instinct for tact prompting him even here to reply, most courteously and promptly, "Clyde Griffiths." And one of the first voices continuing, "Oh, sure, we know who you are. Welcome, Griffiths. We ain't as bad as we sound. We've been reading a lot about you up there in Bridgeburg. We thought you'd be along pretty soon now." And another voice, "You don't want to be too down. It ain't so worse here. At least the place is all right. A roof over your head, as they say." And then a laugh from somewhere. But Clyde, too horrified and sickened for words, was sadly gazing at the walls and door, then over at the Chinaman, who, silent at his door, was once more gazing at him. Horrible! Horrible! And they talked to each other like that, and to a stranger among them so familiarly. No thought for his wretchedness, his strangeness, his timidity, the horror he must be suffering. But why should a murderer seem timid to anyone, perhaps, or miserable? Worst of all, they had been speculating here as to how long it would be before he would be along, which meant that everything concerning him was known here. Would they nag, or bully, or make trouble for one unless one did just as they wished? If Sandra, or any one of all the people he had known should see or even dream of him as he was here now. God, and his own mother was coming tomorrow. And then an hour later, now evening, a tall, cadaverous guard in a more pleasing uniform, putting an iron tray with food on it through that hole in the door. Food! And for him here. And that sallow, rickety Chinaman over the way taking his. Whom had he murdered? How? And then the savage scraping of iron trays in the various cells. Sounds that reminded him more of hungry animals being fed than men. And some of these men were actually talking as they ate and scraped. It sickened him. Gee, it's a wonder them guys in the mush gallery couldn't think of something else besides cold beans and fried potatoes and coffee. The coffee tonight? Oh boy. Now, in the jail at Buffalo, though. Oh, cut it out, came from another corner. We've heard enough about the jail at Buffalo and your swell chow. You don't show any afternoon tea appetite around here, I notice. Just the same, continued the first voice. As I look back on it now, must have been pretty good. That's the way it seems anyhow, now. Oh, Rafferty, do let up, called still another. And then, presumably, Rafferty once more, who said, Now, I'll just take a little siesta after this, and then I'll call me a chauffeur and go for a little spin. The air tonight must be fine. Then from still another hoarse voice, Oh, you with your sick imagination. Say, I'd give me life for a smoker, and then a good game of cards. Do they play cards here? Thought Clyde. I suppose since Rosenstein was defeated for mayor here, he won't play. Won't he, though? This presumably from Rosenstein. To Clyde's left, in the cell next to him, a voice, to a passing guard, low and yet distinctly audible. Psst! Any word from Albany yet? No word, Herman. And no letter, I suppose. No letter. The voice was very strained, very tense, very miserable, and after this, silence. A moment later, from another cell farther off, a voice from the lowest hell to which a soul can descend, complete and unutterable despair. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! And then from the tier above, another voice. Oh Jesus! Is that farmer going to begin again? I can't stand it. Guard! Guard! Can't you get some dope for that guy? Once more the voice from the lowest. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Clyde was up, his fingers clenched. His nerves were as taut as cords about to snap. A murderer, and about to die, perhaps, or grieving over some terrible thing like his own fate. Moaning, as he in spirit at least had so often moaned there in Bridgeburg. Crying like that? God, and there must be others. And day after day and night after night more of this, no doubt, until, maybe, who could tell? Unless... But oh no, not himself. Not that. Not his day. Oh no, a whole year must elapse before that could possibly happen. Or so Jephson had said, maybe 2, but at that, in 2 years. He found himself stricken with an ague because of the thought that even so brief a time as 2 years. That other room, it was in here somewhere too. This room was connected with it. He knew that. There was a door. It led to that chair. That chair. And then the voice again, as before. Oh my God! Oh my God! He sank to his couch and covered his ears with his hands. End of Book 3, Chapter 28. Section 38 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 29. The death house in this particular prison was one of those crass erections and maintenances of human insensitiveness and stupidity, principally for which no one primarily was really responsible. Indeed, its total plan and procedure were the results of a series of primary legislative enactments, followed by decisions and compulsions as devised by the temperaments and seeming necessities of various wardens, until at last, by degrees and without anything worthy of the name of thinking on anyone's part, there had been gathered and was now being enforced all that could possibly be imagined in the way of unnecessary and really unauthorized cruelty or stupid and destructive torture. And to the end of that, a man, once condemned by a jury, would be compelled to suffer not alone the death for which his sentence called, but 1,000 others before that. For the very room by its arrangement, as well as the rules governing the lives and actions of the inmates, was sufficient to bring about this torture willy-nilly. It was a room 30 by 40 feet of stone and concrete and steel, and surmounted some 30 feet from the floor by a skylight, presumably an improvement over an older and worse death house, with which it was still connected by a door. It was divided lengthwise by a broad passage, along which, on the ground floor, were 12 cells, 6 on a side and 8 by 10 each, and facing each other, and above again a second tier of what were known as balcony cells, 5 on a side. There was, however, at the center of this main passage, and dividing those lower cells equally as to number, a second and narrower passage, which at one end gave way into what was now known as the old death house, where at present only visitors to the inmates of the new death house were received, and at the other into the execution room in which stood the electric chair. 2 of the cells on the lower passage, those at the junction of the narrower passage, faced the execution room door. The 2 opposite these, on the corresponding corners, faced the passage that gave into the old death house, or what now, by a large stretch of the imagination, could be called the condemned man's reception room, where twice weekly an immediate relative or a lawyer might be met, but no others. In the old death house, or present reception room, the cells still there, and an integral part of this reception plan, were all in a row and on only one side of a corridor, thus preventing prying inspection by one inmate of another, and with a wire screen in front as well as green shades which might be drawn in front of each cell. For in an older day, whenever a new convict arrived or departed, or took his daily walk, or went for a bath, or was led eventually through the little iron door to the west where formerly was the execution chamber, these shades were drawn. He was not supposed to be seen by his associates. Yet the old death house, because of this very courtesy and privacy, although intense solitude, was later deemed inhuman, and hence this newer and better death house, as the thoughtful and condescending authorities saw it, was devised. In this, to be sure, were no such small and gloomy cells as those which characterized the old, for there the ceiling was low and the sanitary arrangements wretched, whereas in the new one the ceiling was high, the rooms and corridors brightly lighted, and in every instance no less than 8 by 10 feet in size. But by contrast with the older room, they had the enormous disadvantage of the unscreened, if not uncurtained, cell doors. Besides, by housing all together in 2 such tiers as were here, it placed upon each convict the compulsion of enduring all the horrors of all the vicious, morbid, or completely collapsed and despairing temperaments about him. No true privacy of any kind. By day, a blaze of light pouring through an overarching skylight high above the walls. By night, glistening incandescence of large size and power which flooded each nook and cranny of the various cells. No privacy, no games other than cards and checkers, the only ones playable without releasing the prisoners from their cells. Books, newspapers, to be sure, for all who could read or enjoy them under the circumstances, and visits, mornings and afternoons, as a rule, from a priest, and less regularly from a rabbi or a Protestant minister, each offering his sympathies or services to such as would accept them. But the curse of the place was not because of these advantages, such as they were, but in spite of them, this unremitted contact, as anyone could see, with minds now terrorized and discolored by the thought of an approaching death that was so near, for many, that it was as an icy hand upon brow or shoulder. And none, whatever the bravado, capable of enduring it without mental or physical deterioration in some form. The glooms, the strains, the indefinable terrors and despairs that blew like winds or breaths about this place and depressed or terrorized all by turns. They were manifest at the most unexpected moments, by curses, sighs, tears even, calls for a song, for God's sake, or the most unintended and unexpected yells or groans. Worse yet, and productive of perhaps the most grinding and destroying of all the miseries here, the transverse passage leading between the old death house on the one hand and the execution chamber on the other. For this, from time to time, alas, how frequently, was the scene or stage for at least a part of the tragedy that was here so regularly enacted, the final business of execution. For through this passage, on his last day, a man who was transferred from his better cell in the new building, where he might have been incarcerated for so much as a year or two, to one of the older ones in the old death house, in order that he might spend his last hours in solitude, although compelled at the final moment none the less, the death march, to retrace his steps along this narrower cross passage, and where all might see, into the execution chamber at the other end of it. Also, at any time, in going to visit a lawyer or relative brought into the old death house for this purpose, it was necessary to pass along the middle passage to the smaller one, and so into the old death house, there to be housed in a cell, fronted by a wire screen 2 feet distant, between which and the cell proper a guard must sit, while a prisoner and his guest, wife, son, mother, daughter, brother, lawyer, should converse, the guard hearing all. No hand-clasps, no kisses, no friendly touches of any kind, not even an intimate word that a listening guard might not hear. And when the fatal hour for anyone had at last arrived, every prisoner, if sinister or simple, sensitive or of rugged texture, was actually, if not intentionally, compelled to hear, if not witness, the final preparations, the removal of the condemned man to one of the cells of the older death house, the final and perhaps weeping visit of a mother, son, daughter, father. No thought in either the planning or the practice of all this, of the unnecessary and unfair torture for those who were brought here, not to be promptly executed, by any means, but rather to be held until the higher courts should have passed upon the merits of their cases, an appeal. At first, of course, Clyde sensed little if anything of all this. In so far as his first day was concerned, he had but tasted the veriest spoonful of it all. And to lighten or darken his burden, his mother came at noon the very next day. Not having been permitted to accompany him, she had waited over for a final conference with Belknap and Jephson, as well as to write in full her personal impressions in connection with her son's departure, those nervously searing impressions. And although anxious to find a room somewhere near the penitentiary, she hurried first to the office of the penitentiary immediately upon her arrival at Auburn, and, after presenting an order from Justice Oberwalzer, as well as a solicitous letter from Belknap and Jephson urging the courtesy of a private interview with Clyde to begin with, at least, she was permitted to see her son in a room entirely apart from the old death house. For already the warden himself had been reading of her activities and sacrifices, and was interested in seeing not only her, but Clyde also. But so shaken was she by Clyde's so sudden and amazingly changed appearance here, that she could scarcely speak upon his entrance, even in recognition of him, and blanched and grey were his cheeks, and so shadowy and strained his eyes. His head clipped that way, this uniform, and in this dreadful place of iron gates and locks, and long passages with uniformed guards at every turn. For a moment she winced and trembled, quite faint under the strain, although previous to this she had entered many a jail and larger prison, in Kansas City, Chicago, Denver, and delivered tracts and exhortations and proffered her services in connection with anything she might do. But this, her own son! Her broad, strong bosom began to heave. She looked, and then turned her heavy, broad back to hide her face for the nonce. Her lips and chin quivered. She began to fumble in the small bag she carried for her handkerchief at the same time that she was muttering to herself, "My God, why hast thou forsaken me?" But even as she did so, there came the thought, No, he must not see her so. What a way was this to do, and by her tears weaken him? And yet despite her great strength she could not now cease at once, but cried on. And Clyde, seeing this, and despite his previous determination to bear up and say some comforting and heartening word to his mother, now began, "But you mustn't, Ma. Gee, you mustn't cry. I know it's hard on you, but I'll be all right. Sure I will. It isn't as bad as I thought." Yet inwardly saying, "Oh God, how bad!" And Mrs. Griffiths adding aloud, "My poor boy, my beloved son, but we mustn't give way. No. Behold, I will deliver thee out of the snares of the wicked. God has not deserted either of us, and he will not, that I know. He leadeth me by the still waters, he restoreth my soul. We must put our trust in him. Besides," she added, briskly and practically, as much as to strengthen herself as Clyde, "haven't I already arranged for an appeal? It is to be made yet this week. They're going to file a notice. And that means that your case can't even be considered under a year. But it is just the shock of seeing you so. You see, I wasn't quite prepared for it." She straightened her shoulders, and now looked up and achieved a brave, if strained smile. "The warden here seems very kind, but still, somehow, when I saw you just now—" She dabbed at her eyes, which were damp from this sudden and terrific storm, and to divert herself as well as him as she talked of the so very necessary work before her. Messrs. Belknap and Jephson had been so encouraging to her just before she left. She had gone to their office, and they had urged her and him to be of good cheer. And now she was going to lecture, and at once, and would soon have means to do with that way. Oh yes. And Mr. Jephson would be down to see him one of these days soon. He was by no means to feel that the legal end of all this had been reached. Far from it. The recent verdict and sentence was sure to be reversed and a new trial ordered. The recent one was a farce, as he knew. And as for herself, as soon as she found a room near the prison, she was going to the principal ministers of Auburn and see if she could not secure a church, or 2 or 3, in which to speak and plead his cause. Mr. Jeffson was mailing her some information she could use within a day or two. And after that, other churches in Syracuse, Rochester, Albany, Schenectady, in fact many cities in the East, until she had raised the necessary sum. But she would not neglect him. She would see him at least once a week and write him a letter every other day, or maybe even daily if she could. She would talk to the warden, so he must not despair. She had much hard work ahead of her, of course, but the Lord would guide her in all that she undertook. She knew that. Had he not already shown his gracious and miraculous mercy? Clyde must pray for her and for himself. Read Isaiah, read the Psalms, the 23rd and the 51st and the 91st daily. Also Habakkuk. Are there walls against the hand of the Lord? And then, after more tears, an utterly moving and macerating scene, at last achieving her departure, while Clyde, shaken to his soul by so much misery, returned to his cell. His mother, and at her age, and with so little money, she was going to try to raise the money necessary to save him, and in the past he had treated her so badly, as he now saw. He sat down on the side of his cot and held his head in his hands, the while outside the prison, the iron door of the same closed, and only a lonely room and the ordeal of her proposed lecture tour ahead of her, Mrs. Griffiths paused, by no means so assured or convinced of all she had said to Clyde. To be sure, God would aid her. He must. Had he ever failed her yet? Completely? And now, here, in her darkest hour, her son's. Would he? She paused for a moment a little later in a small parking place beyond the prison to stare at the tall gray walls, the watchtowers with armed guards in uniform, the barred windows and doors. A penitentiary. And her son was now within. Worse yet, in that confined and narrow death house, and doomed to die in an electric chair. Unless, but no, that should not be. It could not be. That appeal, the money for it. She must busy herself as to that at once, not think or brood or despair. Oh no. My shield and my buckler, my light and my strength. O Lord, thou art my strength and my deliverance. In thee will I trust. And then, dabbing at her eyes once more and adding, O Lord, I believe. Help thou mine unbelief. So Mrs. Griffiths, alternately praying and crying as she walked. End of Book 3, Chapter 29. Section 39 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 30. But after this, the long days in prison for Clyde. Except for a weekly visit from his mother, who, once she was entered upon her work, found it difficult to see him more than that, traveling as she did in the next 2 months between Albany and Buffalo and even New York City, but without the success she had at first hoped for. For in the matter of her appeal to the churches and the public, as most wearily, and in secret if not to Clyde, and after 3 weeks of more or less regional and purely sectarian trying, she was compelled to report the Christians, at least, were very indifferent. Not as Christian as they should be. For as all, but more particularly the ministers of the region, since they most guardedly and reservedly represented their congregations in every instance, unanimously saw it, here was a notorious, and, of course, most unsavory trial, which had resulted in a conviction with which the more conservative element of the country, if one could judge by the papers, at least, were in agreement. Besides, who was this woman, as well as her son? An exhorter, a secret preacher, one who, in defiance of all the tenets and processes of organized and historic, as well as hieratic, religious powers and forms, theological seminaries, organized churches and their affiliations and product, all carefully and advisedly and legitimately, because historically and dogmatically interpreting the word of God, choosing to walk forth, and without ordination after any fashion conduct an unauthorized and hence nondescript mission. Besides, if she had remained at home as a good mother should, and devoted herself to her son, as well as to her other children, their care and education, would this have happened? And not only that, but according to Clyde's own testimony in this trial, had he not been guilty of adultery with this girl, whether he had slain her or not? A sin almost equal to murder in many minds. Had he not confessed it? And was an appeal for a convicted adulterer, if not murderer, who could tell us to that, to be made in a church? No Christian church was the place to debate, and for a charge, the merits of this case, however much each Christian of each and every church might sympathize with Mrs. Griffiths personally, or resent any legal injustice that might have been done her son. No, It was not morally advisable. It might even tend to implant in the minds of the young some of the details of the crime. Besides, because of what the newspapers had said of her coming east to aid her son, and the picture that she herself presented in her homely garb, it was assumed by most ministers that she was one of those erratic persons, not a constituent of any definite sect or schooled theology, who tended by her very appearance to cast contempt on true and pure religion. And in consequence, each in turn, not hardening his heart exactly, but thinking twice, and deciding no, there must be some better way, less troublesome to Christians, a public hall, perhaps, to which Christians, if properly appealed to through the press, might well appear. And so Mrs. Griffiths, in all but one instance, rejected in that fashion and told to go elsewhere, while in regard to the Catholics, instinctively, because of prejudice, as well as a certain dull wisdom not inconsistent with the facts, she failed even to so much as think of them. The mercies of Christ, as interpreted by the holder of the sacred keys of St. Peter, as she knew, were not for those who failed to acknowledge the authority of the Vicar of Christ. And therefore, after many days spent in futile knockings here and there, she was at last compelled, and in no little depression, to appeal to a Jew who controlled the principal moving picture theater of Utica, a sinful theater. And from him, this she secured free for a morning address on the merits of her son's case. A Mother's Appeal for Her Son, it was entitled, which netted her, at 25 cents per person, the amazing sum of $200. At first, this sum, small as it was, so heartened her that she was now convinced that soon, whatever the attitude of the orthodox Christians, she would earn enough for Clyde's appeal. It might take time, but she would. Nevertheless, as she soon discovered, there were other factors to be considered. Car fare, her own personal expenses in Utica and elsewhere, to say nothing of certain very necessary sums to be sent to Denver to her husband, who had little or nothing to go on at present, and who, because of this very great tragedy in the family, had become ill. So ill indeed that the letters from Frank and Julia were becoming very disturbing. It was possible that he might not get well at all. Some help was necessary there. And in consequence, in addition to paying her own expenses here, Mrs. Griffiths was literally compelled to deduct other reducing sums from this, her present and only source of income. It was terrible, concerning Clyde's predicament, but nevertheless must she not sustain herself in every way in order to win to victory? She could not reasonably abandon her husband in order to aid Clyde alone. Yet in the face of this, as time went on, the audiences growing smaller and smaller, until at last they constituted little more than a handful, and barely paying her expenses, although through this process nonetheless she finally managed to put aside, over and above all her expenses, $1,100. Yet also, just at this time, and in a moment of extreme anxiety, Frank and Julia wiring her that if she desired to see Asa again she had better come home at once. He was exceedingly low and not expected to live. Whereupon, played upon by these several difficulties, and there being no single thing other than to visit him once or twice a week, as her engagements permitted, which she could do for Clyde, she now hastily conferred with Belknap and Jephson, setting forth her extreme difficulties. And these, seeing that $1,100 of all she had thus far collected was to be turned over to them, now, in a burst of humanity, advised her to return to her husband. Decidedly, Clyde would do well enough for the present, seeing that there was an entire year, or at least 10 months before it was necessary to file the record and the briefs in the case. In addition, another year assuredly must elapse before a decision could be reached, and no doubt before that time the additional part of the appeal fee could be raised. Or, if not, well then, anyhow, seeing how worn and distrait she was at this time, she need not worry. Belknap and Jephson would see to it that her son's interests were properly protected. They would file an appeal and make an argument, and do whatever else was necessary to ensure her son a fair hearing at the proper time. And with that great burden off her mind, and 2 last visits with Clyde in which she assured him of her determination to return as speedily as possible, once Asa was restored to strength again and she could see her way to financing such a return, she now departed, only to find that once she was in Denver once more, it was not so easy to restore him by any means. And in the meantime, Clyde was left to cogitate on and make the best of a world that at its best was a kind of inferno of mental ills, above which, as above Dante's might have been written, abandon hope, ye who enter here. The somberness of it, its slow and yet searing psychic force, the obvious terror and depression, constant and unshakable, of those who, in spite of all their courage or their fears, their bravado or their real indifference, there were even those, were still compelled to think and wait. For now, in connection with this coldest and bitterest form of prison life, he was in constant psychic, if not physical contact, with 20 other convicted characters of varying temperaments and nationalities, each one of whom, like himself, had responded to some heat or lust or misery of his nature or his circumstances, and with murder, a mental as well as physical explosion, as the final outcome or concluding episode, which, being detected, and after what horrors and wearinesses of mental as well as legal contest and failure, such as fairly paralleled his own, now found themselves islanded, immured, in one or another of these 22 iron cages, and awaiting what? How well they knew, and how well he knew, and here with what loud public rages and despairs or prayers, at times, and others, what curses, foul or coarse jests, or tales addressed to all, or ribald laughter, or sighings and groanings in these later hours when the straining spirit having struggled to silence, there was supposedly rest for the body and the spirit. In an exercise court beyond the farthermost end of the long corridor, twice daily for a few minutes each time, between the hours of 10 and 5, the various inmates in groups of 5 or 6 were led forth, to breathe, to walk, to practice calisthenics, or run and leap as they chose, but always under the watchful eyes of sufficient guards to master them in case they attempted rebellion in any form. And to this it was, beginning with the second day, that Clyde himself was led, now with one set of men and now with another, but with the feeling at first strong in him that he could not share in any of these public activities, which, nevertheless, these others, and in spite of their impending doom, seemed willing enough to indulge in. The 2 dark-eyed, sinister-looking Italians, one of whom had slain a girl because she would not marry him, the other who had robbed and then slain and attempted to burn the body of his father-in-law in order to get money for himself and his wife, and big Larry Donahue, square-headed, square-shouldered, big of feet and hands, an overseas soldier, who, being ejected from a job as night watchman in a Brooklyn factory, had lain for the foreman who had discharged him, and then killed him on an open common somewhere at night, but without the skill to keep from losing a service medal which had eventually served to betray and identify him. Clyde had learned all this from the strangely indifferent and non-committal, yet seemingly friendly guards, who were over these cells by night and by day, 2 and 2, turn about, who relieved each other every 8 hours. And Police Officer Riordan of Rochester, who had killed his wife because she was determined to leave him, and now himself was to die. And Thomas Morer, the young farmer, or farmhand, as he really was, whom Clyde on his first night had heard moaning, a man who had killed his employer with a pitchfork, and was soon to die now, as Clyde heard, who walked and walked, keeping close to the wall, his head down, his hands behind his back, a rude, strong, loutish man of about 30, who looked more beaten and betrayed than as though he had been able to torture or destroy another. Clyde wondered about him, his real guilt. Again, Miller Nicholson, a lawyer of Buffalo of perhaps 40 years of age, who was tall and slim and decidedly superior-looking, a refined, intellectual type, one you would have said was no murderer, any more than Clyde, to look at, who, nonetheless, was convicted of poisoning an old man of great wealth and afterwards attempting to convert his fortune to his own use. Yet decidedly with nothing in his look or manner, as Clyde felt, at least, which marked him as one so evil, a polite and courteous man, who, noting Clyde on the very first morning of his arrival here, approached and said, "Scared?" But in the most gentle and solicitous tone, as Clyde could hear and feel, even though he stood blank and icy, afraid almost to move, or think. Yet in this mood, and because he felt so truly done for, replying, "Yes, I guess I am." But once it was out, wondering why he had said it, so weak a confession, and afterwards something in the man heartening him, wishing that he had not. "Your name's Griffiths, isn't it?" "Yes." "Well, my name's Nicholson. Don't be frightened, you'll get used to it." He achieved a cheerful, if wan, smile, but his eyes, they did not seem like that. No smile there. "I don't suppose I'm so scared either," replied Clyde, trying to modify his first quick and unintended confession. "Well, that's good. Be game. We all have to be here, or the whole place would go crazy. Better breathe a little, or walk fast. It'll do you good." He moved away a few paces and began exercising his arms while Clyde stood there, saying, almost loudly, so shaken was he still, "We all have to be, or the whole place would go crazy." That was true, as he could see and feel after that first night. Crazy indeed. tortured to death, maybe, by being compelled to witness these terrible and completely destroying, and for each, impending tragedies. But how long would he have to endure this? How long could he? In the course of a day or two, again he found this death house was not quite like that either. Not all terror, on the surface at least. It was in reality, and in spite of impending death in every instance, a place of taunt and jibe and jest. Even games. Arguments on every conceivable topic from death and women to athletics, the stage, all forms of human contest of skill, or the lack of it, as far at least as the general low intelligence of the group permitted. For the most part, as soon as breakfast was over, among those who were not called upon to join the first group for exercise, there were checkers or cards, 2 games that were played, not with a single set of checkers or a deck of cards between groups released from their cells, but by one of the ever-present keepers providing 2 challenging prisoners, if it were checkers, with 1 checker board, but no checkers. They were not needed. Thereafter the opening move was called by one. I moved from F2 to E1, each square being numbered, each side lettered, the moves checked with a pencil. Thereafter the second party, having recorded this move on his own board, and having studied the effect of it on his own general position, would call, I move from E7 to F5. If more of those present decided to join in this, either on one side or the other, additional boards and pencils were passed to each signifying his desire. Then Shorty Bristol, desiring to aid Dutch Swigert 3 cells down, might call, I wouldn't do that, Dutch. Wait a minute, there's a better move than that. And so on, with taunts, oaths, laughter, arguments, according to the varying fortunes and difficulties of the game. And so, too, with cards. These were played with each man locked in his cell, yet quite as successfully. But Clyde did not care for cards, or for these jibing and coarse hours of conversation. There was for him, and with the exception of the speech of one, Nicholson, alone, too much ribald and even brutal talk which he could not appreciate. But he was drawn to Nicholson. He was beginning to think after a time, a few days, that this lawyer, his presence and companionship during the exercise hour, whenever they chanced to be in the same set, could help him to endure this. He was the most intelligent and respectable man here. The others were all so different, taciturn at times, and for the most part so sinister, crude, or remote. But then, and that not more than a week after his coming here, and when, because of his interest in Nicholson, he was beginning to feel slightly sustained at least, the execution of Pascal Catroni, of Brooklyn, an Italian, convicted of the slaying of his brother for attempting to seduce his wife. He had one of the cells nearest the transverse passage, so Clyde learned after arriving, and had in part lost his mind from worrying. At any rate, he was invariably left in his cell when the others, in groups of 6, were taken for exercise. But the horror of his emaciated face, as Clyde passed and occasionally looked in, a face divided into 3 grim panels by 2 gutters or prison lines of misery that led from the eyes to the corners of the mouth. Beginning with his, Clyde's, arrival, as he learned, Pascal had begun to pray night and day, for already before that he had been notified of the approximate date of his death, which was to be within the week. And after that he was given to crawling up and down in his cell on his hands and knees, kissing the floor, licking the feet of a brass Christ on a cross that had been given him. Also, he was repeatedly visited by an Italian brother and sister fresh from Italy, and for whose benefit, at certain hours, he was removed to the old death house. But as all now whispered, Pascal was mentally beyond any help that might lie in brothers and sisters. All night long and all day long, when they were not present, he did this crawling to and fro and praying, and those who were awake and trying to read to pass the time were compelled to listen to his mumbled prayers, the click of the beads of a rosary on which he was numbering numberless Our Fathers and Hail Marys. And though there were voices which occasionally said, "Oh, for Christ's sake, if he would only sleep a little," and on, and the tap of his forehead on the floor, in prayer, until at last the fateful day preceding the one on which he was to die, when Pascal was taken from his cell here and escorted to another in the old death house beyond, and where, before the following morning, as Clyde later learned, last farewells, if any, were to be said. Also, he was to be allowed a few hours in which to prepare his soul for his Maker. But throughout that night, what a strange condition was this that settled upon all who were of this fatal room. Few ate any supper as the departing trays showed. There was silence, and after that mumbled prayers on the part of some, not so greatly removed by time from Pascal's fate as they knew. One Italian, sentenced for the murder of the bank watchman, became hysterical, screamed, hashed the chair and table of his cell against the bars of his door, tore the sheets of his bed to shreds, and even sought to strangle himself, before eventually he was overpowered and removed to a cell in a different part of the building to be observed as to his sanity. As for the others, throughout this excitement, one could hear them walking or mumbling or calling to the guards to do something. And as for Clyde, never having experienced or imagined such a scene, he was literally shivering with fear and horror. All through the last night of this man's life, he lay on his pallet, chasing phantoms. So this was what death was like here. Men cried, prayed, they lost their minds, yet the deadly process was in no way halted for all their terror. Instead, at 10 o'clock, and in order to quiet all who were left, a cold lunch was brought in and offered, but with none eating save the Chinaman over the way. And then at 4 the following morning, the keepers in charge of the deadly work coming silently along the main passage, and drawing the heavy green curtains with which the cells were equipped so that none might see the fatal procession, which was yet to return along the transverse passage from the old death house to the execution room, and yet with Clyde and all others waking and sitting up at the sound. It was here, the execution. The hour of death was at hand. This was the signal. In their separate cells, many of those who, through fear or contrition, or because of innate religious convictions, had been recalled to some form of shielding or comforting faith, were upon their knees praying. Among the rest were others who merely walked or muttered, and still others who screamed from time to time in an incontrollable fever of terror. As for Clyde, he was numb and dumb, almost thoughtless. They were going to kill that man in that other room there. That chair which he had so greatly feared this long while he was in there, was so close now. Yet his time, as Jephson and his mother had told him, was so long and distant as yet. If ever it was to be, if ever, but now other sounds, certain walkings to and fro, a cell door clanking somewhere. Then plainly the door leading from the old death house into this room opening, for there was a voice, several voices indistinct as yet. Then another voice, a little clearer, as if someone praying. That telltale shuffling of feet as a procession moved across and through that passage. Lord have mercy, Christ have mercy. Mary, Mother of Grace, Mary, Mother of Mercy, Saint Michael, pray for me, my good angel, pray for me. Holy Mary, pray for me, Saint Joseph, pray for me, Saint Ambrose, pray for me, all you saints and angels, pray for me. Saint Michael, pray for me, my good angel, pray for me. It was the voice of the priest accompanying the doomed man and reciting a litany, yet he was no longer in his right mind, they said. And yet was not that his voice mumbling too? It was. Clyde could tell. He had heard it too much recently. And now that other door would be opened. He would be looking through it, this condemned man, so soon to be dead, at it, seeing it, that cap, those straps. Oh, he knew all about those by now, though they should never come to be put upon him, maybe. Goodbye, Catroni. It was a hoarse, shaky voice from some nearby cell. Clyde could not tell which. Go to a better world than this. And then other voices. Goodbye, Catroni. God keep you, even though you can't talk English. The procession had passed. That door was shut. He was in there now. They were strapping him in, no doubt, asking him what more he had to say, he who was no longer quite right in his mind. Now the straps must be fastened on, surely. The cap pulled down? In a moment, surely. And then, although Clyde did not know or notice at the moment, a sudden dimming of the lights in this room, as well as over the prison, an idiotic or thoughtless result of having one electric system to supply the death voltage and the incandescence of this and all other rooms. And instantly a voice calling, There she goes. That's one. Well, it's all over with him. And a second voice. Yes, he's topped off, poor devil. And then, after the lapse of a minute perhaps, a second dimming lasting for 30 seconds, and finally a third dimming. There, sure, that's the end now. Yes, he knows what's on the other side now. Thereafter silence, a deadly hush, with later some murmured prayers here and there. But Clyde cold and with a kind of shaking ague. He dared not think, let alone cry. So that's how it was. They drew the curtains. And then, he was gone now. Those 3 dimmings of the lights? Sure, those were the flashes. And after all those nights at prayer, those moanings, those beatings of his head, and only a minute ago he had been alive, walking by there, but now dead. And someday how could he be sure that he would not? How could he? He shook and shook, lying on his couch face down. The keepers came and ran up the curtains, as sure and secure in their lives, apparently, as though there was no death in the world. And afterwards he could hear them talking, not to him so much, he had proved too reticent thus far, but to some of the others. Poor Pascal! This whole business of the death penalty was all wrong. The warden thought so. So did they. He was working to have it abolished. But that man! His prayers! And now he was gone. His cell over there was empty, and another man would be put in it. To go to, later. Someone, many, like Cutrone, like himself, had been in this one, on this pallet. He sat up, moved to the chair. But they had sat on that, too. He stood up, only to sink down on the pallet again. God, 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 God! He now exclaimed to himself, but not aloud, and yet not unlike that other man who had so terrorized him on the night of his arrival here and who was still there. But he would go too, and all of these others, and himself maybe, unless he had seen his first man die. End of Book 3, Chapter 30. Section 40 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 31. In the meantime, however, Ace's condition had remained serious, and it was 4 entire months before it was possible for him to sit up again, or for Mrs. Griffiths to dream of resuming her lecturing scheme. But by that time, public interest in her and her son's fate was considerably reduced. No Denver paper was interested to finance her return for anything she could do for them. And as for the public in the vicinity of the crime, it remembered Mrs. Griffiths and her son most clearly, and insofar as she was concerned, sympathetically. But only, on the other hand, to think of him as one who probably was guilty, and in that case, being properly punished for his crime, that it would be as well if an appeal were not taken, or, if it were, that it be refused. These guilty criminals with their interminable appeals. And with Clyde where he was, more and more executions, although as he found, to his invariable horror, no one ever became used to such things there. Farmhand Maurer for the slaying of his former employer, Officer Riordan for the slaying of his wife, and a fine upstanding officer too, but a minute before his death, and afterwards, within the month, the going of the Chinaman, who seemed, for some reason, to endure a long time, and without a word in parting to anyone, although it was well known that he spoke a few words of English. And after him Larry Donahue, the overseas soldier, with a grand call, just before the door closed behind. "Goodbye, boys. Good luck." And after him again, but oh, that was so hard, so much closer to Clyde, so depleting to his strength to think of bearing this deadly life here without Miller Nicholson, no less. For after 5 months in which they had been able to walk and talk and call to each other from time to time from their cells, and Nicholson had begun to advise him as to books to read, as well as one important point in connection with his own case, on appeal, or in the event of any second trial, i.e., that the admission of Roberta's letters as evidence, as they stood, at least, be desperately fought on the ground that the emotional force of them was detrimental in the case of any jury anywhere, to a calm, unbiased consideration of the material facts presented by them, and that instead of the letters being admitted as they stood, they should be digested for the facts alone, and that digest, and that only, offered to the jury. If your lawyers can get the Court of Appeals to agree to the soundness of that, you will win your case, sure. And Clyde at once, after inducing a personal visit on the part of Jephson, laying this suggestion before him, and hearing him say that it was sound, and that he and Belknap would assuredly incorporate it in their appeal. Yet not so long after that, the guard, after locking his door on returning from the courtyard, whispered, with a nod in the direction of Nicholson's cell, "His next. Did he tell you? Within 3 days." And at once Clyde shriveling, the news playing upon him as an icy and congealing breath. For he had just come from the courtyard with him, where they had walked and talked of another man who had just been brought in, a Hungarian of Utica who was convicted of burning his paramour in a furnace, then confessing it, a huge, rough, dark, ignorant man with a face like a gargoyle, and Nicholson saying he was more animal than man, he was sure, yet no word about himself, and in 3 days, and he could walk and talk as though there was nothing to happen, although, according to the guard, he had been notified the night before. And the next day, the same, walking and talking as though nothing had happened, looking up at the sky and breathing the air. Yet Clyde, his companion, too sick and feverish, too awed and terrified from merely thinking on it all night to be able to say much of anything as he walked, but thinking, "And he can walk here, and be so calm. What sort of a man is this?" and feeling enormously overawed and weakened. The following morning Nicholson did not appear, but remained in his cell destroying many letters he had received from many places, and near noon calling to Clyde, who was 2 cells removed from him on the other side, "I'm sending you something to remember me by," but not a word as to his going. And then the guard bringing 2 books, Robinson Crusoe and the Arabian Nights. That night Nicholson's removal from his cell, and the next morning before dawn the curtains, the same procession passing through, which was by now an old story to Clyde. But somehow this was so different, so intimate, so cruel, and as he passed calling, "God bless you all, I hope you have good luck and get out," and then that terrible stillness that followed the passing of each man. And Clyde thereafter, lonely, terribly so. Now there was no one here, no one in whom he was interested. He could only sit and read and think, or pretend to be interested in what these others said, for he could not really be interested in what they said. His was a mind that, freed from the miseries that had now befallen him, was naturally more drawn to romance than to reality. Where he read at all, he preferred the light, romantic novel that pictured some such world as he would have liked to share, to anything that even approximated the hard reality of the world without, let alone this. Now what was going to become of him eventually? So alone was he. Only letters from his mother, brother, and sisters. And Asa getting no better, and his mother not able to return as yet. Things were so difficult there in Denver. She was seeking a religious school in which to teach somewhere, while nursing Asa. But she was asking the Reverend Duncan Macmillan, a young minister whom she had encountered in Syracuse in the course of her work there, to come and see him. He was so spiritual and kindly, and she was sure, if he would but come, that Clyde would find him a helpful and strong support in these, his dark and weary hours when she could no longer be with him herself. For while Mrs. Griffiths was first canvassing the churches and ministers of this section for aid for her son, and getting very little from any quarter, she had met the Reverend Duncan Macmillan in Syracuse, where he was conducting an independent, non-sectarian church. He was young, and like herself or Asa, an unordained minister or evangelist of, however far stronger and more effective temperament religiously. At the time Mrs. Griffiths appeared on the scene, he had already read much concerning Clyde and Roberta, and was fairly well satisfied that, by the verdict arrived at, justice had probably been done. However, because of her great sorrow and troubled search for aid, he was greatly moved. He himself was a devoted son, and possessing a highly poetic and emotional, though so very far repressed or sublimated sex nature, he was one who, out of the many in this northern region, had been touched and stirred by the crime of which Clyde was presumed to be guilty. Those highly emotional and tortured letters of Roberta's, her seemingly sad life at Lycurgus and Bill's, how often he had thought of those before he had ever encountered Mrs. Griffiths. The simple and worthy virtues which Roberta and her family had seemingly represented, in that romantic, pretty country world from which they had derived. Unquestionably, Clyde was guilty. And yet here, suddenly, Mrs. Griffiths, very lorn and miserable, and maintaining her son's innocence. At the same time, there was Clyde in his cell, doomed to die. Was it possible that by any strange freak or circumstance, a legal mistake had been made, and Clyde was not as guilty as he appeared? The temperament of Macmillan was exceptional, tense, exotic, a present hour St. Bernard, Savonarola, St. Simeon, Peter the Hermit. Thinking of life, thought, all forms and social structures as the word, the expression, the breath of God. No less. Yet room for the devil and his anger, the expelled Lucifer going to and fro in the earth. Yet thinking on the Beatitudes, on the Sermon on the Mount, on St. John and his direct seeing and interpretation of Christ and God. He that is not with me is against me, and he that gathereth not with me scattereth. A strange, strong, tense, confused, merciful, and too, after his fashion, beautiful soul, sorrowing with misery, yearning toward an impossible justice. Mrs. Griffiths, in her talks with him, had maintained that he was to remember that Roberta was not wholly guiltless. Had she not sinned with her son? And how was he to exculpate her entirely? A great legal mistake. Her son was being most unjustly executed, and by the pitiful but nonetheless romantic and poetic letters of this girl, which should never have been poured forth upon a jury of men at all. They were, as she now maintained, incapable of judging justly or fairly where anything sad in connection with a romantic and pretty girl was concerned. She had found that to be true in her mission work. And this idea now appealed to the Reverend Duncan as important and very likely true. and perhaps, as she now contended, if only some powerful and righteous emissary of God would visit Clyde, and through the force of his faith and God's word make him see, which she was sure he did not yet, and which she in her troubled state, and because she was his mother, could not make him, the blackness and terror of his sin with Roberta as it related to his immortal soul here and hereafter. Then in gratitude to, reverence and faith in God, would be washed away all his iniquity, would it not? For irrespective of whether he had committed the crime now charged against him or not, and she was convinced that he had not, was he not, nevertheless, in the shadow of the electric chair, in danger at any time through death, even before a decision should be reached, of being called before his Maker, and with the deadly sin of adultery, to say nothing of all his lies and false conduct, not only in connection with Roberta, but that other girl there in Lycurgus upon him? And by conversion and contrition should he not be purged of this? If only his soul were saved, she and he too would be at peace in this world. And after a first and later a second pleading letter from Mrs. Griffiths, in which, after she had arrived at Denver, she set forth Clyde's loneliness and need of counsel and aid, the Reverend Duncan setting forth for Auburn. And once there, having made it clear to the warden what his true purpose was, the spiritual salvation of Clyde's soul, for his own as well as his mother and God's sake, he was at once admitted to the death house, and to Clyde's presence, the very door of his cell, where he paused and looked through, observing Clyde lying most wretchedly on his cot trying to read, and then Macmillan outlining his tall, thin figure against the bars, and without introduction of any kind, beginning, his head bowed in prayer. Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin, for I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against thee, thee only have I sinned, and done this evil in thy sight, that thou mightest be justified when thou speakest, and be clear when thou judgest. Behold, I was shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts, and in hidden part thou shalt make me to know wisdom. Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice. Hide thy face from my sins, and blot out all mine iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me. Cast me not from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit away from me. Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit. Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners will be converted unto thee. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, thou God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness. O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise. For thou desirest not sacrifice, else would I give it. Thou delightest not in burnt offering. The sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise. He paused, but only after he had intoned, and in a most sonorous and really beautiful voice, the entire 51st Psalm. And then looking up, because Clyde, much astonished, had first sat up and risen, and curiously enticed by the clean and youthful and vigorous, if pale figure, had approached nearer the cell door, he now added, I bring you, Clyde, the mercy and the salvation of your God. He has called on me, and I have come. He has sent me that I may say unto you, though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be white, like snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool. Come now, let us reason together with the Lord. He paused and stared at Clyde tenderly. A warm, youthful, half smile, half romantic, played about his lips. He liked the youth and refinement of Clyde, who, on his part, was plainly taken by this exceptional figure. Another religionist, of course. But the Protestant chaplain who was here was nothing like this man, neither so arresting nor attractive. Duncan Macmillan is my name, he said, and I come from the work of the Lord in Syracuse. He has sent me, just as he sent your mother to me. She has told me all that she believes. I have read all that you have said, and I know why you are here. But it is to bring you spiritual joy and gladness that I am here. And he suddenly quoted from Psalms chapter 13, verse 2. How shall I take counsel in my soul, having sorrow in my heart daily? That is from Psalms chapter 13, verse 2. And here is another thing that now comes to me as something that I should say to you. It is from the Bible, too, the 10th Psalm. He hath said in his heart, I shall not be moved, for I shall never be in adversity. But you are in adversity, you see. We all are who live in sin. And here is another thing that comes to me just now to say. It is from Psalm chapter 10, verse 11. He hath said in his heart, God hath forgotten, he hideth his face. And I am told to say to you that he does not hide his face. Rather, I am told to quote this to you from the 18th Psalm. They prevented me in the day of my calamity, but the Lord was my stay. He sent from above, he took me, he drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy, and from them which hated me, for they were too many for me. He brought me forth also unto a large place. He delivered me because he delighted in me. Clyde, those are all words addressed to you. They come to me here to say to you, just as though they were being whispered to me. I am but the mouthpiece for these words spoken direct to you. Take counsel with your own heart. Turn from the shadow to the light. Let us break these bonds of misery and gloom. Chase these shadows in this darkness. You have sinned. The Lord can and will forgive. Repent. Join him who has shaped the world and keeps it. He will not spurn your faith. He will not neglect your prayers. Turn, in yourself, in the confines of this cell, and say, Lord, help me. Lord, hear thou my prayer. Lord, lighten my eyes. Do you think there is no God, that he will not answer you? Pray. In your trouble turn to him, not me or any other, but to him. Pray. Speak to him. Call to him. Tell him the truth and ask for help, as surely as you are here before me, and if in your heart you truly repent of any evil you have done, truly you will hear and feel him. He will take your hand. He will enter this cell and your soul. You will know him by the peace and the light that will fill your mind and heart. Pray. And if you need me again to help you in any way, to pray with you, or to do you any service of any kind, to cheer you in your loneliness, you have only to send for me. Drop me a card. I have promised your mother, and I will do what I can. The warden has my address. He paused, serious and conclusive in his tone, because up to this time, Clyde had looked more curious and astonished than anything else. At the same time, because of Clyde's extreme youthfulness and a certain air of lonely dependence which marked him ever since his mother and Nicholson had gone. I'll always be in easy reach. I have a lot of religious work over in Syracuse, but I'll be glad to drop it at any time, that I can really do anything more for you. And here he turned as if to go. But Clyde, now taken by him, his vital, confident, and kindly manner, so different to the tense, fearful, and yet lonely life here, called after him. Oh, don't go just yet. Please don't. It's very nice of you to come and see me, and I'm obliged to you. My mother wrote me you might. You see, it's very lonely here. I haven't thought much of what you were saying, perhaps, because I haven't felt as guilty as some think I am. But I've been sorry enough. And certainly anyone in here pays a good deal. His eyes looked very sad and strained. And at once, Macmillan, now deeply touched for the first time, replied, Clyde, you needn't worry. I'll come to see you again within a week, because now I see you need me. I'm not asking you to pray because I think you are guilty of the death of Roberta Alden. I don't know. You haven't told me. Only you and God know what your sins and your sorrows are. But I do know you need spiritual help, and he will give you that. Oh, fully. The Lord will be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in a time of trouble. He smiled as though he were now really fond of Clyde. And Clyde, feeling this and being intrigued by it, replied that there wasn't anything just then that he wanted to say, except to tell his mother that he was all right, and make her feel a little better about him, maybe, if he could. Her letters were very sad, he thought. She worried too much about him. Besides, he himself wasn't feeling so very good, not a little run down and worried these days. Who wouldn't be in his position? Indeed, if only he could win to spiritual peace through prayer, he would be glad to do it. His mother had always urged him to pray, but up to now he was sorry to say he hadn't followed her advice very much. He looked very distrait and gloomy, the marked prison pallor having long since settled on his face. And the Reverend Duncan, now very much touched by his state, replied, Well, don't worry, Clyde. Enlightenment and peace are surely going to come to you. I can see that. You have a Bible there, I see. Open it anywhere in Psalms and read. The 51st, 91st, 23rd. Open to St. John. Read it all, over and over. Think and pray, and think on all the things about you. The moon, the stars, the sun, the trees, the sea, your own beating heart, your body and strength, and ask yourself who made them. How did they come to be? Then, if you can't explain them, ask yourself if the one who made them and you, whoever he is, whatever he is, wherever he is, isn't strong enough and wise enough and kind enough to help you when you need help, provide you with light and peace and guidance when you need them. Just ask yourself what of the maker of all this certain reality, and then ask him, the creator of it all, to tell you how and what to do. Don't doubt. Just ask and see. Ask in the night, in the day. Bow your head and pray and see. Verily he will not fail you. I know, because I have that peace. He stared at Clyde convincingly, and then smiled and departed. And Clyde, leaning against his cell door, began to wonder. The Creator! His Creator! The Creator of the world! Ask and see! And yet, there was still lingering here in him that old contempt of his for religion and its fruits, the constant and yet fruitless prayers and exhortations of his father and mother. Was he going to turn to religion now, solely because he was in difficulties and frightened like these others? He hoped not. Not like that, anyway. Just the same, the mood, as well as the temperament of the Reverend Duncan Macmillan, his young, forceful, convinced and dramatic body, face, eyes, now intrigued and then moved Clyde as no religionist or minister in all his life before ever had. He was interested, arrested and charmed by the man's faith, whether at once or not at all, ever, he could come to put the reliance in it that plainly this man did. End of Book 3, Chapter 31. Section 41 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 32. The personal conviction and force of such an individual as the Reverend Macmillan, while in one sense an old story to Clyde and not anything which so late as 18 months before could have moved him in any way, since all his life he had been accustomed to something like it, still here, under these circumstances, affected him differently. Incarcerated, withdrawn from the world, compelled by the highly circumscribed nature of this death-house life to find solace or relief in his own thoughts, Clyde's, like every other temperament similarly limited, was compelled to devote itself either to the past, the present, or the future. But the past was so painful to contemplate at any point. It seared and burned. And the present, his immediate surroundings, as well as the future, with its deadly fear of what was certain to happen in case his appeal failed, were two phases equally frightful to his waking consciousness. What followed then was what invariably follows in the wake of every tortured consciousness. From what it dreads or hates, yet knows or feels to be unescapable, it takes refuge in that which may be hoped for, or at least imagined. But what was to be hoped for or imagined? Because of the new suggestion offered by Nicholson, a new trial was all that he had to look forward to, in which case, assuming himself to be acquitted thereafter, he could go far, far away, to Australia, or Africa, or Mexico, or some such place as that, where, under a different name, his old connections and ambitions relating to that superior social life that had so recently intrigued him laid aside, he might recover himself in some small way. But directly in the path of that hopeful imagining, of course, stood the death's head figure of a refusal on the part of the Court of Appeals to grant him a new trial. Why not, after that jury at Bridgeburg? And then, as in that dream in which he turned from the tangle of snakes to face the tramping rhinoceros with its two horns, he was confronted by that awful thing in the adjoining room. That chair! That chair! Its straps and its flashes which so regularly dimmed the lights in this room. He could not bear to think of his entering there, ever. And yet supposing his appeal was refused, away, he would like to think no more about it. But then, apart from that, what was there to think of? It was that very question that up to the time of the arrival of the Reverend Duncan Macmillan, with his plea for a direct and certainly, as he insisted, fruitful appeal to the Creator of all things, that had been definitely torturing Clyde. Yet see, how simple was his solution. "It is given unto you to know the peace of God," he insisted, quoting Paul and thereafter sentences from Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians, on how easy it was, if Clyde would but repeat and pray as he had asked him to, for him to know and delight in the peace that passeth all understanding. It was with him, all around him. He had but to seek, confess the miseries and errors of his heart, and express contrition. Ask, and ye shall receive. Seek, and ye shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened unto you. For every one that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knocketh it shall be opened. For what man is there of you whom, if his son ask bread, will give him a stone? Or, if he ask fish, will give him a serpent? So he quoted, beautifully and earnestly. And yet before Clyde always was the example of his father and mother. What had they? It had not availed them much, praying. Neither, as he noticed here, did it appear to avail or aid these other condemned men, the majority of whom lent themselves to the pleas or prayers of either priest or rabbi or minister, one and the other of whom was about daily. Yet were they not led to their death just the same, and complaining or protesting, or mad like Cutrone, or indifferent? As for himself, up to this he had not been interested by any of these. Bunk, notions. Of what? He could not say. Nevertheless, here was the appealing Reverend Duncan Macmillan, his mild, serene eyes, his sweet voice, his faith. It moved and intrigued Clyde deeply. Could there? Could there? He was so lonely, so despairing, so very much in need of help. Was it not also true, the teaching of the Reverend Macmillan influencing him to that extent at least, that if he had led a better life, had paid more attention to what his mother had said and taught, not gone into that house of prostitution in Kansas City, or pursued Hortense Briggs in the evil way that he had, or after her, Roberta, had been content to work and save, as no doubt most men were, would he not be better off than he now was? But then again, there was the fact or truth of those very strong impulses and desires within himself that were so very, very hard to overcome. He had thought of those, too, and then of the fact that many other people, like his mother, his uncle, his cousin, and this minister here, did not seem to be troubled by them. And yet also he was given to imagining at times that perhaps it was because of superior mental and moral courage in the face of passions and desires, equivalent to his own, which led these others to do so much better. He was perhaps just willfully devoting himself to these other thoughts and ways, as his mother and Macmillan and most everyone else whom he had heard talk since his arrest seemed to think. What did it all mean? Was there a God? Did he interfere in the affairs of men, as Mr. Macmillan was now contending? Was it possible that one could turn to him, or at least some creative power, in some such hour as this, and when one had always ignored him before, and asked for his aid? Decidedly one needed aid under such circumstances, so alone and ordered and controlled by law, not man, since these, all of them, were the various servants of the law. But would this mysterious power be likely to grant aid? Did it really exist and hear the prayers of men? The Reverend Macmillan insisted yes. He hath said God hath forgotten, he hideth his face, but he has not forgotten, he has not hidden his face. But was that true? Was there anything to it? Tortured by the need of some mental, if not material, support in the face of this great danger, Clyde was now doing what every other human in related circumstances inevitably does, seeking, and yet in the most indirect, involute, and all but unconscious way, the presence or existence, at least, of some superhuman or supernatural personality or power that could and would aid him in some way, beginning to veer, however slightly or unconsciously as yet, toward the personalization and humanization of forces, of which, except in the guise of religion, he had not the faintest conception. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. He recalled that as a placard in one of his mother's mission windows, and another which read, For he is thy life and thy length of days. Just the same, and far from it as yet, even in the face of his sudden predisposition toward the Reverend Duncan Macmillan, was he seriously moved to assume that in religion of any kind, was he likely to find surcease from his present miseries? And yet the weeks and months going by, the Reverend Macmillan calling regularly thereafter, every 2 weeks at the longest, sometimes every week, and inquiring after his state, listening to his wants, advising him as to his health and peace of mind, and Clyde, anxious to retain his interest and visits, gradually, more and more, yielding himself to his friendship and influence, that high spirituality, that beautiful voice, and quoting always such soothing things. Brethren, now are we the children of God, and it doth not yet appear what we shall be, but we know that when he shall appear we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. And every man that has his hope in him purifieth himself, even as he is pure. Hereby know that we dwell in him and he in us, because he hath given us of his Spirit. Of his own will begot he us with the word of truth, and we should be a kind of first fruits of his creatures. And every good and every perfect gift is from above, and cometh down from the Father of lights, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. Draw nigh unto God, and he will draw nigh unto you. He was inclined at times to feel that there might be peace and strength, aid even, who could say, in appealing to this power. It was the force and the earnestness of the Reverend Macmillan operating upon him. And yet the question of repentance, and with it confession. But to whom? The Reverend Duncan Macmillan, of course. He seemed to feel that it was necessary for Clyde to purge his soul to him, or someone like him, a material and yet spiritual emissary of God. But just there was the trouble. For there was all of that false testimony he had given in the trial, yet on which had been based his appeal. To go back on that now, and when his appeal was pending, better wait, had he not, until he saw how that appeal had eventuated. But how shabby, false, fleeting, insincere, to imagine that any god would bother with a person who sought to dicker in such a way. No, that was not right either. What would the Reverend Macmillan think of him if he knew what he was thinking? But again, there was the troubling question in his own mind as to his real guilt, the amount of it. True, there was no doubt that he had plotted to kill Roberta there at first, a most dreadful thing as he now saw it, for the complications and the fever in connection with his desire for Sandra having subsided somewhat, it was possible on occasion now for him to reason without the desperate sting and tang of the mental state that had characterized him at the time when he was so immediately in touch with her. Those terrible, troubled days when, in spite of himself, as he now understood it, Belknap's argument having cleared it up for him, he had burned with that wild fever which was not unakin in its manifestations to a form of insanity. The beautiful Sandra, the glorious Sandra, the witchery and fire of her smile then. Even now that dreadful fever was not entirely out, but only smoldering, smothered by all of the dreadful things that had since happened to him. Also, it must be said on his behalf now, must it not, that never, under any other circumstances, would he have succumbed to any such terrible thought or plot as that, to kill anyone, let alone a girl like Roberta, unless he had been so infatuated, lunatic even. But had not the jury there at Bridgeburg listened to that plea with contempt? And would the Court of Appeals think differently? He feared not. And yet was it not true? Or was he all wrong? Or what? Could the Reverend Macmillan or anyone else to whom he could explain tell him as to that? He would like to talk with him about it, confess everything, perhaps, in order to get himself clear on all this. Further, there was the fact that having plotted for Sandra's sake, and God, if no one else, knew that, he still had not been able to execute it, and that had not been brought out in the trial, because the false form of defense used permitted no explanation of the real truth then. And yet it was a mitigating circumstance, was it not? Or would the Reverend Macmillan think so? A lie had to be used, as Jephson saw it, but did that make it any the less true? There were phases of this thing, the tangles and doubts involved in that dark, savage plot of his, as he now saw and brooded on it, which were not so easily to be disposed of. Perhaps the two worst were, first, that in bringing Roberta there to that point on the lake, that lone spot, and then growing so weak and furious with himself because of his own incapacity to do evil, he had frightened her into rising and trying to come to him, and that in the first instance made it possible for her to be thus accidentally struck by him, and so made him, in part at least, guilty of that blow. Or did it? A murderous, sinful blow in that sense. Maybe. What would the Reverend Macmillan say to that? And since because of that she had fallen into the water, was he not guilty of her falling? It was a thought that troubled him very much now, his constructive share of guilt and all that. Regardless of what Oberwalzer had said there at the trial in regard to his swimming away from her, that if she had accidentally fallen into the water it was no crime on his part, supposing he refused to rescue her. Still, as he now saw it, and especially when taken in connection with all that he had thought in regard to Roberta up to that moment, it was a crime just the same, was it not? Wouldn't God, Macmillan, think so? And unquestionably, as Mason had so shrewdly pointed out at the trial, he might have saved her, and would have, too, no doubt, if she had been Sandra, or even the Roberta of the summer before. Besides, the fear of her dragging him down had been no decent fear. It was at nights in his bunk at this time that he argued and reasoned with himself, seeing that Macmillan was urging him now to repent and make peace with his God. Yes, he would have to admit that to himself. Decidedly and instantly he would have sought to save her life if it had been Sandra. And such being the case, he would have to confess that, if he confessed it all to the Reverend Macmillan, or to whomever else one told the truth, when one did tell it, the public at large perhaps. But such a confession once made, would it not surely and truly lead to his conviction? And did he want to convict himself now and so die? No, better wait a while perhaps, at least until the Court of Appeals had passed on his case. Why jeopardize his case when God already knew what the truth was? Truly, he was sorry. He could see how terrible all this was now, how much misery and heartache, apart from the death of Roberta, he had caused. But still, was not life sweet? Oh, if he could only get out. Oh, if he could only go away from here, never to see or hear or feel anything more of this terrible terror that now hung over him. The slow coming dark, the slow coming dawn, the long night, the sighs, the groans, the tortures by day and by night until it seemed at times as though he should go mad, and would perhaps, except for Macmillan, who now appeared devoted to him. So kind, appealing, and reassuring, too, at times. He would just like to sit down some day, here or somewhere, and tell him all, and get him to say how really guilty, if at all, he thought him to be, and if so guilty, to get him to pray for him. At times he felt so sure that his mother's and the Reverend Duncan Macmillan's prayers would do him so much more good with this God than any prayers of his own would. Somehow he couldn't pray yet. And at times, hearing Macmillan pray, softly and melodiously, his voice entering through the bars, or reading from Galatians, Thessalonians, Corinthians, he felt as though he must tell him everything, and soon. But the days going by, until finally one day 6 weeks after, and when, because of his silence in regard to himself, the Reverend Duncan was beginning to despair of ever affecting him in any way toward his proper contrition and salvation, a letter or note from Sandra. It came through the warden's office, and by the hand of the Reverend Preston Guilford, the Protestant chaplain of the prison, but was not signed. It was, however, on good paper, and because the rule of the prison so requiring had been opened and read. Nevertheless, on account of the nature of the contents, which seemed to both the warden and the Reverend Guilford to be more charitable and punitive than otherwise, and because plainly, if not verifiably, it was from that Miss X of repute or notoriety in connection with his trial, it was decided, after due deliberation, that Clyde should be permitted to read it, even that it was best that he should. Perhaps it would prove of value as a lesson, the way of the transgressor. And so it was handed to him at the close of a late fall day, after a long and dreary summer had passed, soon a year since he had entered here, and he taking it. And although it was typewritten with no date nor place save on the envelope, which was postmarked New York, yet sensing somehow that it might be from her, and growing decidedly nervous, so much so that his hand trembled slightly, and then reading, over and over and over, during many days thereafter. Clyde, this is so that you will not think that someone once dear to you has utterly forgotten you. She has suffered much, too, and though she can never understand how you could have done as you did, still, even now, although she is never to see you again, she is not without sorrow and sympathy, and wishes you freedom and happiness. But no signature, no trace of her own handwriting. She was afraid to sign her name, and she was too remote from him in her mood now to let him know where she was. New York. But it might have been sent there from anywhere to mail, and she would not let him know, would never let him know, even though he died here later, as well he might. His last hope, the last trace of his dream, vanished, forever. It was at that moment, as when night at last falls upon the faintest remaining gleam of dusk in the west, a dim, weakening tinge of pink, and then the dark. He seated himself on his cot. The wretched stripes of his uniform and his gray felt shoes took his eye. A felon. These stripes, these shoes, this cell, this uncertain, threatening prospect so very terrible to contemplate at any time. And then this letter. So this was the end of all that wonderful dream. And for this he had sought so desperately to disengage himself from Roberta, even to the point of deciding to slay her. This! He toyed with the letter, then held it quite still. Where was she now? Who in love with, maybe? She had had time to change, perhaps. She had only been captivated by him a little, maybe. And then that terrible revelation in connection with him had destroyed forever, no doubt, all sentiment in connection with him. She was free. She had beauty, wealth, now some other. He got up and walked to his cell door, to still a great pain. Over the way, in that cell the Chinaman had once occupied, was a Negro, Wash Higgins. He had stabbed a waiter in a restaurant, so it was said, who had refused him food and then insulted him. And next to him was a young Jew. He had killed the proprietor of a jewelry store in trying to rob it, but he was very broken and collapsed now that he was here to die, sitting for the most part all day on his cot, his head in his hands. Clyde could see both from where he stood, the Jew holding his head, but the Negro on his cot, one leg above the other, smoking and singing. "Oh, big wheel rollin', oh, big wheel rollin', oh, big wheel rollin', for me, for me." And then Clyde, unable to get away from his own thoughts, turning again. Condemned to die, he, and this was the end as to Sandra. He could feel it. Farewell, although she is never to see you again. He threw himself on his couch, not to weep, but to rest. He felt so weary. Lycurgus, Fourth Lake, Bear Lake, laughter, kisses, smiles, what was to have been in the fall of the preceding year, and now, a year later. But then, that young Jew. There was some religious chant into which he fell when his mental tortures would no longer endure silence. And oh, how sad. Many of the prisoners had cried out against it. And yet, how appropriate now, somehow. I have been evil, I have been unkind, I have lied. Oh, oh, oh. I have been unfaithful, my heart has been wicked, I have joined with those who have done evil things. Oh, oh, oh. I have stolen, I have been false, I have been cruel. Oh, oh, oh. And the voice of Big Tom Rooney, sentenced for killing Thomas T., a rival for the hand of an underworld girl. For Christ's sake, I know you feel bad, but so do I. Oh, for God's sake, don't do that. Clyde, on his cot, his thoughts responding rhythmically to the chant of the Jew, and joining him silently. I have been evil, I have been unkind, I have lied. Oh, 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 I have been unfaithful, my heart has been wicked, I have joined with those who have done evil things. Oh, 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 I have been false, I have been cruel, I have sought to murder. Oh, 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 and for what? A vain, impossible dream? Oh, 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 oh. When the guard, an hour later, placed his supper on the shelf in the door, he made no move. Food. And when the guard returned in another 30 minutes, there it was, still untouched, as was the Jew's, and was taken away in silence. Guards knew when blue devils had seized the inmates of these cages. They couldn't eat. And there were times, too, when even guards couldn't eat. End of Book 3, Chapter 32. Section 42 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 33. The depression resulting, even after 2 days, was apparent to the Reverend Macmillan, who was concerned to know why. More recently, he had been led to believe by Clyde's manner, his visits, if not the fact that the totality of his preachments, would not have been greeted with as much warmth as he would have liked. That by degrees, Clyde was being won to his own spiritual viewpoint. With no little success, as it had seemed to him, he had counseled Clyde as to the folly of depression and despair. What? Was not the peace of God within the grasp and for the asking? To one who sought God and found him, as he surely would, if he sought, there could be no sorrow, but only joy. Hereby we know that we dwell in him, and he in us, because he hath given us of his Spirit. So he preached or read, until finally, 2 weeks after receiving the letter from Sandra, and because of the deep depression into which he had sunk on account of it, Clyde was finally moved to request of him that he try to induce the warden to allow him to be taken to some other cell or room, apart from this room or cell, which seemed to Clyde to be filled with too many of his tortured thoughts, in order that he might talk with him and get his advice. As he told the Reverend Macmillan, he did not appear to be able to solve his true responsibility in connection with all that had so recently occurred in his life, and because of which he seemed not to be able to find that peace of mind of which Macmillan talked so much. Perhaps there must be something wrong with his viewpoint. Actually, he would like to go over the offense of which he was convicted and see if there was anything wrong in his understanding of it. He was not so sure now. And Macmillan, greatly stirred, an enormous spiritual triumph this, as he saw it, the true reward of faith and prayer, at once proceeding to the warden, who was glad enough to be of service in such a cause. And he permitted the use of one of the cells in the old death house for as long as he should require, and with no guard between himself and Clyde, one only remaining in the general hall outside. And there Clyde began the story of his relations with Roberta and Sandra. Yet because of all that had been set forth at the trial, merely referring to most of the evidence, apart from his defense, the change of heart as so, afterwards dwelling more particularly on the fatal adventure with Roberta in the boat, did the Reverend Macmillan, because of the original plotting, and hence the original intent, think him guilty, especially in view of his obsession over Sandra, all his dreams in regard to her. Did that truly constitute murder? He was asking this because, as he said, it was as he had done, not as his testimony at the trial had indicated that he had done. It was a lie that he had experienced a change of heart. His attorneys had counseled the defense as best, since they did not feel that he was guilty and had thought that plan the quickest route to liberty. But it was a lie. In connection with his mental state also there in the boat, before and after her rising and attempting to come to him, and that blow and after, he had not told the truth either. Quite. That unintentional blow, as he now wished to explain, since it affected his efforts at religious meditation, a desire to present himself honestly to his Creator, if at all. He did not then explain that, as yet he had scarcely attempted to so present himself. There was more to it than he had been able yet to make clear, even to himself. In fact, even now to himself, there was much that was evasive and even insoluble about it. He had said that there had been no anger, that there had been a change of heart. But there had been no change of heart. In fact, just before she had risen to come to him, there had been a complex troubled state, bordering, as he now saw it, almost upon trance or palsy, and due, but he could scarcely say to what it was due, exactly. He had thought at first, or afterwards, that it was partly due to pity for Roberta, or at least the shame of so much cruelty in connection with her, his plan to strike her. At the same time there was anger, too, hate maybe, because of her determination to force him to do what he did not wish to do. Thirdly, yet he was not so sure as to that. He had thought about it long, and yet he was not sure even now. There might have been fear as to the consequences of such an evil deed, although just at that time, as it seemed to him now, he was not thinking of the consequences, or of anything save his inability to do as he had come to do, and feeling angry as to that. Yet in the blow, the accidental blow that had followed upon her rising and attempting to come to him, had been some anger against her for wanting to come near him at all, and that it was perhaps, he was truly not sure, even now, that had given the blow its so destructive force. It was so afterward, anyhow, that he was compelled to think of it. And yet there was also the truth that in rising he was seeking to save her, even in spite of his hate. That he was also, for the moment at least, sorry for that blow. Again, though, once the boat had upset and both were in the water, in all that confusion, and when she was drowning, he had been moved by the thought, do nothing, for thus he would be rid of her. Yes, he had so thought. But again, there was the fact that all through, as Mr. Belknap and Mr. Jephson had pointed out, he had been swayed by his obsession for Miss X, the super-motivating force in connection with all this. But now, did the Reverend Macmillan, considering all that went before, and all that came after, the fact that the unintentional blow still had anger in it, angry dissatisfaction with her, really, and that afterwards he had not gone to her rescue, as now, honestly and truly as he was trying to show, did he think that that constituted murder, mortal blood guilt for which spiritually, as well as legally, he might be said to deserve death? Did he? He would like to know for his own soul's peace, so that he could pray, maybe. The Reverend Macmillan, hearing all this, and never in his life before having heard or having had passed to him so intricate and elusive and strange a problem, and because of Clyde's faith in and regard for him, enormously impressed. And now sitting before him quite still and pondering most deeply, sadly, and even nervously, so serious and important was this request for an opinion, something which, as he knew, Clyde was counting on to give him earthly and spiritual peace. But nonetheless, the Reverend Macmillan was himself too puzzled to answer so quickly. Up to the time you went in that boat with her, Clyde, you had not changed in your mood toward her, your intention to... The Reverend Macmillan's face was gray and drawn. His eyes were sad. He had been listening, as he now felt, to a sad and terrible story, an evil and cruel, self-torturing and destroying story. This young boy, really. His hot, restless heart, which plainly for the lack of so many things, which he, the Reverend Macmillan, had never wanted for, had rebelled, and because of that rebellion had sinned mortally and was condemned to die. Indeed, his reason was as intensely troubled as his heart was moved. No, I had not. You were, as you say, angry with yourself for being so weak as not to be able to do what you had planned to do. In a way, it was like that, yes. But then I was sorry, too, you see, and maybe afraid. I'm not exactly sure now. Maybe not, either. The Reverend Macmillan shook his head. So strange, so evasive, so evil, and yet... But at the same time, as you say, you were angry with her for having driven you to that point. Yes. Where you were compelled to wrestle with so terrible a problem? Yes. Tsk. And so you thought of striking her. Yes, I did. But you could not. No. Praise be the mercy of God. Yet in the blow that you did strike, unintentionally, as you say, there was still some anger against her. That was why the blow was so severe. You did not want her to come near you. No, I didn't. I think I didn't, anyhow. I'm not quite sure. It may be that I wasn't quite right. Anyhow, all worked up, I guess. Sick, almost. In his uniform, with his hair cropped so close, Clyde sat there, trying honestly now to think how it really was, exactly, and greatly troubled by his inability to demonstrate to himself even, either his guilt or his lack of guilt. Was he, or was he not? And the Reverend Macmillan, himself intensely strained, muttering, "Wide is the gate, and broad the way that leadeth to destruction," and yet finally adding, "But you did rise up to save her." "Yes, afterwards I got up. I meant to catch her after she fell back. That was what upset the boat." "And you did really want to catch her?" "I don't know. At the moment I guess I did. Anyhow, I felt sorry, I think." "But can you say now, truly and positively, as your Creator sees you, that you were sorry? Or that you wanted to save her then?" "It all happened so quick, you see," began Clyde nervously, hopelessly almost, "that I'm not just sure. No, I don't know that I was so very sorry. No, I really don't know, you see, now. Sometimes I think maybe I was. A little, sometimes not, maybe. But after she was gone and I was on shore, I felt sorry. A little. But I was sort of glad, too, you know, to be free, and yet frightened, too. You see—" "Yes, I know. You were going to that Miss X. But out there, when she was in the water—" "No." "You did not want to go to her rescue?" "No." "Tst. You felt no sorrow? No shame? Then?" "Yes, shame, maybe. Maybe sorrow, too, a little. I knew it was terrible. I felt that it was, of course. But still, you see—" "Yes, I know. That Miss X. You wanted to get away." "Yes, but mostly I was frightened and I didn't want to help her." "Yes. If she drowned, you could go to that Miss X. You thought of that." The Reverend Macmillan's lips were tightly and sadly compressed. "Yes." My son, in your heart was murder then." Yes, Clyde said reflectively. "I have thought since it must have been that way." The Reverend Macmillan paused, and to hearten himself for this task began to pray, but silently to himself. "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven." He stirred again after a time. "Ah, Clyde, the mercy of God is equal to every sin. I know it. He sent his own Son to die for the evil of the world. It must be so, if you will but repent. But that thought, that deed, you have much to pray for, my son. Much. Oh, yes. For in the sight of God, I fear— Yes. And yet, I must pray for enlightenment. This is a strange and terrible story. There are so many phases. It may be— But pray with me now that you and I may have light." He bowed his head. He sat for minutes in silence, while Clyde also in silence and troubled doubt sat before him. Then, after a time, he began, "O Lord, rebuke me not in thine anger, neither chasten me in thy hot displeasure. Have mercy on me, O Lord, for I am weak. Heal me in my shame and sorrow, for my soul is wounded and dark in thy sight. O let the wickedness of my heart pass. Lead me, O God, into thy righteousness. Let the wickedness of my heart pass and remember it not." Clyde, his head down, sat still, very still. He himself was at last shaken and mournful. No doubt his sin was very great. Very, very terrible. And yet— But then the Reverend Macmillan ceasing and rising, he too rose, the while Macmillan added, "But I must go now. I must think, pray. This has troubled and touched me deeply. Oh, very, Lord. And you, my son, you return and pray, alone. Repent. Ask of God on your knees his forgiveness, and he will hear you. Yes, he will. And tomorrow, or as soon as I honestly can, I will come again. But do not despair. Pray always, for in prayer alone, prayer and contrition is salvation. Rest in the strength of him who holds the world in the hollow of his hand. In his abounding strength and mercy is peace and forgiveness. Oh, yes." He struck the iron door with a small key-ring that he carried, and at once the guard, hearing it, returned. Then, having escorted Clyde to his cell, and seen him once more shut within that restraining cage, he took his own departure, heavily and miserably burdened with all that he had heard. And Clyde was left to brood on all he had said, and how it had affected Macmillan as well as himself, his new friend's stricken mood, the obvious pain and horror with which he viewed it all. Was he really and truly guilty? Did he really and truly deserve to die for this? Was that what Reverend Macmillan would decide? And in the face of all this tenderness and mercy? After another week in which, moved by Clyde's seeming contrition and all the confusing and extenuating circumstances of his story, and having wrestled most earnestly with every moral aspect of it, the Reverend Macmillan once more before his cell door, but only to say that however liberal or charitable his interpretation of the facts, as at last Clyde had truthfully pictured them, still he could not feel that either primarily or secondarily could he be absolved from guilt for her death. He had plotted, had he not? He had not gone to her rescue when he might have. He had wished her dead, and afterwards had not been sorry. In the blow that had brought about the upsetting of the boat had been some anger, also in the mood that had not permitted him to strike. The facts that he had been influenced by the beauty and position of Miss X to the plotting of his deed, and, after his evil relations with Roberta, that she had been determined he should marry her, far from being points in extenuation of his actions, were really further evidence of his general earthly sin and guilt. Before the Lord, then, he had sinned in many ways. In those dark days, alas, as Mr. Macmillan saw it, he was little more than a compound of selfishness and unhallowed desire and fornication, against the evil of which Paul had thundered. It had endured to the end and had not changed, until he had been taken by the law. He had not repented, not even there at Bear Lake where he had time for thought. And besides, had he not, from beginning to end, bolstered it with false and evil pretenses? Verily. On the other hand, no doubt if he were sent to the chair now, in the face of this first, and yet so clear manifestation of contrition, when now, for the first time, he was beginning to grasp the enormity of his offense, it would be but to compound crime with crime, the state in this instance being the aggressor. For, like the warden and many others, Macmillan was against capital punishment, preferring to compel the wrongdoer to serve the state in some way. But nonetheless, he felt himself compelled to acknowledge, Clyde was far from innocent. Think as he would, and however much spiritually he desired to absolve him, was he not actually guilty? In vain it was that Macmillan now pointed out to Clyde that his awakened moral and spiritual understanding more perfectly and beautifully fitted him for life and action than ever before. He was alone. He had no one who believed in him. No one. He had no one who, in any of his troubled and tortured actions before that crime, saw anything but the darkest guilt, apparently. And yet, and this despite Sandra and the Reverend Macmillan, and all the world for that matter, Mason, the jury at Bridgeburg, the Court of Appeals at Albany, if it should decide to confirm the jury at Bridgeburg, he had a feeling in his heart that he was not as guilty as they all seemed to think. After all, they had not been tortured as he had by Roberta with her determination that he marry her, and thus ruin his whole life. They had not burned with that unquenchable passion for the Sandra of his beautiful dream as he had. They had not been harassed, tortured, mocked by the ill fate of his early life and training, forced to sing and pray on the streets as he had in such a degrading way, when his whole heart and soul cried out for better things. How could they judge him, these people, all or any one of them, even his own mother, when they did not know what his own mental, physical, and spiritual suffering had been? And as he lived through it again in his thoughts at this moment, the sting and mental poison of it was as real to him as ever. Even in the face of all the facts, and as much as everyone felt him to be guilty, there was something so deep within him that seemed to cry out against it, that even now, at times, it startled him. Still, there was the Reverend Macmillan. He was a very fair and just and merciful man. Surely he saw all this from a higher light and better viewpoint than his own. While at times he felt strongly that he was innocent, at others he felt that he must be guilty. Oh, these evasive and tortured and tanglesome thoughts. Would he never be able, quite, to get the whole thing straightened out in his own mind? So Clyde, not being able to take advantage truly of either the tenderness and faith and devotion of so good and pure a soul as the Reverend Macmillan, or the all-merciful and all-powerful God, of whom here he stood as the ambassador, what was he to do, really? How pray, resignedly, unreservedly, faithfully? And in that mood, and because of the urge of the Reverend Duncan, who was convinced by Clyde's confession that he must have been completely infused with the Spirit of God, once more thumbing through the various passages and chapters pointed out to him, reading and rereading the psalms most familiar to him, seeking from their inspiration to catch the necessary contrition, which once caught would give him that peace and strength which in these long and dreary hours he so much desired, yet never quite catching it. Parallel with all this, 4 more months passed, and at the end of that time, in January 19 blank, the Court of Appeals finding, Fulham J. reviewing the evidence as offered by Belknap and Jeffson, with Kincaid, Briggs, Truman, and Dobshuter concurring that Clyde was guilty as decided by the Cataraqui County jury, and sentencing him to die at some time within the week beginning February 28th, or 6 weeks later, and saying in conclusion, We are mindful that this is a case of circumstantial evidence, and that the only eyewitness denies that death was the result of crime. But in obedience to the most exacting requirements of that manner of proof, the counsel for the people, with very unusual thoroughness and ability, has investigated and presented evidence of a great number of circumstances for the purpose of truly solving the question of the defendant's guilt or innocence. We might think that the proof of some of these facts standing by themselves was subject to doubt by reason of unsatisfactory or contradictory evidence, and that other occurrences might be so explained or interpreted as to be reconcilable with innocence. The defense, and very ably, sought to enforce this view. But taken altogether and considered as a connected whole, they make such convincing proof of guilt that we are not able to escape from its force by any justifiable process of reasoning, and we are compelled to say that not only is the verdict not opposed to the weight of evidence and to the proper inference to be drawn from it, but that it is abundantly justified thereby. Decision of the lower court unanimously confirmed. On hearing this, Macmillan, who was in Syracuse at the time, hurrying to Clyde in the hope that before the news was conveyed officially, he should be there to encourage him spiritually, since, only with the aid of the Lord, as he saw it, the eternal and ever-present help in trouble, would Clyde be able to endure so heavy a blow. And finding him, for which he was most deeply grateful, wholly unaware as to what had occurred, since no news of any kind was conveyed to any condemned man until the warrant for his execution had arrived. After a most tender and spiritual conversation, in which he quoted from Matthew, Paul, and John as to the unimportance of this world, the true reality and joy of the next, Clyde was compelled to learn from Macmillan that the decision of the court had gone against him, and that, even though Macmillan talked of an appeal to the governor, which he, and some others whom he was sure to be able to influence, would make, unless the governor chose to act, within 6 weeks, as Clyde knew, he would be compelled to die. And then, once the force of that fact had finally burst on him, and while Macmillan talked on about faith and the refuge which the mercy and wisdom of God provided, Clyde, standing before him, with more courage and character showing in his face and eyes than at any time previously in his brief and eager career. So, they've decided against me. Now I will have to go through that door after all, like all those others. They'll draw the curtains for me too. Into that other room, then back across the passage, saying goodbye as I go, like the others. I will not be here any more. He seemed to be going over each step in his mind, each step with which he was so familiar, only now, for the first time, he was living it for himself. Now, in the face of this dread news, which somehow was as fascinating as it was terrible, feeling not as distrait or weak as he first had imagined he would be. Rather, to his astonishment, considering all his previous terror in regard to this, thinking of what he would do, what he would say, in an outwardly calm way. Would he repeat prayers read to him by the Reverend Macmillan here? No doubt, and maybe gladly, too. And yet, in his momentary trance he was unconscious of the fact that the Reverend Duncan was whispering, "But you see, we haven't reached the end of this yet. There is a new governor coming into office in January. He is a very sensible and kindly man, I hear. In fact, I know several people who know him, and it is my plan to see him personally, as well as to have some other people whom I know write him on the strength of what I will tell him." But from Clyde's look at the moment, as well as what he now said, he could tell that he was not listening. "My mother, I suppose someone ought to telegraph her. She's going to feel very bad." And then, "I don't suppose they believed that those letters shouldn't have been introduced just as they were, did they? I thought maybe they would." He was thinking of Nicholson. "Don't worry, Clyde," replied the tortured and saddened Macmillan, at this point more eager to take him in his arms and comfort him than to say anything at all. "I have already telegraphed your mother. As for that decision, I will see your lawyers right away. Besides, as I say, I propose to see the governor myself. He is a new man, you see." Once more he was now repeating all that Clyde had not heard before. End of Book 3, Chapter 33. Section 43 of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Book 3, Chapter 34. The scene was the executive chamber of the newly elected governor of the state of New York, some 3 weeks after the news conveyed to Clyde by Macmillan. After many preliminary and futile efforts on the part of Belknap and Jeffson to obtain a commutation of the sentence of Clyde from death to life imprisonment, the customary filing of a plea for clemency, together with such comments as they had to make in regard to the way the evidence had been misinterpreted, and the illegality of introducing the letters of Roberta in their original form, to all of which Governor Waltham, an ex-district attorney and judge from the southern part of the state, had been conscientiously compelled to reply that he could see no reason for interfering, there was now before Governor Waltham Mrs. Griffiths together with the Reverend Macmillan. For, moved by the widespread interest in the final disposition of Clyde's case, as well as the fact that his mother, because of her unshaken devotion to him, and having learned of the decision of the Court of Appeals, had once more returned to Auburn, and since then had been appealing to the newspapers, as well as to himself through letters, for a correct understanding of the extenuating circumstances surrounding her son's downfall, and because she herself had repeatedly appealed to him for a personal interview, in which she should be allowed to present her deepest convictions in regard to all this, the governor had at last consented to see her. It could do no harm. Besides, it would tend to soothe her. Also, variable public sentiment, whatever its convictions in any given case, was usually on the side of the form or gesture of clemency, without, however, any violence to its convictions. And in this case, if one could judge by the newspapers, the public was convinced that Clyde was guilty. On the other hand, Mrs. Griffiths, owing to her long meditations in regard to Clyde, Roberta, his sufferings during and since the trial, the fact that according to the Reverend Macmillan he had at last been won to a deep contrition and spiritual union with his Creator, whatever his original sin, was now more than ever convinced that humanity and even justice demanded that at least he be allowed to live. And so, standing before the governor, a tall, sober, and somewhat somber man, who never in all his life had even so much as sensed the fevers or fires that Clyde had known, yet who, being a decidedly affectionate father and husband, could very well sense what Mrs. Griffith's present emotions must be, yet greatly exercised by the compulsion which the facts, as he understood them, as well as a deep-seated and unchangeable submission to law and order, thrust upon him. Like the pardon clerk before him, he had read all the evidence submitted to the Court of Appeals, as well as the latest brief submitted by Belknap and Jeffson. But on what grounds could he, David Waltham, and without any new or varying data of any kind, just a reinterpretation of the evidence as already passed on, venture to change Clyde's death sentence to life imprisonment? Had not a jury, as well as the Court of Appeals, already said he should die? In consequence, as Mrs. Griffiths began her plea, her voice shaky, retracing as best she could the story of Clyde's life, his virtues, the fact that at no time had he ever been a bad or cruel boy, that Roberta, if not Miss X, was not entirely guiltless in this matter, he merely gazed at her, deeply moved. The love and devotion of such a mother, her agony in this hour, her faith that her son could not be as evil as the proven facts seemed to indicate to him and everyone else. Oh, my dear governor, how can the sacrifice of my son's life now, and when spiritually he has purged his soul of sin and is ready to devote himself to the work of God, repay the state for the loss of that poor, dear girl's life, whether it was accidentally or otherwise taken? How can it? Cannot the millions of people of the state of New York be merciful? Cannot you, as their representative, exercise the mercy that they may feel? Her voice broke. She could not go on. Instead, she turned her back and began to cry silently, while Waltham, shaken by an emotion he could not master, merely stood there. This poor woman, so obviously honest and sincere. Then the Reverend Macmillan, seeing his opportunity, now entering his plea. Clyde had changed. He could not speak as to his life before, but since his incarceration, or for the last year at least, he had come into a new understanding of life, duty, his obligations to man and God. If but the death sentence could be commuted to life imprisonment! And the governor, who was a very earnest and conscientious man, listened with all attention to Macmillan, whom, as he saw and concluded, was decidedly an intense and vital and highly idealistic person. No question in his own mind but what the words of this man, whatever they were, would be true, in so far as his own understanding would permit the conception of a truth. But you, personally, Mr. Macmillan, the governor at last found voice to say, because of your long contact with him in the prison there, do you know of any material fact not introduced at the trial, which would in any way tend to invalidate or weaken any phase of the testimony offered at the trial? As you must know, this is a legal proceeding. I cannot act upon sentiment alone, and especially in the face of the unanimous decision of 2 separate courts. He looked decidedly at Macmillan, who, pale and dumb, now gazed upon him in return. For now, on his word, on his shoulders, apparently, was being placed the burden of deciding as to Clyde's guilt or innocence. But could he do that? Had he not decided, after due meditation as to Clyde's confessions, that he was guilty before God and the law? And could he now, for mercy's sake, and in the face of his deepest spiritual conviction, alter his report of his conviction? Would that be true, white, valuable before the Lord? And as instantly deciding that he, Clyde's spiritual adviser, must not in any way be invalidated in his spiritual worth to Clyde. Ye are the salt of the earth, but if the salt have lost his savour, wherewith shall it be salted? And forthwith he declared, As his spiritual adviser, I have entered only upon the spiritual, not the legal aspect of his life. And thereupon Waltham, at once deciding, from something in Macmillan's manner, that he, like all the others, apparently was satisfied as to Clyde's guilt, and so, finally finding courage to say to Mrs. Griffiths, Unless some definite evidence such as I have not yet seen, and which will affect the legality of these two findings can be brought me, I have no alternative, Mrs. Griffiths, but to allow the verdict as written to stand. I am very sorry, more than I can tell you. But if the law is to be respected, its decisions can never be altered, except for reasons that in themselves are full of legal merit. I wish I could decide differently. I do indeed. My heart and my prayers go with you. He pressed a button. His secretary entered. It was plain that the interview was ended. Mrs. Griffiths, violently shaken and deeply depressed by the peculiar silence and evasion of Macmillan at the crucial moment of his interview, when the governor had asked such an all-important and direct question as to the guilt of her son, was still unable to say a word more. But now what? Which way? To whom to turn? God and God only. She and Clyde must find in their Creator the solace for his failure and death in this world. And as she was thinking and still weeping, the Reverend Macmillan approached and gently led her from the room. When she was gone, the governor finally turned to his secretary. Never in my life have I faced a sadder duty. It will always be with me. He turned and gazed out upon a snowy February landscape. And after this, but 2 more weeks of life for Clyde, during which time, and because of this ultimate decision conveyed to him first by Macmillan, but in company with his mother, from whose face Clyde could read all, even before Macmillan spoke, and from whom he heard all once more as to his need of refuge and peace in God, his Saviour, he now walked up and down his cell, unable to rest for any length of time anywhere. For because of this final, completely convincing sensation, that very soon he was about to die, he felt the need, even now, of retracing his unhappy life, his youth, Kansas City, Chicago, Lycurgus, Roberta and Sandra. How swiftly they and all that was connected with them passed in review. The few brief, bright, intense moments. His desire for more. More! That intense desire he had felt there in Lycurgus after Sandra came, and now this. This! And now even this was ending. This. Why, he had scarcely lived at all as yet. And these last 2 years so miserably between these crushing walls. And of his life but 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8 of the filtering and now feverish days left. They were going. But life, how was one to do without that? The beauty of the days, of the sun and rain, of work, love, energy, desire. Oh, he really did not want to die. He did not. Why say to him so constantly as his mother and the Reverend Macmillan now did, to resolve all his care and divine mercy and think only of God, when now was all? And yet the Reverend Macmillan insisting that only in Christ and the hereafter was real peace. Oh yes. But just the same, before the governor, might he not have said? Might he not have said that he was not guilty? Or at least not entirely guilty, if only he had seen it that way, that time, and then, why then the governor might have commuted his sentence to life imprisonment, might he not? For he had asked his mother what the Reverend Macmillan had said to the governor, yet without saying to her that he had ever confessed all to him, and she had replied that he had told him how sincerely he had humbled himself before the Lord, but not that he was not guilty. And Clyde, feeling how strange it was that the Reverend Macmillan could not conscientiously bring himself to do more than that for him. How sad, how hopeless. Would no one ever understand, or give him credit for his human, if all too human and perhaps wrong hungers, yet from which so many others, along with himself, suffered? But worse yet, if anything, Mrs. Griffiths, because of what the Reverend Macmillan had said, or failed to say, in answer to the final question asked him by Governor Waltham, and although subsequently in answer to an inquiry of her own, he had repeated the statement, she was staggered by the thought that perhaps, after all, Clyde was as guilty as at first she had feared. and because of that, asking at one point, "Clyde, if there is anything you have not confessed, you must confess it before you go." "I have confessed everything to God and to Mr. Macmillan, Mother. Isn't that enough?" "No, Clyde. You have told the world that you are innocent, but if you are not, you must say so." "But if my conscience tells me that I am right, is not that enough?" "No, not if God's word says differently, Clyde," replied Mrs. Griffiths nervously, and with great inward spiritual torture. But he chose to say nothing further at the time. How could he discuss with his mother or the world the strange shadings which in his confession and subsequent talks with the Reverend Macmillan he had not been able to solve? It was not to be done. And because of that refusal on her son's part to confide in her, Mrs. Griffiths, tortured not only spiritually but personally, her own son, and so near death and not willing to say what apparently already he had said to Mr. Macmillan. Would not God ever be done with this testing her? And yet, on account of what Macmillan had already said, that he considered Clyde, whatever his past sins, contrite and clean before the Lord, a youth truly ready to meet his Maker, she was prone to rest. The Lord was great. He was merciful. In his bosom was peace. What was death? What life? To one whose heart and mind were at peace with him. It was nothing. A few years, how very few, and she and Asa, and after them, his brothers and sisters would come to join him, and all his miseries here would be forgotten. But without peace in the Lord, the full and beautiful realization of his presence, love, care, and mercy, she was tremulous at moments now in her spiritual exaltation, no longer quite normal, as Clyde could see and feel. But also by her prayers and anxiety as to his spiritual welfare, he was also able to see how little, really, she had ever understood of his true moods and aspirations. He had longed for so much there in Kansas City, and he had had so little. Things, just things, had seemed so very important to him, and he had so resented being taken out on the street as he had been, before all the other boys and girls, many of whom had all the things that he craved, and when he would have been glad to have been anywhere else in the world than out there, on the street. That mission life that to his mother was so wonderful, yet to him so dreary. But was it wrong for him to feel so? Had it been? Would the Lord resent it now? And maybe she was right as to her thoughts about him. Unquestionably, he would have been better off if he had followed her advice. But how strange it was that to his own mother, and even now in these closing hours, when above all things he craved sympathy, but more than sympathy, true and deep understanding, even now, and as much as she loved and sympathized with, and was seeking to aid him with all her strength in her stern and self-sacrificing way, still he could not turn to her now and tell her, his own mother, just how it all happened. It was as though there was an insurmountable wall or impenetrable barrier between them, built by the lack of understanding, for it was just that. She would never understand his craving for ease and luxury, for beauty, for love, his particular kind of love that went with show, pleasure, wealth, position, his eager and immutable aspirations and desires. She could not understand these things. She would look on all of it as sin, evil, selfishness, and in connection with all the fatal steps involving Roberta and Sandra, as adultery, unchastity, murder even. And she would and did expect him to be terribly sorry and wholly repentant, when even now, and for all he had said to the Reverend Macmillan and to her, he could not feel so, not wholly so, although great was his desire now to take refuge in God, but better yet, if it were only possible in her own understanding and sympathetic heart. If it were only possible. Lord, it was all so terrible. He was so alone, even in these last few and elusive hours, the swift passing of the days, with his mother and also the Reverend Macmillan here with him, but neither understanding. But apart from all this and much worse, he was locked up here and they would not let him go. There was a system, a horrible routine system, as long since he had come to feel it to be so. It was iron. It moved automatically like a machine without the aid or the hearts of men. These guards, they with their letters, their inquiries, their pleasant and yet really hollow words, their trips to do little favors, or to take the men in and out of the yard or to their baths, they were iron too, mere machines, automatons, pushing and yet restraining and restraining one, within these walls, as ready to kill as to favor in case of opposition, but pushing, always toward that little door over there, from which there was no escape, just on and on, until at last they would push him through it, never to return. Each time he thought of this, he arose and walked on the floor. Afterwards, usually, he resumed the puzzle of his own guilt. He tried to think of Roberta and the evil he had done her, to read the Bible, even, lying on his face on the iron cot, repeating over and over, "Lord, give me peace. Lord, give me light. Lord, give me strength to resist any evil thoughts that I should not have. I know I am not wholly white. Oh no, I know I plotted evil. Yes, I know that, I confess. But must I really die now? Is there no help? Will you not help me, Lord? Will you not manifest yourself, as my mother says you will, for me? Will you get the governor to change my sentence before the final moment to life imprisonment? Will you get the Reverend Macmillan to change his views and go to him, and my mother too? I will drive out all sinful thoughts. I will be different. Oh yes, I will, if you will only spare me. Do not let me die now, so soon. Do not. I will pray. Yes, I will. Give me the strength to understand and believe, and pray. Oh, do. It was like this in those short, horrible days between the return of his mother and the Reverend Macmillan from their final visit to the governor, and in his last hour that Clyde thought and prayed, yet finally in a kind of psychic terror, evoked by his uncertainty as to the meaning of the hereafter, his certainty of death, and the faith and emotions of his mother, as well as those of the Reverend Macmillan, who was about every day with his interpretations of divine mercy, and his exhortations as to the necessity of complete faith and reliance upon it. He himself coming at last to believe, not only must he have faith, but that he had it, and peace, complete and secure. In that state, and at the request of the Reverend Macmillan and his mother, finally composing, with the personal aid and supervision of Macmillan, who changed some of the sentences in his presence and with his consent, and addressed to the world, and more particularly to young men of his own years, which read, "In the shadow of the valley of death, it is my desire to do everything that would remove any doubt as to my having found Jesus Christ, the personal Savior and unfailing friend. My one regret at this time is that I have not given him the preeminence in my life while I had the opportunity to work for him. If I could only say some one thing that would draw young men to him, I would deem it the greatest privilege ever granted me. But all I can now say is, I know in whom I have believed, and am persuaded that he is able to keep that which I have committed unto him against that day," a quotation that Macmillan had familiarized him with. If the young men in this country could only know the joy and pleasure of a Christian life, I know they would do all in their power to become earnest, active Christians, and would strive to live as Christ would have them live. There is not one thing I have left undone which will bar me from facing my God, knowing that my sins are forgiven, for I have been free and frank in my talks with my spiritual adviser, and God knows where I stand. My task is done, the victory won. Clyde Griffiths. Having written this, a statement so unlike all the previous rebellious moods that had characterized him, that even now he was not a little impressed by the difference, handing it to Macmillan, who, heartened by this triumph, exclaimed, "And the victory is won, Clyde. This day shalt thou be with me in paradise. You have his word. Your soul and your body belong to him. Praised everlastingly be his name." And then so wrought up was he by this triumph, taking both Clyde's hands in his, and kissing them, and then folding him in his arms. My son, in whom I am well pleased. In you God has truly manifested his truth, his power to save. I see it. I feel it. Your address to the world is really his own voice to the world." And then pocketing the note with the understanding that it was to be issued after Clyde's death, not before. And yet Clyde, having written this, still dubious at moments. Was he really saved? The time was so short. Could he rely on God with that absolute security which he had just announced now characterized him? Could he? Life is so strange. The future so obscure. Was there really a life after death? A God by whom he would be welcomed as the Reverend Macmillan and his own mother insisted? Was there? In the midst of this, 2 days before his death, and in a final burst of panic, Mrs. Griffiths writing the Honorable David Waltham, "Can you say before your God that you have no doubt of Clyde's guilt? Please wire. If you cannot, then his blood will be upon your head. His mother." And Robert Fessler, the secretary to the governor, replying by wire, "Governor Waltham does not think himself justified in interfering with the decision of the Court of Appeals." At last, the final day, the final hour, Clyde's transfer to a cell in the old death house, where, after a shave and a bath, he was furnished with black trousers, a white shirt without a collar, to be opened at the neck afterwards, new felt slippers, and grey socks. So accoutred, he was allowed once more to visit his mother and Macmillan, who, from 6 o'clock in the evening preceding the morning of his death until 4 of the final morning, were permitted to remain near him, to counsel with him as to the love and mercy of God. And then at 4, the warden appearing to say that it was time, he feared, that Mrs. Griffiths depart, leaving Clyde in the care of Mr. Macmillan. the sad compulsion of the law, as he explained. And then Clyde's final farewell to his mother, before which, and in between the silences and painful twisting of heartstrings, he had managed to say, "Mama, you must believe that I die resigned and content. It won't be hard. God has heard my prayers. He has given me strength and peace." But to himself adding, "Had he?" And Mrs. Griffiths exclaiming, my son, I know. I have faith too. I know that my Redeemer liveth, and that he is yours. Though we die, yet shall we live." She was looking heavenward and seemed transfixed. Yet as suddenly turning to Clyde and gathering him in her arms, and holding him long and firmly to her, whispering, "My son, my baby," and her voice broke and trailed off into breathlessness, and her strength seemed to be going all to him until she felt she must leave or fall, and so she turned quickly and unsteadily to the warden, who was waiting to lead her to Auburn friends of Macmillan's. And then in the dark of this midwinter morning, the final moment, with the guards coming, first to slit his right trouser leg for the metal plate, and then going to draw the curtains before the cells. "It is time, I fear. Courage, my son." It was the Reverend Macmillan, now accompanied by the Reverend Gibson, who, seeing the prison guards approaching, was then addressing Clyde. And Clyde now getting up from his cot, on which, beside the Reverend Macmillan, he had been listening to the reading of John 14, 15, 16. "Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me." And then the final walk with the Reverend Macmillan on his right hand and the Reverend Gibson on his left, the guards front and rear. But with, instead of the customary prayers, Reverend Macmillan announcing, "Humble yourselves under the mighty hand of God, that he might exalt you in due time. Cast all your care upon him, for he careth for you. Be at peace. Wise and righteous are his ways, who hath called us into his eternal glory by Christ Jesus, after that we have suffered a little. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me." But various voices, as Clyde entered the first door to cross to the chair room, calling, "Goodbye, Clyde!" And Clyde, with enough earthly thought and strength to reply, "Goodbye, all." But his voice sounding so strange and weak, even to himself, so far distant as though it emanated from another being walking alongside of him, and not from himself, and his feet were walking, but automatically it seemed, and he was conscious of that familiar shuffle as they pushed him on and toward that door. Now it was here. Now it was being opened. There it was, at last, the chair he had so often seen in his dreams, that he so dreaded, to which he was now compelled to go. He was being pushed toward that, into that, on, through the door which was now open, to receive him, but which was as quickly closed again on all the earthly life he had ever known. It was the Reverend Macmillan who, grey and weary, a quarter of an hour later, walked desolately, and even a little uncertainly, as one who is physically very weak, through the cold doors of the prison. It was so faint, so weak, so grey as yet, this late winter day, and so like himself now. Dead! He, Clyde, had walked so nervously and yet somehow trustingly beside him but a few minutes before, and now he was dead. The law, prison such as this, strong, evil men who scoffed betimes where Clyde had prayed. That confession. Had he decided truly, with the wisdom of God, as God gave him to see wisdom? Had he? Clyde's eyes! He himself, the Reverend Macmillan, had all but fainted beside him as that cap was adjusted to his head, that current turned on, and he had had to be assisted, sick and trembling from the room, he upon whom Clyde had relied, and he had asked God for strength, was asking it. He walked along the silent street, only to be compelled to pause and lean against a tree, leafless in the winter, so bare and bleak. Clyde's eyes! That look as he sank limply into that terrible chair, his eyes fixed nervously, and, as he thought, appealingly and dazedly upon him and the group surrounding him. Had he done right? Had his decision before Governor Waltham been truly sound, fair, or merciful? Should he have said to him that perhaps there had been those other influences playing upon him? Was he never to have mental peace again, perhaps? "I know my Redeemer liveth, and that he will keep him against that day." And then he walked and walked hours before he could present himself to Clyde's mother, who, on her knees in the home of the Reverend and Mrs. Francis Galt, Salvationist of Auburn, had been, since 4:30, praying for the soul of her son, whom she still tried to visualize in the arms of his Maker. "I know in whom I have believed," was a part of her prayer. Souvenir. dusk of a summer night, and the tall walls of the commercial heart of the city of San Francisco, tall and gray in the evening shade. And up a broad street from the south of Market, now comparatively hushed after the din of the day, a little band of 5, a man of about 60, short, stout, yet cadaverous as to the flesh of his face, and more especially about the pale, dim eyes, and with bushy white hair protruding from under a worn, round felt hat, a most unimportant and exhausted-looking person, who carried a small portable organ, such as is customarily used by street preachers and singers, and by his side, a woman not more than 5 years his junior, taller, not so broad, but solid of frame and vigorous, with snow-white hair and wearing an unrelieved costume of black, dress, bonnet, shoes, and her face broader and more characterful than her husband's, but more definitely seamed with lines of misery and suffering. At her side, again, carrying a Bible and several hymn books, a boy of not more than 7 or 8, very round-eyed and alert, who, because of some sympathetic understanding between him and his elderly companion, seemed to desire to walk close to her, a brisk and smart-stepping, although none too well-dressed boy. With these 3, again, but walking independently behind, a faded and unattractive woman of 27 or 8, and another woman of about 50, apparently, because of their close resemblance, mother and daughter. It was hot, with the sweet languor of a Pacific summer about it all. At Market, the great thoroughfare which they had reached, and because of threading throngs of automobiles and various lines of cars passing in opposite directions, they awaited the signal of the traffic officer. "Russell, stay close now." It was the wife speaking. "Better take hold of my hand." "It seems to me," commented the husband, very feeble and yet serene, "that the traffic here grows worse all the time." The cars clanged their bells, the automobiles barked and snorted, but the little group seemed entirely unconscious of anything save a set purpose to make its way across the street. "Street preachers," observed a passing bank clerk to his cashier girlfriend. "Sure, I see them up here every Wednesday." "Gee, it's pretty tough on the little kid, I should think. He's pretty small to be dragged around on the streets, don't you think, Ella?" "Well, I'll say so. I'd hate to see a brother of mine in such game. What kind of a life is that for a kid, anyhow?" commented Ella as they passed on. Having crossed the street and reached the first intersection beyond, they paused and looked around as though they had reached their destination, the man putting down his organ which he proceeded to open, setting up, as he did so, a small but adequate music rack. At the same time, his wife, taking from her grandson the several hymnals and the Bible she carried, gave the Bible as well as the hymnal to her husband, put one on the organ, and gave one to each of the remaining group, including one for herself. The husband looked somewhat vacantly about him, yet nonetheless with a seeming wide-eyed assurance, and began with, "We will begin with 276 tonight. How firm a foundation. All right, Miss Schoof." At this, the younger of the 2 women, very parched and spare, angular and homely, to whom life had denied quite all, seated herself upon the yellow camp chair, and after arranging the stops and turning the leaves of the book, began playing the chosen hymn, the tune of which they all joined in. By this time various homeward-bound individuals of diverse occupations and interests, noticing this small group, so advantageously disposed near the principal thoroughfare of the city, hesitated a moment, either to eye them askance or to ascertain the character of their work, and as they sang, the nondescript and indifferent street audience gazed, held by the peculiarity of such an unimportant group publicly raising its voice against the vast skepticism and apathy of life. That gray and flabby and ineffectual old man in his worn and baggy suit, the robust and yet uncouth and weary and white-haired woman, this fresh and unsoiled and unspoiled and uncomprehending boy, what was he doing here? And again that neglected and thin spinster and her equally thin and distrait-looking mother. Of the group, the wife stood out in the eyes of the passers-by as having the force and determination which, however blind or erroneous, makes for self-preservation, if not real success in life. She, more than any of the others, stood up with an ignorant yet somehow respectable air of conviction, and, as several of the many who chanced to pause watched her, her hymn-book dropped to her side, her glance directed straight before her into space, each set on his way. Well, here is one who, whatever her defects, probably does what she believes as nearly as possible. A kind of hard, fighting faith in the wisdom and mercy of the definite overruling and watchful and merciful power which she proclaimed was written in her every feature and gesture. The song was followed with a long prayer by the wife, then a sermon by the husband, testimonies by the others, all that God had done for them. Then the return march to the hall, the hymnals having been gathered, the organ folded and lifted by a strap over the husband's shoulder. And as they walked, It was the husband that commented, "A fine night. It seemed to me that they were a little more attentive than usual." "Oh, yes," returned the younger woman that had played the organ. "At least 11 took tracts, and one old gentleman asked me where the mission was and when we held services." "Praise the Lord," commented the man. And then at last the mission itself, the Star of Hope, Bethel Independent Mission, meetings every Wednesday and Saturday night 8 to 10, Sundays at 11, 3, 8, everybody welcome. And under this legend in each window, God is love. And below that again in smaller type, "How long since you wrote to Mother?" "Can I have a dime, Grandma? I want to go up the corner and get some hot chestnuts." It was the boy asking. "Yes, I guess so, Russell. But listen to me, you are to come right back." "Yes, I will, Grandma, sure. You know me." He took the dime that his grandmother had extracted from a deep pocket in her dress and ran with it to the chestnut vendor. Her darling boy, the light and color of her declining years. She must be kind to him, more liberal with him, not restrain him too much, as maybe she had. She looked affectionately and yet a little vacantly after him as he ran. For his sake. The small company, minus Russell, entered the yellow, unprepossessing door and disappeared. The end. End of Book 3, Chapter 34. End of An American Tragedy, Volume 2, by Theodore Dreiser.